2025 es de las 8:30 de la mañana.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las órdenes judiciales provistas el primer día del mes durante las audiencias de las 2 de la mañana para que se obtengan las huellas dactilares y muestras de ADN también corresponden a estas audiencias.
When you hear your name, please step up to the podium that's in the center of the courtroom in here.
Cuando escuche su nombre, por favor pase al podio que está aquí en el centro de la sala.
At the end of your hearing today, you are going to be receiving paperwork, and that will cover everything we go over in here, which will include your next court dates, as well as all of your release conditions.
A conclusión de esta audiencia va a recibir documentación, el cual va a incluir todo lo que repasamos en esta audiencia, como también sus fechas de las siguientes audiencias y sus medidas cautelares de libertad.
Please keep in mind you do have the right to remain silent. Everything you say in the courtroom is being recorded, both audio and video, and could be used in a future court proceeding.
Tenga en cuenta, por favor, que tiene el derecho de permanecer callado. Todo lo que usted menciona aquí en el juzgado está siendo grabado tanto en audio como en video y puede ser utilizado en su contra en diligencias futuras.
We're going to begin today with Manuel Esparza. Sir, if you could step in the courtroom.
El día de hoy vamos a comenzar con Manuel Esparza. Pase, por favor, señor, al centro de la sala, al podio.
No, this is a court.
All right, sir, please state your full name and your date of birth.
Muy bien, señor. Diga su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Manuel Bon Esparza, 5 de abril del 93.
Manuel Bon Esparza, April 5th of 93.
All right, and Mr. Garcia, I'll let you do your appearance as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the interpreter request a repetition on date of birth, Your Honor, from the party?
Yeah, I was gonna do that afterwards because it's not reflecting the same as what we have. So yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The interpreter will introduce himself. Jose Garcia, Arizona Credential Interpreter, CITS.
All right, and Mr. Esparza, I do show a date of birth of May 4th of 93. Is that your correct date of birth?
Señor Esparza, veo que la fecha de nacimiento que tenemos nosotros es el 4 de mayo del 93. ¿Es eso cierto?
No, 5 de abril del 93.
No, April 5th of 93.
All right, sir. You are here for a grand jury warrant that has been issued for an indictment that's been filed in Superior Court.
Muy bien, señor. Usted está aquí el día de hoy debido a una orden de arresto que se emitió por parte de un gran jurado que está siendo tramitada en el Tribunal Superior.
The charge is one count of conspiracy, a Class 2 felony.
La primera imputación es el delito de conspiración a delinquir, un delito mayor, categoría 2.
One count of the transporting or selling of dangerous drugs, a Class 2 felony.
Un punto acusatorio de la transportación de droga peligrosa, un delito mayor, categoría 2.
One count of illegal control of an enterprise, a Class 3 felony, and one count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony.
Un punto acusatorio de un control ilícito de una empresa por medio de extorsión sistematizada, delito mayor categoría 3, como también un delito mayor de darse a la fuga de un vehículo de la policía, delito mayor categoría 5.
There are 3 dates of offense, May 28, June 9, and June 10 of 2024.
Hay 3 días de fechas de los ilícitos, tanto el 28 de mayo, como también el 9 de junio y el 10 de junio de 2024.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this case, and you currently have an arraignment hearing set on April 17 at 8:30 a.m.
Se nombra al abogado de oficio para que le represente en esta causa y se programa una audiencia de instrucción de cargos para el 17 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
That will take place at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. The address will be included in your paperwork.
Estas audiencias van a ventilarse en el Tribunal Superior del centro de la ciudad de Phoenix y la dirección para ese juzgado estará en el papeleo que se le entregará.
The bond in your warrant is going to be affirmed. That is a $200,000 cash-only appearance bond.
$200,000.
La fianza se programa en la cantidad de $200,000 en dinero en efectivo solamente.
We'll be giving you some paperwork that will include that information in it as well. If you have any questions at this time.
Todos esos detalles van a estar incluidos en la documentación que se le entregará a usted. Pero en este momento, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Sí, que pues, quería saber la verdad que qué va a proceder conmigo porque sí vi los cargos que tengo y miré que tengo el cargo de que huí de la policía, pero a mí se me detuvo.
I can interpret.
Okay,
Hey, Kelly, thank you for that purchase. Hey, good morning, Rod.
Yes,
Roddy.
my question is, what is going to happen with me? I mean, I did see the charges against me, and I did see that I was charged for fleeing from law enforcement, but I was stopped.
Hey, thank you, Claudia.
Right.
Appreciate
I
that.
would advise you not to speak about any facts surrounding any of the charges that I've just read off to you, because anything you say here today could be used against you at a future court hearing.
Muy bien. Yo le aviso el de no hablar sobre los hechos de la causa, porque todo lo que usted está mencionando aquí está siendo grabado y puede ser utilizado en su contra en diligencias en el futuro.
Okay.
As far as what's going to happen from here forward, I would discuss that with your attorney. I'm only seeing you on the warrant here today.
En cuanto a la pregunta de qué es lo que va a suceder en el futuro en su causa, lo que puede hacer es hablar con su abogado sobre ese asunto. Yo solamente lo estoy viendo aquí debido a la orden de arresto que se emitió contra usted.
Okay, perfecto.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Gracias.
perfect. Gracias, señor. Thank you very much.
All right, so we'll have Neftali Santiago Garcia
Up next
step
on
in
the
the
Price is
courtroom.
Wrong. No Sabo. How's everybody doing today? She engaged.
All right, sir, please state your full name and your date of birth.
Muy bien, señor Neftali Santiago García. Diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Neftali Santiago García, febrero 28 de 1979.
Neftali Santiago García, February 28th of 1979.
Sir, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. There are a number of counts that have been submitted.
Muy bien, señor. Usted está aquí debido a una nueva causa que ha sido tramitada en el Tribunal Superior y hay varias imputaciones que están siendo promovidas en su contra.
One count of illegal control of an enterprise, that's a Class 3 felony with an offense date of April 9 of 2025.
Un punto acusatorio de un control ilícito de una empresa por medio de extorsión sistematizada, delito mayor categoría 3 que se cometió el 9 de abril de 2025.
18 counts of trafficking in stolen property, which are all Class 3 felonies.
18 puntos acusatorios del tráfico de bienes robados. Cada uno de ellos son delitos mayores categoría 3.
The dates of offense there range between April 26 of 2023 through March 11 of 2025.
Y la gama de fechas de delitos van desde el 26 de abril 2023 hasta el 11 de marzo 2025.
Hey, thank you, Holly. Appreciate that.
An attorney has been appointed to represent you in this matter. That'll be through the Public Defender's Office.
Yeah, today, Chad, I'm
A un
I was only gonna be here
abogado
for a
de
small
oficio se
amount of
le
time, so
ha nombrado
maybe
para que lo represente.
maybe 2
Dicho
hours.
abogado proviene
Because I gotta get some
del
sleep.
bufete de abogados de oficio.
You have two court dates at this time. That's a status conference April 16 and a preliminary hearing April 18,
Shoot it.
both at 8:30 a.m.
Tiene dos audiencias que se programan para estas causas. A la primera va a ser la audiencia de actualización procesal que se programa para el 16 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana, como también la audiencia preliminar programada para el día 18 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You can watch this on
Those will
YT.
take place at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. The address will be included in your paperwork.
If you go
Ambas
here,
van a
Chad,
ventilarse en el Tribunal Superior ubicado en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix y la dirección de ese juzgado estará en la documentación que se le entregará.
links are on my
Given the
profile.
nature of these charges, the number of dates of offense,
You're welcome.
as well as the strength of the evidence, you do have a bond in this matter. That is a $40,000 cash-only appearance bond.
Debido al carácter de las imputaciones en su contra, como también la cantidad de fechas vinculadas a los delitos y lo fuerte que son las pruebas en su contra, se programa la fianza en la cantidad de $40,000 en dinero en efectivo solamente.
If you were to postpone and be released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be added prior to your release.
What up, Joey? In the UK, we don't have bonds.
Si usted logra depositar su fianza y es puesto en libertad, queda sujeto a la Agencia de Control de Procesados, cuya agencia podrá incluir un monitoreo electrónico que se le instalará antes de ser puesto en libertad.
Okay, for sure.
If you were to be released from custody, you would be ordered to remain within Maricopa County.
Si usted es puesto en libertad, se le ordena que usted permanezca dentro del condado de Maricopa.
You're also not to have contact with any victim, complainant, witness, or co-defendant in this matter.
Maricopa
También se le
County,
ordena que no debe de
Arizona.
tener contacto alguno con ninguna de las víctimas, con alguno de los creyentes, con ninguno de los testigos, ni con ninguno de los coacusados en esta causa.
We'll provide you with some paperwork that will include this information as well. If you have any questions at this time.
Se le entregará a usted documentación que incluye los detalles esta misma mañana. Pero en este momento, ¿tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
We're posting
All right, sir, if you want to go and step over to your left, you can go
Hey,
and have
but
a
I was
seat.
willing
Thank
to
you.
post those $5 for
Muy bien,
that
señor,
guy
se
last
puede pasar al
night.
lado izquierdo y tomar
If he counts
asiento.
those stickers
Gracias.
All right, so we've got Antonio
As I
Ibarra.
said to you
Sir, if you
again
could step
yesterday,
in.
yes, send me your address.
Antonio Ibarra, si puede pasar, por favor.
Send me your address.
And sir, please state your full name and date of birth.
Señor, diga su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Hey, what up, Hillary?
Antonio José Ibarra, diciembre 28 del 86.
$5 bond, yeah.
Antonio José Ibarra, December 28th of 86.
I clipped
All
the
right,
video.
so you're here for two separate matters today. The first one is going to be a warrant that was issued out of the West Mesa Justice Court.
Muy bien, señor. Usted está aquí debido a dos distintas causas. La primera es debido a una orden de arresto proveniente del Juzgado de Paz West Mesa
I don't know what
Justice Court.
FGA is in Tennessee. I've
This
never
is
looked
for
at Tennessee.
a failure to appear warrant issued on a driving with a suspended license citation from 2024.
Esto se debe a una incomparecencia vinculado al delito de conducir con una licencia suspendida, a una situación que se le dio a usted desde el 2024.
An arraignment hearing is set on April 22nd at 8:30 a.m. That will take place at the West Mesa Justice Court.
Una lectura de cargos se programa para el 22 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Juzgado de Paz West Mesa Justice Court.
Since this was the first warrant issued in this matter and it is a traffic offense, I'm going to give you a second shot to appear at that next court date. You are being released on your own recognizance,
I did clip
which is
it.
your promise to appear.
Debido a que esta es la primera orden de arresto debido a una infracción de tránsito en lo civil, se le va a dar a usted la segunda oportunidad de comparecer. Significa que usted será puesto en libertad bajo su propia protesta. Significa que usted está prometiendo comparecer.
You
Look
do
up
have a second
lower-
case here today, which is going to
lower
be a
third.
new case in the Maricopa County Superior Court.
Usted tiene además una nueva causa que está siendo tramitada en el Tribunal Superior del Condado Maricopa.
That is for one count of aggravated driving under the influence, which is a Class 4 felony.
Esta causa incluye el punto acusatorio en su contra de conducir bajo los efectos, en inglés
I have not done
DUI.
Washington State.
Conducir bajo los efectos con agravantes, un delito mayor, categoría 4.
Translator also announces.
One count of possession of dangerous drugs and one count of possession of narcotic drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies.
Un punto acusatorio de la tenencia de droga peligrosa, como también un punto acusatorio de droga narcótica. Ambas son delitos mayores, categoría 4.
I gotta clip
The
that one.
Maricopa County Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter.
Thank
You
you,
currently have 2 court dates that will take place at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix.
El bufete de abogados del condado Maricopa se le nombra para que lo represente en esta causa. Se programan 2 audiencias que van a suceder en el Tribunal Superior del centro de la ciudad de Phoenix.
Those are a status conference April 24 and a preliminary hearing April 28, both at 8:30 a.m.
Hey, thank you,
La primera
Keith.
es la audiencia de actualización procesal que se programa para el
I was about to
24
say,
de
what's
abril,
Flex?
como
Never heard
también
of
la
that news
audiencia
station.
preliminar que se programa para el 28 de abril, ambas a las 8:30 de la mañana.
In this matter, you are being released today, but it will be subject to the supervision of pretrial services, and you would be subject to alcohol and drug testing and monitoring.
En estas causas usted será puesto en libertad bajo el control de la Agencia del Control de Procesados, lo cual va a incluir que le incluyan a usted pruebas contra el alcohol y el uso de las drogas, como también el monitoreo.
You will be provided with additional information regarding pretrial services. You do have to stay checked in with them while on release and test when ordered.
Se le proveerá a usted la información de la Agencia del Control de Procesados, tendrá que reportarse con ellos y tendrá que cumplir las pruebas como se lo ordenen.
You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, and you are not to possess or consume any alcohol while on release.
No debe de poseer ni consumir ningún tipo de drogas,
Man, we're gonna
al
be
menos
here
que
all
tenga una
day
receta
with this
válida, ni
translation.
tampoco poseer ni consumir ningún tipo de alcohol mientras sea puesto usted en libertad.
We will provide you with paperwork on both matters, but do you have any questions regarding either case?
Se le proveerá documentación en cuanto a ambas causas, pero ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta en alguna de sus causas?
No.
No.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you.
El señor, si puede pasar y tomar asiento. Gracias.
All right, I do show that was our last interpreter matter. Could you just double check to see if there's anyone else here who does need the assistance of an interpreter?
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Alguien más presente que necesite los servicios de interpretación al español esta mañana? Si puede levantar su mano, por favor.
Another one. Another one.
All right, no hands. Thank you so much for your help today.
Always a pleasure, Your Honor. May you and your staff have a wonderful day.
All right, let the games
Thank
begin.
you. All right, so let's go ahead and proceed with Jeremiah, Reyes, and then Devin Kelly. We'll be up after that.
Another one, if you will. All right. Let's go ahead and let the games begin. Let's see what kind of cases we got going on today. Is it going to be DV? Is it going to be aggravated DUI? Who knows? Shoplifting at Target.
All right, so
No
your
say.
full name and date of birth.
Jeremiah Elias Reyes, date of birth 6/14/01.
All right, so you've got 2 separate cases here today. These are both probation violation warrants that have been issued. In each of your probation cases,
Damn, look at
a
them
petition
ears.
to revoke has been submitted alleging a violation of terms 1 and 7 of your probation terms. Now, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed in both matters to represent you. You do currently have a revocation arraignment hearing set on April 17 at 8:30 a.m. Those will take place at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. In this first warrant here, this is a non-bailable warrant. In other words, you're not eligible for bond. You would be remaining in custody at this time on this first warrant. That is pursuant to Rule 7.2 and 27.7 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. Now, your second warrant that I have here, this is going to be with a $50 secured appearance bond. Just keep in mind, as long as you have that no bond hold in the first case, you want to keep that $50 bond there. That way they know you're in custody in both matters. That could impact your credit for time served down the road if that becomes an issue for you in that case. So we'll give you paperwork for both that'll have that information. Do you have any questions regarding either one? All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time.
Damn
We've got
it,
Devin
fella.
Kelly, Grant Gardner. It's going to be up after that.
Ay.
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Devin Patrick Kelly, 5/15/1981.
All right, sir, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, both Class 2 felonies, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, both Class 4 felonies, 1 count of money laundering, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon during a drug offense, also a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 count of the use of an electronic communication device during a drug transaction. Those are both Class 6 felonies. In this matter, I don't show that you qualify for court-appointed counsel. You do, of course, have the right to retain an attorney on your own behalf to represent you in this matter. If you believe that is incorrect and you should qualify for court-appointed counsel, you can address that with me here today, or you can also bring that up at your next court date as well. So in this case, you do have a status conference currently set April 16 with a preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The recommendation that I received from the state in this matter was actually fairly significant. You have a $500,000 cash bond recommendation. Based on the nature of your offense, as well as a review of your history, which I recognize some of it is fairly dated, I do believe a significant bond is appropriate. I didn't go quite that high, but you do have a $200,000 cash-only appearance bond. If you post bond and are released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be added prior to your release. You would have orders that you are not to leave Maricopa County. You're not to have contact with any complainant, witness, or co-defendant involved in this matter, and you're not to possess any weapons while on release. Do you have any questions regarding anything I've just gone over?
Just curious to be clear, was that a $200,000 bond?
It is a $200,000 cash-only appearance bond. Correct.
That's all.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you go and pick up that paperwork over there. We've got Grant Gardner, Leroy, Garcia will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Yeah, Grant William Gardner, January 26, 83.
Thank you, sir. So you are here for a warrant issued out of the Yavapai County Superior Court. It's in their case number CR 2021-80719. This is for a probation violation warrant that they issued. Okay. So in that matter, you have an arraignment hearing currently set April 15 at 8:30. That would be at the Yavapai County Superior Court. In this matter, the bond in their warrant has been affirmed. That's a $25,000 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do post bond and you are released from custody prior to being transported out there, you do still need to attend your court date out there, or another warrant could issue at that time.
Okay.
If you're unable to post bond, they do need to come down here to pick you up and transport you back there to attend that court date. And they did indicate that this was a valid warrant that they would extradite on. Okay. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No. Sorry, I can bond out?
You are bondable, correct.
Okay. All right.
Yes. All right, if you want to go and step over, thank you. All right, we have Leroy, Paso, like and Nathan Martinez up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Leroy Mario Facio, 7181.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. This is alleging one count of theft is a Class 2 felony with an offense date of March 30th of 2025. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference set April 16 with a preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, I did receive a written recommendation from the state requesting a $50,000, requesting a $50,000 cash-only appearance bond. Given your history, your very long history of failures to appear, felony convictions, as well as prior shoplifting convictions, I do believe a bond is appropriate. You do have a $25,000 cash-only appearance bond, and if you were to post bond and be released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be added prior to your release, with the additional orders that you are not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged complainant, witness, or co-defendant if there is any, because you do have prior felony convictions. You're also not to possess any weapons while on release. Do you have any questions regarding anything that I've just gone through?
So I'm not getting out on pretrial services?
You are not getting out on pretrial services without posting a bond. If you do post that $25,000 cash-only appearance bond, you would still have pretrial services supervision with electronic monitoring as well.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so we've got Nathan Martinez up next, and then Lee Reed up after that.
Got the CL20s on. Hey, these I didn't buy these in jail. I got them from Amazon, so. But that's why I wear them. I do wear them because they
state your full name and date of birth.
My name is Nathan Martinez, 07/24/2003.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. There are 3 counts that were submitted. 1 count of aggravated assault, impede breathing, that is a Class 4 felony, 1 count of disorderly conduct, and 1 count of assault, both Class 1 misdemeanors. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set April 16 with a preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. I did take into account that your otherwise lack of any other criminal history in this matter. However, I have weighed that against the very serious nature of the charges you're here for, which does include a violent charge that falls under the domestic violence realm. So for that reason, you do have a bond. That's a $15,000 secured appearance bond. Now, if you were to post bond and be released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring added, because you are going to have orders here that you are not to return to the scene of the offense. You are not to have any contact whatsoever with the alleged victim in this matter, or any complainant or witness. You are not to possess any weapons while on release. If you were previously residing there, that does mean you would need to find an alternate residence and provide proof of that to pretrial services. You must also obey the terms of any order protection if one does get issued. Either way, though, within this order, you do have a no-contact order. And I'm just going to warn you that a violation of a no-contact order and a criminal release order could constitute aggravated harassment. That is a Class 6 felony. If you come in on a new felony offense while being on felony release, you would be non-bailable at that point, so you would be held in custody. If you do need to return to the shared residence because you have personal items there that you have to pick up in person, you can only do so in person using a civil standby. That's done by contacting local law enforcement and scheduling that through them. Do you have any questions regarding anything that I've just gone through?
Just that my bond is how much?
You have a $15,000 secured appearance bond.
Okay. All right.
They'll start letting
Do you want to go ahead and step over? You want to pick up that paperwork, and that'll be contained
the
in
way
there
that
as
normally
well.
works here, they'll hold
All right, so we have
everybody
Lee
that they'll
Reed
hold.
and then Dusko.
They'll put everybody that they're going to hold
Yukit
first,
will be up next.
and then after when they're done with them, the people they're going to let go, they'll go ahead and put them after, if that makes
Hi,
any sense.
Mr. Reed, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Lee George Reed, 2768.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today. It looks like both of these are grand jury warrants that were issued. So in each of these matters, there's been an indictment filed. The first one alleges one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, one count of possession of dangerous drugs, one count of possession of narcotic drugs. All three of those are Class 4 felonies. One count of resisting arrest, that is a Class 6 felony. The date of offense there for all charges is December 13 of 2023. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in both matters. You're also going to have the same hearing date in both matters. That's an arraignment hearing April 17 at 8:30 a.m. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. You'll get the address in your paperwork. So the bond in this warrant has been affirmed. That is a $4,000 secured appearance bond. Now, you do have a second case here, which again is the other grand jury warrant that was issued. In this indictment, the charges are 2 counts of aggravated DUI, both Class 4 felonies. This one has an offense date of September 21 of 2024. So again, you have an attorney appointed to represent you, the same court date that I provided you on the last one. And this one, the bond in the warrant's been affirmed, which is a $10,000 secured appearance bond. So it is $14,000 total for both matters. Do you have any questions regarding either case that you have here? And I'll let you know right now, I'm only seeing you on the warrants. I don't have any information beyond what I just told you, basically.
All right.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork over there. All right, so we've got Dusko Jukic, and I apologize if I mispronounced your last name. We have Ryan Brown, who'll be up after that.
I forgot to put my hat on
All
today.
right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Dushko Jukic, 4672.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of trafficking in stolen property, a Class 2 felony, 2 counts of organized retail theft. Those are both Class 4 felonies. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. A status conference is set on April 16th with a preliminary hearing April 18th, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on a review of your priors, as well as the fact it looks like you've got a DOC hold already in place, you do have a bond in this matter, which is a $10,000 secured appearance bond with the additional orders not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness in this case. Now, because you do have a DOC hold, as long as that DOC hold is in place, even if you post your bond, you're not going to get released from custody.
Have you seen the probable cause, ma'am? Here.
I have seen the probable cause statement, and I did find probable cause for the charges that I read off to you.
In what regard?
You can certainly speak with your attorney about any questions you have regarding the facts surrounding your case. You have been appointed a public defender to represent you in this
So you
matter.
felt that the probable cause was strong or not?
As I indicated, I found probable cause for the charges that I read off. All right, do you have any other questions regarding the information I provided?
No.
All right, go and step over. You can go and pick up that paperwork that's over there. You've got Ryan Brown up next. After that is Damian Dennis.
He ain't going nowhere. He said it's weak. Not today, buddy.
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Ryan Brown, 04-1593.
All right, thank you. So you are here for 3 separate cases today. So in all three, well, actually two of the matters, there are probation violation warrants that have been issued. That's for a petition to revoke that was submitted last February, alleging a violation of terms 3, 4, 5, and 15 of your probation term. So the public defender is appointed in both of those matters. You have a revocation arraignment hearing April 17 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. The bond in each warrant has been affirmed. Each of those has a $500 secured appearance bond, so it's $1,000 total for the probation matters.
Yeah.
Now, you do have another case here that's going to be for a new matter out of Superior Court for the new charges that were submitted. That's for one count of taking identity or aggravated taking identity of another Class 3 felonies, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. Those are the two counts that I was able to find probable cause on here today. They did submit a third count of criminal impersonation, which I did not find probable cause on, which doesn't necessarily mean that count's going away or they couldn't file it another way, but I didn't find that the facts met that particular charge. So you do have the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this matter. Status conference is set April 16 with the preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court, and in this matter, the bond in there is a $5,000 secured appearance bond, so $6,000 total for all three.
Yep.
So if you do postpone and are released from custody, you're still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by all of those terms, including contacting them within 72 hours.
Yep.
Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and get that paperwork for each matter. We have Mr. Dennis up next. After that,
nobody's
Keith Randall.
catching a break today, if you will. It's all bad. So these individuals, they just got picked up, but they're about to be processed into the jail.
Damian Dennis, 11/16/79.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. It is for one count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You do currently have a status conference set April 16 with a preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. Based on a review of your history, you do have a bond in this matter. That's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. It does look like you might be on federal, either probation or parole. I couldn't tell which one it was, since it just indicated the community supervision. If that is the case, you do need to contact them within 24 hours if you are released from custody.
Okay.
All right, do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's over there. We've got Keith Randall. After that, James Becerra. Hi, Mr. Randall, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Keith Charles Randall, August 28th, 1959.
Thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today. I'm going to start with the probation violation warrant that was issued. That is for a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set April 17 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, and the bond in that warrant's been affirmed. This is a $1,000 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do postpone and you are released from custody, you're still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by the terms of probation that you were provided, which does include contacting probation within 72 hours. You do have a second case here, and that is going to be for a warrant that was issued out of the Peoria Municipal Court. So in that matter, an arraignment hearing is set April 15 at 9 a.m. Since you already have the other probation hold, that bond has been affirmed in that warrant as well. That's $1,669, which is a secured appearance bond. And since I did set a bond in that matter, I did also appoint counsel for that purpose, which is required pursuant to Rule 6.1 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. It looks like you might have another third warrant out of another municipal court that is handled by that specific court. If that is the case, that would be a separate judge you have to see and a separate bond if you're provided one there, okay? Any questions though regarding these two?
Yeah, I had no transportation, so there was no way to deal with that, and I might not even have a residence after this.
Now, it's unfortunate you didn't take care of these bonds earlier. You could have always turned yourself in or otherwise taken care of them earlier, but you failed to do that, so we are where we are now.
Yeah, Peoria one paid $1,600.
All right, any other questions?
No.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork. All right, so we have James Becerra, and then Marcus Young is going to be up next.
So the dangerous part, I think it has to do with like the type of illegal substance it is. So I think like Melanie or methane
All right, so your full name and date of birth.
some of that reefer.
James Arthur Becerra, 5/26/1999.
All right, thank you. So you've got a new case here out of Superior Court. These are additional charges. So the charges that just came in again are now criminal damage, Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of assault, Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the public defender is appointed as well. You have a status conference April 16, preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. And in this matter, you do have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. So that would be in addition to whatever bond you received at your last hearing in here, okay? You're also going to have orders here not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. Any questions for me?
I stay here until then.
If you're unable to post the bond, then you would stay here at least until your next court dates. And I don't know what your court dates are in the other matter. I don't recall what they are. They're probably earlier than this one. So this court date could change as well. They could consolidate it with the other ones. Okay? But that'll be up to the judge that's handling your case.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you.
That's
All right, so we have Marcus Young and Isaac Benavides after that.
Match 100%.
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Marcus Young, 12/15/1968.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. It is for one count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, one count of possession of narcotic drugs, that is a Class 4 felony. So in that matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set April 16 with a preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30, and that's going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. I did receive a written recommendation from the state requesting a $25,000 cash-only appearance bond. I do recognize that you are a multi-state offender. However, I did also recognize the dates of the prior offenses that you have, as well as the amount of drugs that you did have on here today. Given the nature of the offense, I do believe a bond is appropriate, but I did not go nearly that high. You do have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. You'll get that information here in a moment, but do you have any questions regarding anything I just went through?
The $2,500, how much do I have to pay?
So that is a secured appearance bond, so you are able to work with a bonding company to do a percentage with security. As far as what they would require, though, what percentage, you got to talk to them.
Okay.
Okay?
So $2,500?
It's $2,500 total for the bond, yeah, secured appearance.
No pre-sentence release or nothing? Pre-trial release?
It is not going to be pre-trial sentence release, or pre-trial services, rather, release, at least not here today.
Okay.
Okay?
$2,500.
$2,500. Yeah. All right, thank you, sir. All right, we have Isaac Benavides, and then Jose Garcia up after that.
Giving any love today. She's keeping everybody's staying today. You're staying here, you're staying here, you're staying
full
here.
name and date of birth.
Isaac Mario Benavides, 10/13/1988.
All right, thank you. You are here for a warrant issued out of the Agua Fria Justice Court. That's in their case number TR 2023-146600. In this matter, an arraignment hearing has been set April 15 at 8:30. That'll take place at the Agua Fria Justice Court. This is now your second failure to appear warrant issued in this matter. Looks like you were given a shot to appear at the last time, but you did not appear. Let me finish talking. The bond in your warrant is a $675 cash-only appearance bond. They did change you to a cash bond since you do have two failures to appear in this matter now. So that amount has been affirmed. What did you want to say?
I just got the dates mixed up. I thought I had them all taken care of, but apparently I didn't.
And it's unfortunate you didn't clear this warrant then with the Justice Court that it was assigned to. Instead, you just waited until you got arrested on it.
I didn't even know about
Which means
it.
you do have a bond now.
Okay.
All right. If you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork over there. We've got Jose Garcia, and then Shayna Hirwala will be up next.
Hey, what up, Sancho 3? Want to know anybody looking for Sancho services? They're at your disposal in the chat if you will.
All right. Your full name and date of birth?
Jose Garcia, 9/17/1991.
All right, sir. You're here for a probation violation warrant issued. This is for a petition to revoke, and it's actually a supplemental petition to revoke, because it looks like you already had a petition pending at the time it was submitted, and that's for a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a revocation arraignment hearing April 17 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond here is going to be a $500 cash-only appearance bond. It does look like your prior bond was forfeited in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding that information?
$500 bond, you said?
You have
Cash only?
$500 cash-only appearance bond.
So it's only one, right? Like $500?
It's a $500 cash-only appearance bond. You do have to post the full amount in order to be released.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork. We've got Shayna Hirwala,
Anybody that
and
wants to
then
watch the
Shay
KK?
Whitmore will be up next.
A trial is currently live right now on YT, if you will. It just started about 5 minutes ago.
Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth.
Shannon Maxine Perwola, 32484.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of the Santan Justice Court. The charges are 1 count of failing to notify after striking a fixture, a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor.
Yeah.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have an arraignment hearing set on April 15 at 8:30, and that'll be at the Santan Justice Court. Because this is an allegation that you attempted to flee from the scene, attempted to evade being contacted by law enforcement afterwards, you do have a bond. That's a $500 secured appearance bond.
Okay.
Now, the appointment of the Public Defender's Office was because I did set a bond in this matter, so it's for that issue.
Okay.
You're also ordered not to have any contact with any victim, complainant, or witness involved in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Yeah, just like the whole bond, it's like, I'm supposed to work tonight. I don't know how I'm going to
What up, Paco Taco?
fill out.
That's not something that I can provide you with assistance with.
You
have
can't do
phones,
pretrial
you'll have
services?
access. No, that's not actually even available to you because you're here for a justice court case.
Oh.
But you do have access to phones in the next room. If there's
Yes.
anyone you can contact, you can certainly do so.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Hey, and this is not live.
All
This
right,
is
so
actually
it's
from the
Shay
future.
Whitmore
This
and
is from-
Jacob
for
Whitlow
tomorrow's
up after
hearings,
that.
if you will. For those of you that are curious, you're about to be unemployed, lady.
Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Sherry Show, Whitmore, 122591.
All right, thank you. So you were here for a bench warrant issued, that's for a failure to appear in CR 2023-117466. Looks like it was for a failure to appear at your comprehensive trial management conference. So in this matter, a status conference is set on April 15 at 8:30, and the bond in the warrant's been affirmed. That's a $250 secured appearance bond. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's over there. We have Jacob Whitlow. After that, Salvador Padilla.
Drop one, flush one. Hey, what up, Kate? What up, Murph? Hey, Wafer V. We should stop them before they come in. Hey, we're over here. We're doing. What's the name of that movie with what's his name? What is it? The Minority Report.
Hi, Mr. Whitlow. Go and state your full name and date of birth.
Diego Whitlow, February 1st, 83.
All right, you say it was the 21st, February 21st? All right, so you're here for a bench warrant that was issued. It was for a failure to appear at your revocation arraignment hearing. So you now have an April 17, 8:30 a.m. hearing at the Superior Court. And in this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. This one is a $100 secured appearance bond. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, so if you do end up posting bond in our release, you do need to contact probation within 72 hours. Otherwise, you can go ahead and step over and get that paperwork that has all that information in it as well. All right, so we have Salvador Padilla and then Andrew. This will be up after that.
If you see anybody on here, go stop them before they commit a crime tomorrow. So like that, they don't end up in the future here, if you will.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Salvador Padilla, 3/30/1997.
All right, so you're here for a bench warrant that was issued. It's for failure to appear at your probation hearing. It looks like that took, or it was at least issued on the date that you were in custody, that you were brought in for the new charge. So in this matter, you now have a non-witness violation hearing set on April 17 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Since this was issued while you were in custody, I did reduce the bond down to a $50 cash-only appearance bond. I am setting a bond still because you do have the $1,500 bond in the municipal court case.
Yeah, I want to place the bond so I can go see my kids Tuesday and take care of these court matters and get back on
All right, just make sure you contact probation within 72 hours.
Oh, I definitely will. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
All right, thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
All right, so we have Andrew says, and then Vincent Rayner is going to be up next.
What time? What time count, James? You see, man, he ain't doing none of that. He's full of it. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. Next.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Andrew Fitz.
And your date of birth?
8/29/89.
Thank you, sir. So you're here for a warrant that was issued. It's for a direct complaint that was filed that alleges 2 counts of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felonies, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, also a Class 4 felony. Those have an offense date of September 17 of 2024. So in this case, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have the status conference set April 16, preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, I know you're already in custody on 3 other matters that you came in here for earlier. So in this case, I did just reduce the bond down to a $50 secured appearance bond. It's basically a placeholder bond that I put in place so that they know you're in custody in this matter as well. Okay? Do you have any questions regarding that? All right,
Hey,
so
she
if you want
tore
to
that
go step
guy.
over, pick up
That
your
guy that
paperwork
called the
over there,
judge,
have a seat at this
babe.
time.
Oh,
You've got Vincent,
she
Rayner,
tore that
and
fool
then
another
Serena
one. She
Flores
was like,
up
what did
after
he say?
that.
What did he say? Oh, hey, call him back. Call him back over here. Sheesh. They were clowning that fool when he got back to his cell or the day room or wherever he's staying at. You know they were clowning him. They were calling that fool babe. Hell yeah, I clipped it. I clipped it last night. That was funny. I had to. That was mandatory. I was like, oh hell yeah, this is right here. This is gold right here.
All right, Mr. Rayner, go and state your full name and date of birth.
I clipped that guy too.
4370.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony.
Hey, this is not a trial
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have a status conference at April 24 with the preliminary hearing April 28, both at 8:30 a.m. Those will take place at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, I am going to be following the PSA recommendation regarding supervision. You are going to be released today, but it will be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. In the paperwork you're going to be receiving, it will contain some information regarding that process. That will include their instructions and contact information, since you do have to stay checked in with them while on release. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right, sir, go ahead and step over and go ahead and have a seat. You've got Ms. Flores, after that, Griselda Ramirez Morales.
I'll have to clip that one. All right, I'm going to clip it. Damn, and his pants are falling down. Jeez Louise over here. What's going on? What's really going on?
Ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Serena Flores, 1702.
All right, you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. That is for a petition to revoke file alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on April 17 at 8:30 a.m. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Since this is the first petition to revoke filed in this matter, and because mainly they just did a nominal bond on your warrant, I am going to release you to appear at that next court date on your own. You are being released, but you are still subject to the supervision of pretrial, or your probation officer, rather. You do need to contact probation within 72 hours of your release. I'll advise you right now that a failure to further comply with probation, including contacting them within 72 hours or failure to appear at any court, could likely result in either a failure to appear warrant or a supplemental petition to revoke. At that point, it's very unlikely you're going to get released again. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork. You've got Griselda Ramirez Morales, and then Ruben
So now
Iroquois will be up next.
I think she's going to start releasing everybody now. These are all the releases. So they go home.
All right, full name and date of birth?
Yes, Griselda Ramirez de Jesus. It's February 25th, 1992.
All right, thank you. So you're here for a new case out of the Goodyear Municipal Court. It is for 2 counts of shoplifting, both Class 1 misdemeanors. You're not entitled to court-appointed counsel due to the nature of the offense, since this is a misdemeanor offense that does not otherwise qualify. You do have the right to retain an attorney on your own behalf to represent you in this matter. So in this case, an arraignment hearing has been set on April 30th at 1 p.m. That'll be at the Goodyear Municipal Court. And in this case, you are getting released here today. That is going to be on your own recognizance. That is going to be your promise to appear. But you do have orders not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any complainant or witness involved in this matter. Do you have any questions about any of that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. Got
Next.
Ruben Lavastida Iroquois, and then Vanessa Carrera after that.
Okay.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Ruben Garcia, March 5th, 1999.
All right, so you're here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. That's for a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation term. So the public defender has been appointed. You have a revocation arraignment hearing April 17 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, because it appears to be your first petition to revoke filed here, and because they did a nominal bond on your warrant, I am going to release you in lieu of that.
Okay.
So you are being released today, but it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services.
All right.
So I'm sorry. I start saying that over and over again, and I say it again.
What up,
You are subject to the supervision of your probation officer.
Okay.
Okay. So you do need to contact probation within 72 hours of your release and otherwise comply. So I'm just going to warn you that if you continue to fail to comply, they could file a supplemental petition to revoke, or if you fail to appear at any hearing, they could file or could submit a bench warrant. Okay. And then you probably won't have the same luck again.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
No.
All right. Go and step over and go and pick up that paperwork. Looks like we are to Vanessa Morella Carrera, and then Martin Montoya will be up next.
Up next on The Price is Wrong, what kind of crime do you think this individual has committed? DV? aggravated DUI, shoplifting at your local Circle K, Target, or Walmart.
Hi, ma'am, going to state your full name and date of birth.
Vanessa Mendoza Varela Carrera, 4705.
All right, ma'am, you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued, and that is for a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. You have a revocation arraignment hearing set on April 17 at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I show in your case as well that this is the first petition to revoke that's been filed. You also had a nominal bond on your warrant, so in lieu of setting that low bond, I'm going to go ahead and release you to appear at that next court date on your own. So you are being released, but you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer. Within 72 hours of your release here today, you do need to contact probation to check in with them and otherwise comply with the rest of your terms. I'll give you the same warning you probably heard me say before, that a failure to comply could result in a supplemental petition to revoke. A failure to appear at that next court date could result in a bench warrant. Either way, once you come in here again on one of those warrants, you're not going to have the same luck again, okay? All right, do you have any questions?
No, thank
All
you.
right. Do you want to go and step over and go and
She gonna hop away.
have a seat? We've got Martin
Does she only have one
Matoya.
leg? Oh no, she has 2 legs.
After that, Abraham Garcia.
The prop crutches. Hey, so hey, I know we make fun of these individuals here, but using rugs is no laughing matter. So if you're offered, turn them down, because if not, this is what could happen to you right here. If you haven't tried it, I would suggest don't even start. What
All
up,
right,
Kimberly?
sir, go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Martin Angelo Montoya Jr., December 18th, 1980.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, give me just one moment. I
Say
just
no to
noticed
rugs.
that for
Dare
some reason
kids.
they charge you with facilitation. I guess that still works under your facts. Okay. All right, so you are here for a new case out of the Goodyear Municipal Court, and you are not the one that I had up here. A new case out of the Superior Court. It's alleging 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree. That's a Class 4 felony with the offense date of February 14 of 2025. So the public defender has been appointed. You have a status conference set April 24 with a preliminary hearing April 28, both at 8:30 at the downtown Phoenix Superior Court. I am going to be following the PSA recommendation here. You are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear with the additional orders that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, or co-defendant. You're not to return to the scene of the offense. Do you have any questions regarding that?
So I get to go home today?
You are being released from custody. Assuming you have no other holds issued out of any other court, then yes, you are being released.
I have a traffic ticket out of Glendale, so does that mean?
Does he show a Glendale hold?
Not yet, but let's go ahead and notify them.
No? All right, at least at this time, it doesn't look like you have a hold there.
Hey, thank you,
Okay,
Vic.
so yeah, assuming no other holds, then yes, you would get released.
Do you guys
Your
love
Honor.
the, do you guys love the TikTok shop? Hey, I heard they sell
All right,
Puno
Mr.
on the
Garcia.
TikTok shop.
After that, it's going to be Carlos Garcia Padilla.
Hey, Gibson, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate that. Classic West Phoenix behavior. Bro, auto snitching.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Abraham Garcia, 02/22/2007.
All right, sir, you are here for a new case out of the Goodyear Municipal Court. It is alleging 1 count of facilitation to commit shoplifting, which is a misdemeanor offense. Now, in this matter, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel due to the nature of the charge, since this is a misdemeanor offense that does not otherwise qualify. You do have an arraignment hearing set on April 30 at 1 p.m. at the Goodyear Municipal Court, and in this matter, you are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear with the additional orders that you are not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any complainant, witness, or co-defendant in this matter. I didn't mention this, but you are entitled to hire your own attorney to represent you, okay? Do you have any questions regarding that?
Hey, that looks like
All right,
the
if you want
son
to go and
from the dude
step
from
over,
yesterday
pick up
from
that paperwork.
Connecticut.
We've got Carlos Garcia Padilla, and then looks like we have our last interpreter matter.
Hey, so the reason they look like they're about to catch a pickup
All
game
right,
because
so
they
your
got
full name
picked
and
up
date of
right
birth?
outside
Carlos
Walmart.
Garcia Padilla, 8/7/1994.
Haven't you
All right,
seen how
thank you.
people
So you are
dress
here
at
for a new
Walmart?
case out of the Goodyear Municipal Court. This is alleging 1 count of shoplifting in Class 1 misdemeanor. You're not entitled to court-appointed counsel due to the nature of the charge. Since it is a misdemeanor offense that does not otherwise qualify for court-appointed counsel, you do have the right to retain an attorney to represent you. So in this matter, an arraignment hearing has been set April 30 at 1 p.m. That'll be at the Goodyear Municipal Court. You are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear with the additional orders that you are not to return to the scene of the offense, not have any contact with any complainant, witness, or co-defendant in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding the information I've just gone over?
Yes, the co-defendant is my son. Do we?
All right, here's what I'm going to do. Since this is your son, I'm going to go ahead and change the no contact order to no contact regarding this matter. You cannot discuss this case unless you are doing so in court or with your attorney.
So we can stay together, but don't talk about the
I'll
case,
allow
right?
you to guys have contact. Yeah, given the relationship, I'll allow contact, but just no contact. Don't discuss the case.
Don't talk about the case until we're...
Right.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to have to change his son's too. So Mr. Garcia, who's just in here, I think in the yellow shirt, I'm going to have to change his to reflect that same order. But if you want to go ahead and have a seat, I'm going to go ahead and get both those out to you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, well, get 1 second.
Yep.
Okay, they're both ready. Okay. Is the interpreter able to hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to bring in our last matter here in just 1 moment.
Okay.
Hold on. All right, so we do have Shy Date coming in the courtroom. If you could introduce yourself to him and have him state his full name and his date of birth.
1990
Stop.
January 1st.
Stop.
ခဏလေးနော်ကျမဗမာစကားပြန်မှာနော်အခုကျမပြောပြီးမှကျမကိုစကားပြန်မှာနော်နာမည်အပြည့်အစုံကိုပြောပါ
Shy Day
မွေးနေ့တက်ခေတ်ကပါလေ
1990 January 1st တလပိုင်းတရက်နေ့
January 1st 1990
What does food do?
Sir, if you do need the assistance of an interpreter in this matter, I need to have you answer in Burmese as well, not in English, okay?
အခုတဲ့ဗမာလိုပဲဖြေပါတဲ့အင်္ဂလိပ်လိုမဖြေပါနဲ့တဲ့နော်
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 2 counts of sexual abuse.
အဲ့တော့ခင်ဗျားကိုတဲ့အပြစ်တစ်ခုရှိတယ်တဲ့ဟိုစားလေ sexual abuse ပေါ့နော်ချစ်လို့တဲ့နော်
1 count is a class 2 felony, 1 count is a class 5 felony.
တခုကတဲ့ဟိုစားလေကောင်းတာတဲ့ 2 felony တဲ့နောက်တစ်ခုကကျတော့ class felony နဲ့အပြစ်ရှိတယ်တဲ့နှစ်ခုရှိတယ်တဲ့နော်
You also have 2 dates of offense here, April 4 and April 8 of 2025.
အဲ့တော့လေခင်ဗျားလေ2025 April လ4လပိုင်း4ရက်နဲ့8ရက်နေ့မှာရှိတယ်တဲ့လုပ်တယ်တဲ့နော်
Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You currently have 2 court dates that will take place at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
အဲ့တော့တဲ့ခင်ဗျားကိုတဲ့သူတရားရုံးတက်ရမှာ2ရက်တက်ရမယ်တဲ့ downtown Phoenix မှာတဲ့
A status conference is set on April 16 and a preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30 a.m.
အဲ့တော့လေ2ရက်ကတဲ့4လပိုင်း16ရက်နေ့နဲ့4လပိုင်း18ရက်နေ့တဲ့နှစ်ခုစလုံးက8 မနေ့8နာရီခွဲတဲ့တရားရုံးတက်ရမယ်တဲ့
Based on the nature of the offense that you're here for, a bond is appropriate in this matter. You do have a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $250,000.
She is asking the court date, so that is April 16 and 18 at 3:30 a.m. both, right?
At 8:30 a.m., and this information will be provided in your paperwork. Please do not interrupt me again. Wait until I'm done giving you your information.
Okay, သူ့ရဲ့ bond ငါဟာတဲ့ခင်ဗျားကိုလေ250 25,000ပေါ့နော်25,000ပေါ့ bond ရှိတယ်တဲ့
And to the interpreter, I know you were in the middle of giving him his bond amount. Were you able to give him that information, or do I need to repeat that?
Can you repeat it again, please?
Of course. Based on the nature of the offense you are here for, you do have a bond, which is a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $250,000.
အဲ့တော့ခင်ဗျားရဲ့ဟာလေအပြစ်ကတဲ့နော်ရှိလို့တဲ့ bond amount ကတဲ့250ဟိုစားလေ$1,000တဲ့နော်
If you do postpone and are released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'd also have electronic monitoring added prior to your release.
အဲ့တော့ခင်ဗျား bond ပေးနိုင်တယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ခင်ဗျားကလေဟိုစားတွားလို့ရတယ်အိမ်ပြန်လို့ရတယ်တဲ့ဒါပေမဲ့ခင်ဗျားကိုလေစောင့်ကြည့်နေမယ်တဲ့နော်အကုန်လုံး
You are ordered not to return to the scene of where this occurred and not to have any contact with any victim or witness or minors at all.
အဲ့တော့ခင်ဗျားလေခင်ဗျားအပြစ်လုပ်တဲ့နေရာကိုလည်းမတွားရဘူးတဲ့အပြစ်လုပ်တဲ့လူတွေနဲ့လည်းဘာမှအဆက်အသွယ်မလုပ်ရဘူးတဲ့ကလေးတွေနဲ့လည်းဘာမှအဆက်အသွယ်မလုပ်ရဘူးတဲ့နော်
The information I've just gone through, which does include your court dates as well as your release conditions, will be included in the paperwork you'll be receiving. Do you have any questions, though, regarding anything I've gone through?
အဲ့တော့ခင်ဗျားအခုပြောတဲ့ဟာတွေအကျိုးကြောင်းတွေကိုတဲ့အားလုံးလေးစာရွက်စာတမ်းနဲ့တဲ့ခင်ဗျားကိုလေ court date လေဘယ်တရားရုံးကိုတက်ရမယ့်ရက်တွေလဲတဲ့အားလုံးစာရွက်စာတမ်းနဲ့ခင်ဗျားကိုပေးမယ်တဲ့ နောက်ထပ်အဲ့ဒီအကြောင်းနဲ့ပတ်သက်လို့ဗာမေးရှိရရှိသေးလဲအခုနအမပြောရတဲ့ပတ်စံ250ပြီးလို့ရှိရင်အကုန်လုံးပြီးပြီလားအိမ်ပြန်လို့ရတယ်အကုန်လုံးပြီးသွားပြီမဟုတ်ဘူး he was asking the bond money how much money again so I'm going to tell him again 250မဟုတ်ဘူး2,500ပြရလိမ့်မယ်2,500နော်အဲ့ဒါပြီးလို့ရှိရင်
And once again, all of your information, including your bond amount, will be in your paperwork you're going to receive in a moment.
အဲ့ဒါဒီမမေးနေတဲ့စာရွက်စာတမ်းမှာအားလုံးပါပြီးသားတဲ့အဲ့စာရွက်ကိုကြည့်ပါတဲ့နော်
So if you want to go ahead and step over to your left, we'll provide you with that paperwork, so you'll have everything there. Thank you.
အဲ့တော့လေအဲ့ဒီစာရွက်စာတမ်းတွေကိုပေးလိုက်နေတဲ့ဘယ်နေရာကိုသွားလိုက်ပါတဲ့
All right, that was the only matter that we needed assistance with. I appreciate your help today.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, guys. Yeah, my microphone was not off. But
thank you.
All right, so it looks like we do have 2 house calls. I'll go ahead and put those on record now. The first one is Ronnie Osirio, date of birth 6/10 of 87. Looks like he is in Nazwa. So suicide watch. So he's here for 2 separate matters. First one's a new case out of Superior Court alleging 1 count of indecent exposure, a Class 6 felony, 2 counts aggravated assault. Those are actually Class 5 felonies. In this matter, the public defender has been appointed. A status conference at April 16, preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. Given the nature of the offense as well as his repeated history of the same charge, he does have a bond in this matter, which is a $150,000 secured appearance bond with orders not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. He also is here for a probation matter for a Term 1 violation. So in that matter, the public defender has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing set April 17 at 8:30. And in that case, he is non-bailable pursuant to Rule 7.2 and 27.7 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. due to the likelihood that he will be facing DOC time. The next matter that we have here is going to be for April Martinez, date of birth 1/15 of 66, who's a house call due to being combative. She's here for two separate cases here today. First one's a probation violation warrant for a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3, 4, 5, and 15. Public defender's been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing April 17 at 8:30. Bond in that warrant's been affirmed. That's a $250 secured appearance bond. Next case is a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 2 counts of aggravated assault, class 5 felonies, with public defender's been appointed there as well. Status conference at April 16, preliminary hearing April 18, both at 8:30. And in that matter, she does have a bond that's a $1,500 secured appearance bond. All right, I show that is everybody, so I'm going to go ahead and turn off the recorder. We'll be at recess.
Okay, my people, I am going to be switching it over to Pima County. Are you guys ready? James, what's happening with your mouth, James? All right, enough of that. Ay, ay, ay. Ay. Let's see here. Where's my link for Pima County? All right, let's switch it up really quick. Toasty! Hold up. Come on. All right, there we go. Damn, James, I had no idea that you know how to translate other languages. You are speaking like you're in a kung fu movie. What?
Your Honor?
Yes.
You want to start with misdemeanors, and then when Ms. Arguelles gets here, we'll see her when she arrives?
That's fine with me, yes.
Bennett.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That. Up next, we have
Madam Chairman, hold back.
Abuelita. What did Abuelita do you think?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Lee Bennett.
Miss Bennett, you're here for your initial.
No.
Sorry, that's the wrong file. You are correct. Let me see. Which number are you? You're number 4. Somehow I skipped to number 5.
What do you mean, Judge? The wrong file. What kind of?
No, I don't have number 4. But I do have the information in conditions of release, so I think we're good. All right. Hold on. And I think she has a city case too.
This judge better step
Let me just see
her
if I
game
have
up.
her in my
She is
city
playing
file.
with people's lives.
Or did you give it to them? Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, it's at the bottom.
All right.
All right, they were just out of order. Thank you, Manny.
Good.
All right, so
James,
you have a few matters out of Pima County Justice Court. There is a charge of shoplifting, which was from December 2024, and there was a failure to appear in court for that charge.
Right.
And then in Tucson City Court, there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, thank you for the
3
follow,
charges of
Shark.
criminal trespass. 1, 2, 3, 4 of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Saca la pipa. I'm from the
And
UK,
then
mate, so
charges of theft.
it's all different here. Hey, thank you.
And these were all in failure to appear status, except it looks like one criminal trespass and 1 possession of drug paraphernalia are new charges.
Right.
You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. And in the
Damn,
Pima
you
County
weren't following
Justice
me?
Court matter, I am going to appoint an attorney for you, and that is going to be Douglas Taylor. And then for the Tucson City Court cases, I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender's Office to represent you. The phone numbers will be on the paperwork you receive after court today.
Okay.
And then on the charge from Pima County Justice Court, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $50 cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you'll be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact with the alleged victim of that case, and do not return to the incident location. Your next
real?
court date in that case is actually going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. before
AI
Judge
generated,
Steele.
if you will.
Okay.
If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing, and if you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then we'll turn to the Tucson City Court cases. On those, I am going to order that you are held on a total of a $500 bond for all matters. That'll also be cash secured. You're ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victims for the criminal trespass, shoplifting cases. Do not return to those incident locations and abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. And for those cases,
If you
remain in custody, your next court date is going to be April 18th at 1:45.
YT page. I got a stream
And
over
if
there
you are
that,
released,
I'm running
then
without
your next court date will be May 19th at 9 a.m. And if you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your release, for your arrest. The hearings could go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty for you on the new charges in Tucson City Court, and you are presumed to be innocent. You understand?
I do.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
For anybody that's interested in watching the TK case,
And Your Honor, Mr. Arguelles is here.
Jump over to my
great.
YT page. I got it running over there. Just go to my profile, and other links are on my profile, if you will. This is my state. I mean, the TK is TK.
Good morning. Are you?
Good morning.
Arguelles?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here this morning for a review hearing. You have a warrant out of Maricopa County that is sort of waiting in the background while you're held here in Pima County on other local charges. So I'm just going to set another review hearing for May 12th at 9 a.m. to see if you're still being held here or if you have been released to Maricopa County. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Charlotte, thank you. Thank you. Highly appreciate you
Danny
following
Cogwell?
the YT page. Yep, AZ and the casa in the house, in his house. Damn, James, what are you on today? You're on a good one today, James. Need to slow down there, brother.
Now we have number 5. Here we go. Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good morning. Tammy Cogswell.
And Ms. Cogswell, you are here this morning for your initial appearance on charges of assault, which are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. In certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. And we're going to talk about your conditions of release today. All right. So if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your next court date and that you could not have any contact with your sister, would you be able to abide by that condition and then appear for your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
That is correct. Yeah, the judges.
And it's my understanding that
And Abuelita, she's in the gym.
Jeanette may be calling in to the hearing right now, so I'm just going to wait a moment and see if she would like to be heard by the court.
This should be interesting. Hey, is my volume too loud when I speak on TT? Should I lower it down or should I leave it the way it is? You guys tell me, because sometimes I just be getting into it, and man, those last probably be blowing your eardrums out, if you will. He says, anyone said no? No, sir. No, you're good. Hey, gracias. It's fine. It's great. Writes Chris Loud. You good. Perfect. Little too loud. Too loud, if you will. No, it's loud.
All right. Is Annette Cogswell Lewis on the line now?
Yes, I'm on the line.
This is Judge Monroe. I am hearing the initial appearances today, and we were just about to issue Ms. Cogswell's conditions of release. Would you like to be heard?
No, I just wanted to know when she was going to be let go, because I'm moving my stuff out of my mom's house, and I just don't want to be anywhere near her. I don't want her boyfriend to be anywhere, or her husband to be anywhere near me. And I have just recently had surgery, and I have drains on, so I'm just not moving that fast.
Okay.
I want to be safe.
All right, ma'am. Were you all living in the same residence?
No, but my mother's there. I've been taking care of her for 2 years. So now I'm moving out, and my sister and her husband are likely to show up because her purse and her car are there.
Okay. Well, I'll make my orders, and then you'll be able to determine how you want to proceed. Thank you for appearing this morning. All right.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
So, Ms. Cogswell, I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for your future court dates. The additional orders are that you may possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, do not commit any acts of domestic violence, have no contact with your sister, and don't go to her residence or workplace. So wherever she's living or working, you cannot go there at this point in time. If you do need to gather any belongings from that location, I'm going to put in my order that you can return once with a police escort to pick up belongings. So you take my order to the nearest police station, and you show them the order, and they will escort you to the residence to pick up your belongings, okay? And no contact through third parties either, just to make that clear. All right, so your next court date will be April 21st at 10:30 a.m. That's for what's called a domestic violence arraignment. That'll be with Judge Steele, and that's at Pima County Justice Court. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearing can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, I do.
I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf today. You are presumed to be innocent. And oops, sorry, I was thinking Tucson City Court. I'm not going to enter your plea today. That will happen when you are at your next hearing. So you are excused for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Damn it, eh? Hey, Amber, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it. Let me see over here. Let me see some of the comments. James, this is coming over the court case. What's coming over the court case? Next.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Thank you.
Mr. Cruz, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of driving under the influence, as well as interfering with judicial proceedings. All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney of your choice, or you have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning, sir. Let me just see if...
When you order Gunther WWE off Temu. You ain't right, Dave. You ain't right. Ay, ay, ay. I love the comments, though. You guys are definitely got me rolling with the comments.
Okay.
Hey, Hockey, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate that.
Oh, okay. There you go. That makes sense. All right. Sorry, sir. All right. If I were to order that you were released... Actually, sorry. Let me look real quick here at this information.
Angel, thank you for the follow. Vicky, thank you for the follow. Hey, remember, following is free 99. Try it. You'll like it. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Hit that follow and tap that screen. Gifts are not required. Oh, hopefully my
All right,
wife's
sir.
not
So
in
what
the
I'm
chat.
going to order is that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secure. And then if you are able to post that bond and be released, the additional orders are that you do not drive if you don't have a valid driver's license, and that you do not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. It's my understanding.
12,000 followers? Hell yes, I'm talking about. Go ahead and do one of these.
Hold on a second.
Shout out to you guys for helping me get to 12,000 followers almost, if you will. Yesterday was a good day. Yesterday we got like 1,000 new followers. It was bananas yesterday. We had over 2,500 people watching yesterday. When that one judge went on that went crazy on that one dude, on that video that I clipped, it was crazy. The chat was just like, I can't even read anything. I was like, which comment do I read? I couldn't. It was bananas. The comments were going. You know what? That's probably happened maybe like 3 or 4 times in the past. Like it happens like every 2 weeks. Like every 2 weeks, the like a gang of people be coming in. I don't know why it happens, but hey, I'll ride the wave if you will.
Actually, sir, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear, would you appear at your future court date?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Is it in your bio? Yeah, it's in my bio.
All right, so your next court date is going to be April 21st. That'll be at 8:30 in the morning before Judge Pesquiera. The additional orders are that you do not drive without a valid license, do not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
This is the small account, Flossie.
If you were to fail to appear for your future court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
I got 2 accounts, so you guys are watching right now. You guys are on the backup account right now. The other account has over 20,000 followers. But I think that one, I haven't been getting a lot of views for like a month. I'm not sure if they restricted that account, but man, the views, I get like 20 people on that one if I start streaming. It's weird. Hey, thank you, Green Eyes. Highly appreciate that.
Good morning. Please state your name.
700.
Maybe.
Rex, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct. Those are domestic violence charges. And you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. In certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf.
Thank you, KJ, coming in from the FYP, if you will.
We're going to talk about your conditions of release today. And if I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear for your next court date, sir, would you appear for your next court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
No way he ran from the cops.
So I'm going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for your future court date. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence. We were able to speak with one of the alleged victims, and she indicated she was fine with having additional contact with you. That's Miss Escamilla. However, we were not able to speak with Monica Lopez, so I am at this point in time going to order that you're not allowed to have any contact with Monica Lopez. And that means you can also not go to her residence or workplace. That is.
That's Monica's residence and her workplace.
Yeah. Is that where you were living?
Yeah. But you don't work.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't have that information, so.
Okay, all right.
You can return one time with a police escort to pick up some necessary belongings.
That's right.
You'll take my order to the closest police station to the residence, and they will escort you there to obtain your necessary belongings. And this is an order that can change in the future if the prosecution is able to speak with her and determine that she's fine with you returning to the home, okay? But for now...
So she has to do that? So she has to get in contact to get that order lifted?
Yeah. And you're not allowed to reach out to her, so keep that in mind. Right? Okay. Your next court date is going to be April 21st at 8:30 a.m. That's at Pima County Justice Court before Judge Pesquiera for an arraignment. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Hey, Kayla, I think the majority of people, they promise to
Thompson,
appear, but I would say most of them don't show up. Because if you're living that life, you don't care about warrants. You know, catch me when you can. You guys let me out, I'm running. I'll just pay in full. I'll just pay everything in full at one time. Shine bright, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate that.
Good morning. Please state your name.
McCollum Hernandez.
The comments on this.
Good morning, Ms. Hernandez. This is the time for your initial appearance on charges of assault. Those are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, ma'am. If I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear for your future court dates?
Thank you.
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
Thank you. And would you be able to refrain from having any contact with Jesus Corrales?
Yes, I will not touch this.
Great. So I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for your future court date. You may possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence. You may not have any contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to his residence or workplace. Do not return to the incident location. Were you living at any of those places?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to order that you may return one time with a police escort to pick up your necessary belongings. You'll take my order to the closest police station, and they will escort you there to allow you to pick up your belongings. Your next court date is going to be April 21st at 8:30 a.m. for an arraignment with Judge Pesquiera at Pima County Justice Court. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You understand?
I understand.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Damn, she let that fool have it. Hey, DV is
I'm
no
Mr.
laughing
Comment
matter.
section.
If you're in a relationship like that, reach out to somebody, anybody, and try to get some help to escape that, because it's not cool being in a relationship like that. This message has been brought to you by You Have a Collect Call From, and I am Collect Call James, if you will. And don't forget to hit that follow button. It goes both ways, y'all. You ain't lying. And if you guys get a chance, take a little stroll down to my profile and drop some comments.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Skyline Thompson Exner.
Mr. Thompson Exner, this is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters. Looks like you have new charges out of Pima County Justice Court for criminal trespass. And then you have
he looks mighty suspect, though.
Older charges out of Tucson City Court
the glasses.
For also criminal trespass and a count of assault. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. Let's see, we're going to talk about your conditions of release, and I'm just looking at the history of the Tucson City Court case. It looks to me like you did appear on this case in July of 2023, and then you did not return for your next court date in August. And that's been a couple of years now. And then the charges had been pending. The citation, so probably since the alleged offense date, which was July of 2020. You do not have to say anything, sir, and anything you say can and will be used against you. So I would definitely recommend not saying anything about the charges themselves, but do you want to say anything about your failure to appear to answer to the city court charges?
I didn't honestly really remember exactly which what these charges were about, and I believe I didn't. I think that I moved out of town shortly after the incident in 2020.
Okay.
Is the one, and then the other ones are just happened the other day.
Okay. Sir, are you living in Tucson now?
Is this
yes.
live?
If I ordered that you were released on your promise to appear for your Tucson City Court charges, would you appear for them?
Yes.
Great. So I am going to give you one more chance to appear for them. Your court date is going to be May 28th at 2 p.m.
No, this is AI generated, and I am.
That will be at Tucson City Court before Judge Mayhew.
Or hearing us.
Does that cover all of the charges you were talking about, including the trespassing, or is that separate?
This is the Tucson City Court because it was the one I was most likely to hold you on. I dealt with it first.
Okay.
Because the fact that it's been going on since 2020 is very concerning. I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear on that charge. Your additional orders are not to have any contacts with the alleged victims, do not return to the incident locations, abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. And do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. I'm certain, sir, that if you don't appear for the next court date in your Tucson City Court case, that a warrant will issue, and I doubt that the next judge who sees you on initial appearances would release you. And then I'm also going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for your new Pima County Justice Court charge. The additional orders are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location of the trespass. Your next court date in that case is going to be April 21st at 8:30 a.m. before Judge Pesquiera for an arraignment at Pima County Justice Court. And if you fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
The elevator doesn't go all the way up. Hey, and anybody that's new here, welcome. I appreciate you guys. And yes, this is live. This is live and direct from Pima County, Arizona. It's always live.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Emma Hawkins.
Ms. Hawkins, you are here for your initial appearance on charges of assault and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. In certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release. And if I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear, would you appear at your next court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. The additional conditions of release are that you commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact of any kind with Jacob Wilcoa, do not go to his residence, his workplace, the incident location, stay away from him completely. And your next court date is going to be May 6th at 1:30 before Judge Million for
poor Jacob.
just double check for a domestic violence arraignment. I'll also let you know that you are presumed to be innocent. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf today.
Hey, thank
However,
you
if you fail to appear for your future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
I would have bailed her out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Disclaimer,
Thank
that
you.
wasn't me. My wife was watching. I was reading the comments. So
How Jones.
don't come busting the door down, if you will. James, why do you always say, if you will? Do you know what that means in Italy?
Thank
Hey,
you.
Honor.
No, I don't.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your name?
Sean Howell.
Mr. Howell, you're here this morning for your initial appearance on a few charges out of Tucson City Court. Those include criminal damage and 2 counts of disorderly conduct. Those are all domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent.
wow.
Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented. You have the right to hire the attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed for you.
Yes, ma'am.
There we go. Damn, what's up with all these? I'm telling you guys, hey, in Pima County, 80% of the cases what I would have to
Sir,
say
if I
are
were
DV.
to order that you be released on your promise to appear for future court dates, would you appear for your future court date?
Absolutely, Judge. Yes, I promise.
Yes, ma'am.
Promise.
All right.
Hey, Brand, welcome.
So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. And the additional conditions are, sorry, let me
What
double
up,
check.
Spooky Squad, if you will. It's crazy heat here, laughing out loud. Who says no? Hey, I seen one person, they almost said no. Sounds legit coming from AZ native. Tucson is college town and it really only has bars. Laughing out loud, perfect recipe for jail. It's
There it
probably
is.
because of the high drinking problem. Hey, I'm level 8. I gotta recharge. OMG, really?
All right. The additional conditions are that you
This
possess
is
or
so much
consume
better
no
than
alcohol or illegal drugs, and that you commit no acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is going to be May 12th at 9 a.m. That'll be for a pretrial conference before Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings could go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And then if you fail to appear for sentencing after a conviction for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I will also enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf, and you are presumed to be innocent. You are excused.
Hey guys, well,
All right.
I would like
Thank
to say
you,
that
Honor.
I'm really, it brings so
Hello.
much joy to my heart that other people's miseries are bringing us together and fulfilling our day with
Good
nothing
morning.
but laughter and joy.
Good morning.
If
Please
you
state your
will.
name.
Anthony Sean Kellogg.
Mr. Kellogg, this is the time for your initial appearance on a number of charges out of Tucson City Court. They include disorderly conduct, assault, 3 more charges of disorderly conduct, and contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor. The first 3 are domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you, sir. We're going to talk about your conditions of release right now, and I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $1,500. That will be cash or secured. You may have, if you are able to post that bond and be released, you are further ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substance, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact of any kind with Adriana Watson.
Hey, Reasons, thank
Do not go to her residence or workplace. You may return one time with a law enforcement escort to retrieve your personal belongings. You'll take my order once you're released to the nearest police station to the residence, and they will escort you to obtain your belongings. And then you are required to establish an alternate address.
Hey, that fool, he has like the Abraham Lincoln kind of look.
Your
going
next
on
court
right there.
date is going to be April 16th at 1:30. That'll be before Judge Million at Tucson City Court. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. And if you have posted bond and are released, then it will be your responsibility to appear for that hearing. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal.
Your Honor, can I ask something, please?
Sure.
Shut your mouth.
Can if I don't go to work by tomorrow, I'm gonna lose my job. I'm gonna lose my 6-year-old son with his mom. Yeah. Is there any way we can put me on a probation where I check in every day or every week at a certain time?
Sorry, sir. No, that's not
Please.
available. And based on the condition of the alleged victim, when the police arrived, I am not going to release you on your own recognizance. I am going to maintain the $1,500 bond. Do you understand the conditions of failing to appear for court?
Yeah.
All right. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent at this time, and you are excused for today. Thank you.
Damn you, Judge. Screw you, Judge. Screw you. I'm going to lose everything because of you. It's your fault. You had an opportunity to help me, and you just flushed it down the toilet. Always forgetting about self-accountability, if you will.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Greg Munoz.
Mr. Munoz, this is the time for your initial appearance on a number of matters out of Tucson City Court. It looks like you had failed to appear and there were warrants issued. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 different counts of criminal trespass, and then
Arizona.
2, 3 different counts of possession of drug paraphernalia, and then 1 count of unlawful possession of prescription drugs.
Vegas,
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, sir. What I'm going to order is that you're held on a bond of $500. That'll be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released,
send me your address.
You will be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, to have no contact of any kind with the victims of the criminal trespass, do not return to the incident location, and abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. If you remain in custody, your next court date is going to be April 18th at 1:45. The jail would make you available for that hearing. It'll be a video review. And if you are able to post bond and be released, then your next court date will be May 14th at 2:30 p.m. That'll be for a pretrial conference. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You understand the consequences of failing to appear? Thank you. You're excused.
Next. Get out of here. Get out of my sight. You're slowing down my progress. We appreciate you. James absolutely is 100% amazing.
Good morning. Please state your name.
You guys.
Sims.
This is the time for your initial appearance. It looks like you had warrants on charges out of Tucson City Court for theft, shoplifting, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And then probation revocations have been filed on charges of disorderly conduct, domestic violence, and criminal damage domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you in these matters. We're going to talk about your conditions of release now, and I am ordering that you be held on a bond of $2,600. That'll be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you'll be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim of the disorderly conduct or criminal damage charges, do not return to those incident locations, and that includes the theft, shoplifting charge as well, and abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. Your next court date, whether you remain in custody or are able to post bond and be released, will be April 16th at 1:30. That'll be before Judge Millian. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Colorado. No,
Yes, I do. I may say something. I did complete further second pass of my STEP program.
Ooh,
And having shown communication,
dumpster fire.
I'd like to be released on my own recognizance and prosecuted pretrial so that I can return to employment.
I'm not going to do that because of the probation revocations. I'm not going to release you to pretrial, and also pretrial is only available for felony cases.
You can watch this on my YT account.
But I do hope you are able to maintain your STEPS program. All right.
Yeah, so I've completed it already. So that was
Thank you. You're excused.
UK James, that's right. Hey, so on the bonds, it varies. If the judge says cash only, then they gotta pay cash. If they say secured, it means that they could get a bondsman.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Just sub YT.
Charles Edward Ottles.
Mr. Aros, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of indecent
We'll waive reading of the charges, Your Honor.
Indecent exposure. They don't want to say it. He's a chuco, un
So you have one
cochino.
felony and one misdemeanor charge.
Flush.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matters. And I am appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. You have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing.
Like my wife would say.
We are going to discuss your conditions of release. And in preparing for that, I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any felony criminal history. It also lets me know whether you were able to provide any information to pretrial services and what their assessments and recommendations are. I have also reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $2,500 and that if you are able to post bond, that you be released to pretrial services. Actually, they didn't check that, but I would probably order it anyway. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor, and just for what it's worth, to the extent that anyone gets released, unless we denote that we would be okay with ROR, we would ask that, pretrial services be the fallback, if nothing else. Thank you.
I'll never stop the toilet flushing. Never. As long as there's crimes being committed like this, I can't
it looks like
stop.
it looks like you're muted there.
If you will.
I'm so sorry. We would ask that he be released to pretrial services supervision. If he were to be released, he would be supervised by both pretrial and probation. Given that increased level of monitoring that can be imposed on him, we would ask that you give him an opportunity on release.
He needs flushing, right, Lisa Marie? That's what I'm talking about. Why do these kinds get the weaker charges? Do the toilet flushes again just because they said that? Cali kid, drop one, flush one, if you will.
And I just want to make sure there has not been a probation hold entered.
No, Your Honor. Your records confirm there's not a probation.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here, Shine Bright.
Sir, I am going to order a bond. I'm going to order a bond of $500. That'll be cash or secured. If you are able to post that, you will be released to pretrial services. You'll have to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victims. Do not return to the incident location. Your next court date will be April 21st at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing.
So the reason she didn't say it was
in
because
the felony matter.
She's protecting his identity. She doesn't want him to be victimized, if you will.
And then
she doesn't want them to have a fun time.
Are they together?
Behind bars.
Or no, that's in Tucson City Court. Sorry. Here we go.
Where's the lawyer's right next to him? You can't see him on here on TT, but you can see him on YT if you want to see the lawyer. Follow. Hey, thank you for the follow-up. Bad ASS.
And then in the Tucson City Court case, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for future court dates. Your next court date in the Tucson City Court case is going to be June 6th at 9 a.m. That will be before Judge Hale, in Tucson City Court for a pretrial conference. And in that case, you are ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location.
Welcome, B.A.D.
I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you in that matter. And I will enter a plea of not guilty and let you know that you are presumed to be innocent. If you were to fail to appear for your future court date in Tucson City Court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearing could go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused for today. Sorry.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's just disgusting how they protect them. Makes me want to throw up. But food's so expensive right now, I can't even afford to throw up right now. I got to keep the food that's in my stomach right now. Just too expensive. Do you know how much eggs cost right now? I'm upset, but I got to keep the food in my stomach. Then my wife will get mad. She'll be like, wait, what you waste a good meal for? Hey, James, I'm getting my have a CollectCallFrom fix for the day. That's right. Mercedes eggs are $10 here. Damn. Food is so ridiculous right now.
Please state your name.
Hunter Paddleton.
Mr. Paddleton,
We'll wait reading of the charges.
Thank you. This is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on felony charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. We are going to talk about your conditions of release, and you do have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing.
Shit, I might fly to
In
Scotland to get some
preparing
eggs.
for the discussion of your conditions of release, I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which includes their recommendations, their assessments, and any information you were able to provide, as well as whether you have any felony criminal history.
We had got 10 chickens, so we got good on
I've also reviewed the state's recommendation, and the state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $400,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Hey, thank you, Shine Bright.
Your Honor, we would just note the very, very concerning facts in the interim complaint and the fact that Mr. Paddleton is on probation for 2 felony offenses as we sit here today. So for those reasons, in particular, the facts of the new allegations, that bond strikes us as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did forget to note for everyone that there is a probation hold on Mr. Paddleton. So regardless of what I ordered today, he would not be released until that was resolved.
Your Honor, given the probation hold, we would ask for a nominal bond for time credits, and as the court noted, he will remain in custody regardless.
Thank you.
This guy's name or the previous guy?
I am going to order the state's recommended $400,000 bond, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, sir, because your other matter has been resolved, you would be released to the custody of pretrial services. You would be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess firearms or weapons. If you do have any weapons, or excuse me, if you do have any firearms in your possession, you would be required to surrender those to local law enforcement. You may have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim starting immediately. You may not go to her residence or her workplace. You may not return to the incident location. Your next court date is going to be April 21st at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you were to be released and then failed to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused.
Yeah. So normally when they waive the rights, I'm watching both your channels. I thank you. Highly appreciate that. Yeah, when they waive the rights, it's something bad. Never support this BBC. They protect all the essays plus. Hey, damn, that's all bad. You see, we're going to color rocks this Easter.
Yeah. Can you just tell
Hunter?
me the court date? And is there anything else I need to know, like an attorney or not?
Man, hey, but hey, I want to tell you guys, I do appreciate you guys, for tuning in. I really appreciate. TK is currently on YT right now. It started a little bit earlier on. If you want to watch, actually, they're on break right now.
I'm surprised I haven't done it more often because the approve button lights up right now.
Sorry.
I've got you on YouTube streams on my TVA.
Please state your name.
Blue Shot. We appreciate you.
Tanner, TANNER. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. This is the time for your initial appearance. It looks like we have a couple of different matters.
All right, Judge.
We have felony charges of possession of a narcotic drug, criminal damage, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And then there are some older from December misdemeanor charges of shoplifting that you failed to appear for in a warrant issued for your arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
I think so.
1 second, if I can just have a moment here.
Yep.
If you go to my profile, I got the links on my profile. Or you could just go, if you go to YT, you just go to YT, go to the search bar, hit @collect.
I had handled all my misdemeanors in a case where I pleaded guilty to 10 of them. Sort of out there.
The UK are not going to do an inquiry for the.
And can you tell me what that date would be?
Hey, thank you for the follow, Kaylee. Do this
right.
still.
I haven't decided yet, but I just wanted to know.
If you will. They pay 10%. Yeah.
All right. Mr. Fitzpatrick, I'm not sure if when you took care of some misdemeanors, this one was not included. However, we're going to go ahead and talk about all the cases that are before me today. So you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the public defender to represent you on the new felony charges. And that's where we're going to start. So we're going to talk about your conditions of release on the new felony charges, and you do have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, and I have also reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $5,500. And if you were able to post that bond and be released, that you're released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, we're just asking for that bond based on the failure to appear history and the fact that these new allegations involve him throwing some river rock type items through the windows of a small business. Probably something they're going to have a hard time affording to fix. So for those reasons, you should sit at the jail for a bit. Thanks.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, we would ask that you release Mr. Fitzpatrick to pretrial services supervision. I understand he has the criminal damage charges. The drug allegations involve only 2 M30s. I did speak with him prior to the hearing. He is engaged with Kodak and for mental health treatment. He has attended Kodak this week. Given that, we would ask you give him an opportunity on pretrial services release so he can engage in mental health treatment out of custody.
Hey, we got over 400 people watching right now. If you guys could do me a favor, if you guys have a free moment, if you guys could go to my profile, drop some comments on some of the latest videos I dropped. If you guys like watching this type of streams and whatnot, it'll definitely help me out if I could start generating some funds from TT, if you will. And man, I could be here with you. I could go and quit my real job, and I could go ahead and do this. So if you guys enjoy watching it, hit that follow button and drop some comments and repost the videos, if you will.
Is there any bond that the defendant believes he could post?
No, Your Honor, given his financial situation, any bond is effectively going to hold him without bond. And so, again, we would ask for release given his financial situation and given that he has engaged with Kodak.
Over here, there's no pressure for gifts, but there will be pressure to follow, hearting, dropping comments, and all that free stuff. Anything that you guys could do free without having to, you know, take any money out of your pockets or take any money out of your family's pocket, if you will. I'm not interested in that, but I am interested in everything else. Comments, thumbs up, thumbs down, hearts, tapping, if you will.
All right.
You guys are the
so
community,
on the
you guys can help
felony
me out
matters, I
in
am
that
going
fashion.
to order a bond of $500 cash or secured. If you are found and be released, you'll be released to pretrial services.
Oh, she's tired.
Your next court date is going to be April
21st.
Your next court date will be April 21st at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing. The additional orders are that that you may not possess alcohol or illegal drugs, you may not possess firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victims, do not return to the incident location, and if you were to fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And then on the misdemeanor charge, I am going to appoint Douglas Taylor to represent you.
Your Honor,
Sir, just a moment. I am going to order a bond of $20 cash or secured in that case. And your next court date for that case is going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So hopefully you're able to get that case handled tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And then if it was supposed to be wrapped up in another agreement, that can be taken care of tomorrow. Okay, sir? Just 20. I think the jail is on mute. I don't know if it's safe for someone to unmute or not. Okay. Sir, I understand that this is upsetting.
Is there any way you can remove the $500 bond and let me be walking away and released? I have to go to Kodak to do medicine and stuff. I'm trying to deal with stuff in real life and not saying just jail. I'm really dealing with a human life getting raped every day. What? I want to be a confidential informant to help handle the matter. I don't know what the fuck to do on the matter. I'm just going to jail for the stay for what? I'm gonna sit for a week to get it modified in a week. Every single time I get out with a different judge. Like I would like to get released. I don't know why there'd be a $500 bond. I have no one that can pay. Nobody in the world will pay $50 for me to get out. It's just $50. But no, I just can't do it, man. Can you please help me here?
Sir, I am very sorry for your circumstances. I wish that you had.
How do I get another judge to get involved and making me a confidential informant and helping me handle a real life matter that involves a 25-year-old getting raped every goddamn single day, homie?
I don't want anything.
How do I handle my life for my life? What?
Sir, I hear you, and I don't want bad things to happen to you. What I want is to know that you're not going to do bad things to other people, okay?
I don't wish to hurt nobody, Sam. I don't wish to hurt nobody. Everyone jokes around and they're fucking.
Did he say fat?
Sir, I am sorry, and I've given you your next court date. I've made
I'm sorry. You're doing a poor job right here. You know it. You're doing it to be fun.
Ah, they muted him.
Thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Together.
You're excused for today, okay?
He said fat, bro. God, he called her homie. Homie, don't you know me? He called the judge homie. Crash out. That crash out is real right there, right? 808. Yeah. He went out with a bang, if you will. Sheesh. I've been waiting for this all day. He just flushed himself. The attorney's laughing. I'm gonna clip that for you guys. That one's gonna definitely get clipped 110%. That was a trip. Make sure you clip that 110%. Let him do that to the judge from yesterday, baby. Let me see. Public defender's gonna go ahead and put in some sick time. He was a trip.
I think the jail might be muted.
Well, we shouldn't be muted.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, you're not. I was just
What in the
seeing
sideshow
it
Bob is
incorrectly.
happening here?
Okay. Please state your name. Mr. Bonilla, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of shoplifting and trafficking in stolen property.
What up, London?
Let's see.
Hey,
And you are Edwin Bonilla, right? Okay, just making sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today. And I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services about you. I've reviewed the interim complaint, and I reviewed the state's recommendation that you be released to pretrial services, okay? I am inclined to release you to pretrial services. Does anyone need to be heard further?
No objection to that, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you both.
How are you watching this
So
live? With my
I am going to
eyes.
release you to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment that they direct. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess firearms or weapons. You may have no contact with the alleged victims of the shoplifting. You may not return to the incident location.
That's right,
Your next court date is going to be April 30th. That's at 1:30 at Pima County Justice Court for a preliminary hearing. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest, okay? All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Hey, you know what? Somebody put a comment that I would feel bad if I had gone through addiction. And to be honest with you, I've never tried any substances. So luckily, I've never been in that type of situation. But
good morning. Please state
I
your
didn't
name.
make him take those substances.
Jose Bonilla.
Mr. Bonilla, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of theft of a means of transportation.
I don't think they know.
And you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today. And in preparing for that, I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the arrest. I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, including whether you have any prior felony convictions, any information you were able to provide to them or they were able to verify through residence or references, and their assessments and recommendations. I have also reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is recommending that you be released to pretrial services, and I am inclined to release you to pretrial services. Does anyone need to be heard further?
Not much, Your Honor, not from the state.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Bonilla, I am going to order that you're released to pretrial services. You are required to submit to any monitoring or treatment directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location, which would be where the car was taken from. And your next court date is going to be April 30th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're excused.
You know what? If it was a
Your Honor,
child,
you're on. Oh.
because children are
We do
always
Mr.
born.
Trilla next.
Children are
That's
always born
fine
with
with me.
addiction, you know, because of their parents. You know, situations like that where a child doesn't have a choice, then I feel awful. You know, I feel for that child. But as an adult, at some point you gotta be like, hey, this is not for me, and you figure it out. If you're constantly doing the same thing over and over again, I don't know what to say. No sé.
So that's number 25 on the main list, right?
It's number 13 under the felonies. I'm sorry if you have different numbers.
Oh no, we got another one.
Thank you. Good morning. Oh, sorry.
And that's why nobody will bail him out, because he burned out his bridges.
Maybe.
If somebody's not willing to pay $50 for you, then something's definitely wrong.
Good morning, ma'am. Are you able to state your name?
Yeah,
Ms. Ochoa, you are here on your initial appearance for charges of possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia. Those are new felony charges. And then you have some additional misdemeanor charges that were in failure to appear status from South Tucson City Court. Those include criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, domestic violence, and then 2 other charges of disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the new felony matters. And you do have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release.
We're doing job interviews.
And I have reviewed information
Teresa.
provided by pretrial services. I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances of the new felony arrests. And I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be released to pretrial services on the new felony charges. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services on those new felony charges. Does anyone need to be heard further?
Oh, the wifey just came through, my beautiful wife.
So you
we would just ask, I'm so sorry, that a steps hearing be set and we would waive time for the PH.
Okay, great. So I will set your case for a steps hearing on April 17th at 9 a.m. That's to determine whether you are eligible for the pre-indictment diversion program known as STEPS. If you were able to successfully complete that program after being accepted, it's possible that the state would not go forward on the felony drug charges. And let's see, then your preliminary hearing will be within 45 days, and that date is May 27th. If you are accepted into the STEPS program, then that hearing may not go forward, so you want to keep in touch with your attorney. Let's see.
She's moving slow motion.
Did I already say the other conditions of release? I'll say them now. So you'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms.
Slow motion for me.
Okay.
Damn. I like it. I like it like that. Damn.
I think I got everything right on there. And
she's
then...
glitchy. Hey, Robin, thank you for buying the subscription. Highly appreciate that. It's not required, but it is appreciated, Robin.
And then the misdemeanor charges have only been going on for a couple of months, it looks like. So I will order that you are released on your promise to appear for those charges. The additional orders are that you do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, do not commit any acts of domestic violence, have no contact with the alleged victims, and do not return to the incident locations. Of the disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, or disorderly conduct, domestic violence charges. Your next court date for your misdemeanor cases is going to be April 22nd. That's at 10 a.m. and that is at South Tucson City Court. If you were to fail to appear for any of your future hearings, a warrant could issue for your arrest, okay? You understand?
Okay.
Thank you. You're excused.
She'll be back. But so the reason they're releasing her is because she's not violent. She's low on the totem pole. Their jail's probably full to capacity, so they gotta reserve those spots for people that. Next.
No, here's the paper.
They should have skipped her. Hell nah. The wheels of church. The wheels of justice must turn.
Have a seat. Have a seat.
Rain or shine, awake or sleeping, it don't matter. I would have cleaned that seat. Oh yeah. They good looking out for the correction officer right there cleaning that. I would probably burn that chair though. Just throw it out. Throw it in the wood chipper. It's no bueno anymore. That thing is whatever she had on her probably seeped in to the pores of that plastic there.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Morning, Cox.
Ms. Cox, you're here this morning for felony charges of possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of narcotic drugs. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And it looks like we are appointing Joseph Ezzo to represent you in this matter. And you have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we're going to talk about your conditions of release. And to prepare for that conversation, I have reviewed the information provided by pretrial services. I have also reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the arrest.
Hold on. George.
And then I've also reviewed the state's recommendation, and the state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $10,000. And they've indicated to me that they're making that request instead of requesting that you be held without because it looks like you were on pretrial release, perhaps. Let's see.
That's correct, Your Honor. She is on pretrial release in a personal possession case. She is engaged with steps.
Okay, great. And so when someone is on release for a felony offense, the state has the right to request that they be held without bond and set for a no bond hearing to determine if they should continue to be held without bond. However, it appears the state is recommending $10,000 instead of that. Would the state like to be heard further?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I think we've covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. And would the defense like to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that you release Ms. Cox to pretrial services supervision. As I said before, she is engaged with steps. And speaking with her before court, I do understand she has enrolled with HOPE and wants to begin engaging with outpatient treatment with HOPE, specific classes to address her substance abuse issues. Given that the additional supervision that pretrial and steps and probation could impose, we would ask that you give her an opportunity to engage in drug treatment out of custody.
You guys have a pothole problem over there? I don't think she's pregnant. It looks like she has a sling over her arm.
Great. So
I think that's why she's holding it.
I would like for Ms. Cox to be able to continue her drug treatment. I see that she was previously released on a bond of $500. Is there an additional, and before that, in a different case on a bond of $2,500? I'm concerned about the charges continuing to stack up, so I'm wondering if there's an amount that she feels she could post.
Your Honor, I understand from her that any additional bond imposed at this time is going to hold her without bond. She has no ability to pay any other bonds. I do think she has been making affirmative efforts to deal with her substance abuse issues, and given that, we would ask you consider release to pretrial.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm gonna do some seminars for the very low price of $59.99 to go ahead and help cure this James addiction, if you will. Stay tuned for the schedule. Damn, James, how you doing it like that, man? I remember you had 3 followers, and now you're charging $59.99 for the seminars to get us off the hook. Man, James, you a cold piece, James.
And I just want to double check. This charge would not be steps eligible since she's already has other charges in that program. Is that correct?
I don't think she's eligible for steps. I don't know that that's the reason. But I guess in my familiarity with the program, I don't think she'd be able to engage with steps in this case.
Okay. Thank you.
We only had one case for parole today. I didn't run it on TT. Tomorrow we got Minnesota.
I am going to impose a bond in this matter because new charges are a violation of the previous bond. And so I am going to order a bond of $1,500 cash or secured. If you're able to post that bond, ma'am, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be April 21st at 1:30. That is for a preliminary hearing. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You understand?
You're just in luck. I got a payment plan, if you will.
One more time. Yes.
Thank you. You're excused.
Next. Oh no, it was a folder. I thought it was a sling. It looked like she had a sling on her arm. It was a freaking folder. Payment plan. Damn, from 10K to 1,500, she got hooked up. The best rugs is this live. And once again, if you guys could do me a favor, put your wallets away. No, I don't need you guys to send me money via Cash App or PayPal or Zelle or Venmo. But I do need you guys to hit that follow, tap the screen, and also if you guys could go ahead and check out some of the latest videos I put up, repost them, drop some comments to give me the algorithm. We're trying to turn this into something where I could be on here all day, every day.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Eric, Manny Duran.
Mr. Duran, this is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters. There's felony charges of possession of drug paraphernalia and then misdemeanor charges out of Pima County Justice Court with a failure to appear warrant. Let's see. It looks like the state is moving to dismiss the possession of drug paraphernalia charge without prejudice. So I will order that charge dismissed without prejudice. And approve that. And then let's look at your misdemeanor.
Hey, I'm doing good. Wayne, how are you doing? What up, Melanie? Welcome.
Hey, it looks like these offenses are alleged to have occurred, the shoplifting charge in January and the failure to appear in February.
It's like a
Mr. Duran, if I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, in that case, would you appear for your next court date?
I think
yes, Your Honor.
Prejudice.
All right, so I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for your future court dates in the misdemeanor case.
I get confused with that.
That court date is going to be April 21st. That's at 8:30 in the morning at Pima County Justice Court before Judge Pesquiera. That's for an arraignment. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The additional requirements are that you do not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact with the alleged victims of the shoplifting, and do not return to the incident location. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
So misdemeanor would be a lower category of crime. Felony is a more serious one. So like a misdemeanor would be like driving over like 20 miles over the speed limit. That'll be like a misdemeanor. If you're driving 10 miles over the speed limit, that'll be like an infraction. And then if you're driving while drinking and driving 20 miles over the limit, that'll probably be a felony. So just different levels, in other words, if you will. I'm not sure if that's actually a thing right there where I just mentioned. I was just using that as an example, if you will. So don't get.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Hey, James, that's not a.
Matthew Joseph Falwell Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Falwell. This is the time for your initial appearance on charges out of Pima County Superior Court of unlawful flight from law enforcement, criminal damage to property, endangerment, and disorderly conduct with weapons. These are all felony charges. They are alleged to have occurred in February of 2023.
Okay, thank you for that, Bulls.
And I also wanted to note that you have some family members present here in the courtroom for support.
Working on that. I'm working on the merch. I'm waiting for
you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Yeah. We are going to talk about your conditions of release today. And I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which includes whether or not you have any prior felony history, information that was provided by you or your references, and pretrial services assessments and recommendations. I've also reviewed the state's request, which is that you be released to the custody of pretrial services, and I am inclined to release you to the custody of pretrial services. Does anyone need to be heard further?
Oh, yeah.
No, ma'am.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. So I am going to order that you're released to pretrial services. You are required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. If there are any firearms in your possession after you're released, then you must surrender those to local law enforcement. You may have no contact with the alleged victims and do not return to the incident location of the alleged offenses. Your next court date is going to be April 17th at 1:30. That's for an arraignment. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Your excuse.
There was only one person heard in Connecticut today, so that's why I didn't air it, because, I mean...
Oh, his hearing will be at Pima County
used to, like,
Superior
5, 6,
Court,
7, 8
so that's
hearings, so.
down at Congress and Church.
But tomorrow
You're
we'll have
welcome.
some more hearings.
Thank you for being here.
Connecticut, if you will, border patrol hearings. Tomorrow we got Minnesota.
I had a feeling.
And I believe Connecticut, so be on the lookout. Bates Motel, boy. The Bates Motel. What in the what? What's going on right here?
Thank you.
Is that a dude? Yeah, no, it has to be a dude. In the morning, maybe like about 8 a.m. my time. I'll start up the streams. Hey, thank you.
Please state your name.
Christopher George.
Oh, it is a dude. I knew it. Who in the...
All right, you are here on a warrant out of Maricopa County.
1029.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be I think because we don't have anything else going on, only Maricopa County can appoint an attorney to represent you. We are going to talk about your conditions of release today. The warrant from Maricopa County listed a bond amount, I believe, of $15,000. Where did that go?
Yes.
So I am going to honor that bond amount. That'll be cash or secured.
Your Honor, can I be heard briefly on the bond amount?
Sure.
The pretrial services did score him at a 1. The charges in this case are from 2023 and 2024. I don't think there's any information that he's ever been previously given an opportunity to appear on these charges. And pretrial services was able to, speak with his mother, who did confirm he has housing separate from any alleged victim in the case.
You guys are confused. I'm confused.
I'm so sorry. Given the amount of time since these incidents occurred, and given the score of pretrial, we would ask that you consider releasing him to pretrial, letting him self-report to Maricopa.
Thank you. Sir, may I ask you, and you are not required to answer any questions, but I will ask you, and you and your attorney can determine whether you're going to answer. Were you aware or served with these charges out of Maricopa County?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I muted him out of precaution, but he was not previously informed of the charges. The first time he was informed of it was when he was picked up on his...
And is there an amount you believe you could post?
Ain't nothing wrong with long hair. Wear it if you want. But proceed with caution.
Your Honor, he does receive disability payments, so he does believe that there would be possibly some amount of bond that he could pay. But given, again, the fact that he is on disability and so he's unable to work, and given the amount of time since these charges occurred, we would ask that you release him to pretrial. Alternatively, we would ask for $1,000 bond.
Okay.
Hey, I'm pretty sure he has all the canteen, if you will. He got all the cantina. Those kind of guys don't have to buy
Right. It does look like the case was charged, then dismissed, and then refiled. So I am going to give you a chance to appear. I'm going to release you to pretrial services, and you will be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. You may not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. If you do have any firearms in your possession, you must surrender them. You can have no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location involved in the charges. And I'm going to set a review hearing. Well, actually, I don't think I need. Do I need to do that? No.
No, Your Honor, since he's being released.
And then is there? Let me see.
Anybody here? Any and everybody is they're up for grabs. if you come up here, you're definitely gonna get it, like you said right there. It don't matter, you know, what color, what shape, what you identify as. You're gonna get it. So it's a level playing field here, if you will. So don't mean to offend anybody, or hopefully we didn't strike a nerve, but that's the get down around here, if you will.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to set another court date. Here, you'll be to Maricopa County yourself to get a court date. I suspect that if there's a new warrant issued, you would not be released if you were picked up on that warrant. Okay, so make sure you get that court date scheduled and take care of it. All right.
Pima County, Arizona.
All right. Thank you. You're excused.
Yeah, good luck.
Vayas con Dios, mi amigo. Next. Oh no, not the glasses. Not the glasses.
Oh, I'm going to include regular trials because they don't have jurisdiction in Maricopa.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay. I thought. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
He looks back there. State issue glasses. Oh Lord, the glasses.
All right. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dylan Hanson.
I really don't like him.
All right, Mr. Hanson, you're here this morning on your initial appearance on new felony charges of possession of narcotic drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia, and unlawful flight from law enforcement. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed information from the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed pretrial services information, which includes some information about you, information you provided, and any of your references were able to verify whether or not you have any felony criminal history
1035
and their recommendations and assessments. Then I've also reviewed the state's recommendation, and the state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $2,500 and released to pretrial services if you are able to post that bond. Would the state like to be heard further?
Nothing further from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, we would ask that you release Mr. Hanson to pretrial services supervision. Given the nature of the offenses, pretrial did score him at a 2, and pretrial was able to speak with his mother, who did confirm that he has housing available with her. He also let me know before court that he is working. Given that, we would ask that you give him an opportunity on pretrial services release.
Christina, I feel bad. My heart goes out to you, Christina. She writes, I live in AZ. Damn. Ooh, girl. Be careful out there. I see all these DV cases, shoplifting at Circle K, aggravated DUI, kidnappings. It's wild out there, if you will.
Hold on.
Hey, who cut the $5? Who cut the $5 bill video? Arizona, not the Circle K. Arizona. Born and raised, laughing out loud. I stay to myself inside. I live in Pima. Sheen Gators. Maricela, you live in Pima? Sheesh. Especially Pima County. I did, laughing out loud. OMG, I was planning on moving there.
All right, so I am going to order a bond of $500 that will be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You must submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. Your next court date is going to be April 21st at 1:30. That is for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that hearing date will change, so keep in touch with your attorney. And if you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused.
Yes.
Hogan.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Trevor William Hogan.
Mr. Hogan, this is the time for your initial appearance on felony charges of endangerment. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. We are going to talk about your conditions of release today. And to prepare for that, I have reviewed the circumstances described in the interim complaint. I have reviewed information from pretrial services, which includes any criminal history information, information provided by you to pretrial services, and anything verified by your references. I have also reviewed their assessments and recommendations. And I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $75,000.
Damn.
And if you were able to post that bond, you'd be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Just briefly, Your Honor. So the information that is at my disposal, our disposal, is that Mr. Hogan was, first of all, he has a prior DUI conviction from 2023. Now he appears to be driving drunk again. He refused all field sobriety tests, was not willing to cooperate with the investigation in the aftermath of somebody being killed by his car, by his truck. It looks a little bit weird on causation because he is alleged to have made a U-turn in front of a motorcycle. But, impairment can certainly play a role in something like that happening. So for those reasons, we think the $75,000 bond is appropriate. Thank you.
All right, Tiffin?
Your Honor, we would ask that you release Mr. Hogan to pretrial services supervision. Pretrial services did score him at a 1. They were able to speak with his mother, who did confirm housing. If he were to be released to pretrial, they could impose any drug and alcohol monitoring and treatment they deem necessary, which can include breathalyzer tests at the office downtown multiple times a week if they think that is needed to ensure his safety in the community. Given that, we would ask that you give him an opportunity on pretrial services release.
She ain't going anywhere anytime soon. No bond and what? Did he? Sheesh. No wonder. I was locked up with someone with the same charge and he got 8 years. Can't stand DUI drivers if someone is no longer here. No way. Throw away the key. Hey, Jason K, thank you for the follow. Wow for Carson.
Great. So I am going to order a bond. I'm going to order a bond of $25,000. That will be cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You must submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. Sir, I'm ordering that you may not drive at all if you are released, okay? Your next court date is going to be April 21st. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date may change, so stay in touch with your attorney. And if you are released and then fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand? All right, thank you. You're excused.
Hey man, you know what? What's so hard about taking an Uber? Uber is cheaper they're gonna be than getting arrested, getting those fines, which is like $10,000 or something, going over all those classes.
Yeah.
Not only that, the biggest thing here is somebody lost their life. So if you like drinking and driving, you need to cut it out. It's not cool. Not cool at all.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Sonia Jackson.
Ms. Jackson, you are here today on a number of matters. There are new felony charges of theft of a means of transportation, possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. There are also some older charges from 2019, 2021, 2023, and 2024 out of Tucson City Court that were in failure to appear warrant status. Those include possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, criminal damage, shoplifting, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. In the new felony charges, you have a right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in the misdemeanor charges out of Tucson City Court, I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today. And to prepare for that, I have reviewed information in the interim complaints regarding the felony charges. And I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, including that the felony drug charges may be eligible for the pre-indictment diversion program known as the STEPS program. It also includes other information about you, including whether you have any felony criminal history and their assessments and recommendations. And I have also reviewed the state's recommendation, and it looks like the state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $2,500 on one of the new felony matters, a bond of $2,500 on another, and a bond of $5,500 on the last of the new felony matters. Would the state like to be heard first?
Your Honor, so I neglected to check the steps box as to the two simple possession cases, but I would imagine that those cases would in fact be eligible to that, as Your Honor alluded to. We're requesting the bond in large part because of a pretty substantial failure to appear history. Ms. Jackson is someone who has demonstrated by not coming to court a variety of times that if she's given an opportunity to not come to court again, she's probably not going to come to court again. So for that reason, we think that the bond is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense.
Your Honor, we would ask that you release Ms. Jackson to pretrial services supervision. I think most significantly so that she can meaningfully engage in steps and drug treatment. The allegations in this case involve a gram of meth in each of these two incidents. And given those incredibly small quantities, we would ask that she be given an opportunity to engage in drug treatment out of custody. The other charge is a nonviolent property offense. There's no allegation that she actually stole the vehicle, but simply that she was inside of it. Given that, we would ask you again release her to pretrial services supervision.
All right. I am most likely going to order some kind of bond in the felonies and the misdemeanors based on the failure to appear history. Would you like to make any argument about the amounts?
Your Honor, we would ask for the lowest bond that the court would set. Again, I think any amount of bond, even a $20 bond, is going to effectively hold Ms. Jackson without bond in jail, given her inability to pay. So given that, if the court is inclined to impose a bond, we would ask for $20 so that she gets time credit in light of her financial situation.
Thank you.
Hey, I forgot. I should have said, mind the gap, if you will. Hey, and I've been to London before. I did. I spent like 3 days out there. I went to Stonehenge. I went on the underground, if you will. Did a little bit of sightseeing. Jumped on that big red bus. Did the tour. Went to Buckingham Palace, if you will.
I am going to order
and said hello.
A bond
to Her
of
Majesty.
$500 cash for secured concurrent amongst all the felony charges. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you will be released to the custody of pretrial services. You will be ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And then in the property charge, theft of means of transportation, you'll also be ordered not to have any contact with the victim in that case.
Actually, we did noon. We were
Your next court date for those charges is going to be April 21st at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing at Pima County Justice Court.
I might have some pictures. I'm gonna go through my computer. If I do, I'm gonna post them up when I was sipping on tea. I was sipping on tea like this with my little tea. I think my sister might have taken some pictures of me, so I'm gonna go look through my computer. We went out there like in 2017. Did you hear the tea alarm? Yeah, I love a good cup of tea. Pinky's up around here. Pinky's up, if you will. Yo, where is this at? This is Pima County, Arizona. The only thing that was strange to me was when they drive on the other side of the road. That definitely threw me in for a loop. That's something I can't get used to, driving on the other side of the street. And then we went to see those. I forget what they're called. Those gentlemen that stand outside Buckingham Palace. They can't move. I can't think of the word right now. Missouri is a prison state. Fill them up. Take your money. I missed the tea alarm. The armed guards. The horses guards.
And then there was a misdemeanor out of Pima County Justice Court as well.
Enjoy.
On that one, I'm going to order that you're released on your promise to appear, and that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs.
The Queen's Guards.
Your next court date for that one will be April 21st at 8:30 in the morning. And that is before Judge Pesquiera at Pima County Justice Court for an arraignment.
They charge you back the eggs.
If you are remaining in custody on your other matters, then the jail will make you available for that hearing. But if you have been released, then you will be responsible to appear.
Hey, I will say this. I do appreciate you guys that come in from the UK, Europe, New Zealand, Australia. For some reason, I know on this account I get about 30 to 40% of the traffic are from you guys from the UK, Canada too. I love you guys from Canada, the US. I love everybody.
It would be all of them except
but I appreciate you guys. Let me see. Everyone thinks we all is drink tea and visit Buckingham Palace. Hello. Yeah. I'm from the UK. I know there's a lot of you guys from the UK. I know Hawaii represent the 808. Yeah. I'm from the UK.
And then you will have a steps hearing to determine if you are eligible for that pre-indictment diversion program on April 17th at 9. And then on the Tucson City Court cases.
Best TikTok streets. Dallas. Hell yeah.
I am going to order a bond of $25 cash or secured.
Victoria,
and your next court date for those will be April 18th if you remain in custody. That'll be at 1:45. And if you are released,
we don't know how to talk like the Queen.
It will be May 12th at 2:30.
Peppa Pig.
Either way, that will be in front of Judge Cranshaw for a video review if you're in custody and a pretrial conference if you are out of custody.
Love Southern California.
The additional orders there are possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, do not have any contact with the alleged victims in the criminal damage, criminal trespass, or disorderly conduct cases, do not return to the incident locations. I think I did say before that I was appointing City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. If you fail to appear for any hearings after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
I lived in SB, but I'm back.
Thank you. You're excused.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Mel?
Next! Damn, it's nonstop today. Damn, we were going 2 hours strong right here. She's not even responding. Joey or bring that 250. I've never been to Australia before, though. I do want to go there. Upstate New York.
Miss Lomelli, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on new felony charges of possession of a narcotic drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. And then you also have some misdemeanor matters out of Tucson City Court, which were in failure to appear status, and warrants had been issued for your arrest. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney on the new felony charges. I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. Yeah,
I think the state has asked me to dismiss.
The state is moving to dismiss the new felony charges, so I will not be appointing an attorney there. I'll just be dismissing those without prejudice.
She looks pretty
so
bad
those
for being
new
that young.
felony charges are dismissed.
Better call Sal. Sal, what's his name? Sal, is it Sal Bateman? No, Sal.
And then we'll look at the Tucson City Court
Bateman,
charges.
What the hell is the pipa?
Those include theft, false report to law enforcement, criminal trespass, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Sal Goodman.
And it looks like
where did I get that last name from? I don't know. No sé.
False report is from 2018.
Sal Bateman. What the what?
And the other charges are from 2024.
And I think, you know what, Breaking Bad, I think the ending kind of sucked, if you will, sus. 4D8, thank you for the follow, highly appreciate it.
As I said, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Is there anything you would like me to know about your failure to appear for your court hearings in the Tucson City Court cases?
Better call Sal Bateman.
No.
Okay. And if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your court date, do you think you would be able to appear for your next court date?
Yes.
They're on break right now for the TK trial right now.
Oh,
the Bates. Yeah, that's what it is. The Bates Motel. That's right. Hey, James, do you care if I show any of your videos in my board prep? Hey, shoot it. Hell yeah, shoot. You know, hey, hell yeah. The more people have more eyes on me, the merrier. So, no, I highly appreciate that. Yeah. Go for it. Be like, hey, this video is sponsored by and authorized by. You have a collect call from. And James says, if you will.
So, ma'am, I am going to give you a chance to appear on those charges. Your next court date is going to be May 14th. That's at 9 in the morning before Judge Hale for a pretrial conference. Additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim in the criminal trespass or theft cases, do not go to those incident locations, abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. It looks like Sal Huerta was previously appointed to represent you on these matters, and I will affirm his appointment.
Hey, are you going to do the ones where I'm reacting?
If you were to fail to appear on May 14th, it is likely that a warrant would issue for your arrest, so you would end up right back in this situation. So please do appear for that hearing, okay?
Hey, thank you. Thank you, it's Angel.
Thank you. You're excused.
If you do the ones that I am talking on them, I wouldn't recommend doing the one from yesterday from Connecticut with Fluffy, because that one that was crazy. It was bananas. Poor Fluffy, his warranty. He was issued a warranty, and he ended up in jail. I work for the city here, and we do groups to get the image ready for parole. Fluffy, who remembers Fluffy and his warranty? I gotta clip that one. I gotta go back and clip that one. Will you be streaming YML? I haven't thought about it, but I can. Just let me know. No take case today. The take K right now, they're on break. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna be streaming it on here today. I'll be streaming it on YT.
Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, this is the time for your initial appearance. It looks like you have a new felony charge of possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor, and then there are also there was also a misdemeanor case out of Tucson City Court. It looks like that case has been dismissed. Let's see. That was a charge of driving on a suspended license and having fictitious plates. So that charge has been dismissed.
Is 50 days trial ready? Shh,
so we're just dealing with the felony weapons misconduct charge now. We're going. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the legal defender's office to represent you in this case. You also have counsel seated next to you for today's hearing. We are going to talk about your conditions of release, and to prepare for that, I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services about you, sir, that would let me know if you have any prior felony offenses.
Are you talking about my
It
man,
also
Ricky
provides
Black?
any information about
Or Jesse and David?
About you that you provided directly to pretrial services or had any references to verify, and it provides me with their assessments and recommendations. I've also reviewed the state's recommendation, I think.
Silas?
Here it is.
Silas.
And they're recommending that you be held on a bond of $7,500.
Are we in Polk County?
And that
today?
if you are released on that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
To these? I gotta get a special clearance, if you will.
Oh, sorry. There's one more thing.
Diddy's trial. Diddy's trial is gonna be a federal one, so
that
I don't think they're gonna have courts in the.
There is a hold placed on you by the Department of Corrections for a parole violation.
Shit, if they make it public, I'll be more than happy to.
Now, would the state like to be heard any further?
The possibilities are endless.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Thank you, and defense.
And we would just ask for a nominal bond given the DOC hold for time credit.
Thank you. All right, sir, I'm going to order that you are held on a bond of $500. That'll be cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the custody of pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid license. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. If you possess any firearms after you are released, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. And sir, I'm sure you already understand this, but just in case, because of that hold due to a parole violation, even if you were to post the $500 now, you would not be released. Your next court date is going to be April 21st. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand? All right, thank you. You're excused.
All right, I needed some water. I was getting thirsty. But I'm back, if you will. The other ones were super short. Are these different? Yeah, Arizona is a little bit different. Oh, it seems like over there in Polk County, they just want to get everybody in and out.
Please state your name.
Quantity, opposed to quality.
Mr. Mendoza, you're here for your education this morning on a few different matters. It looks like there are new charges that are felony charges for burglary and possession of drug paraphernalia, as well as aggravated assault. And then you also have some older misdemeanor charges, and those include criminal trespass. Well, 3 different criminal trespass charges. Those are out of justice court. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in at least the new felony matters. And for those cases, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. We will talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services. That would include whether you have any felony convictions in your history. It includes any information you provided, and if there were any references. It also includes their assessments and recommendations. And then I have a recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $60,000, and that if you are able to post that bond, that you would be released to pretrial services. I don't remember if I said it first, I usually do, but I have also reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding the new felony charges. Would the state like to be heard any further on its recommendations?
Your Honor, we would just note the concerning allegations contemplated in the interim complaint and would request that $60,000 bond. Thank you.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, we would ask that you release Mr. Mendoza to pretrial services supervision. He is employed part-time. We would ask that he be given an opportunity to handle his case out of custody.
Thank you. Great. Sir, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $20,000 in your new felony charges, that is cash or secured. If you happen to be released, you'll be released to pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact of any kind with the alleged victim. That begins immediately. Do not return to the incident location. Your next court date is going to be April 21st. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is for a preliminary hearing. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And then we'll go through your misdemeanor cases. And let's see. In each of those cases, I am going to order a bond of $25 cash or secured. Pretrial is not available. If you are released, you'll be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims, do not return to the incident locations. Your next court date for your misdemeanor charges out of Pima County Justice Court will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. before Judge Steele.
All right, I needed to go get some agua, and I needed to go drop the agua. 60K down to 25 in 1 minute. What the what? All right, all right. Who knows with grocery prices if he got $25? Like literally 25. No. $60K to $25.
And do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for your court date, sir? Thank you. You're excused.
Yep. $25? That's outrageous. I gotta see this. Man, I had to go use the restroom at the wrong time. Just my luck. Was it this guy here or was it somebody else? Oh, 20,000. Oh, like shit, man. That's a pretty good talker right there because the judge from $60K to $25. That was my case. 25 for misdemeanors.
All right, please state your name.
Daniel Willingham.
Mr. Willingham, this is the time for your initial appearance. You have a couple of different matters before the court this morning.
This is Pima County.
There are new felony charges, including armed robbery, aggravated assault, and possession of a dangerous drug. And then there are some misdemeanor charges out of Tucson City Court, which include criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, theft, possession of drug paraphernalia, and another charge of criminal trespass. It looks like 2 of those are new charges, and the other 3 were older charges in failure to appear status. You have the right to remain silent in all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. On the new felony charges, you have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am going to appoint the Public Defender's Office for Pima County to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed information from the interim complaint describing the circumstances of your charges. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which includes their assessments and recommendations, as well as any information that you provided and whether or not you have a felony criminal history. And then I have also reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $75,000. And if you are able to post that bond and be released, that you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further? And if you
Sorry about that. I was having a little issue there. So, Your Honor, we would just request the $75,000 bond that I believe we in our form, Your Honor, that's based principally on the facts as alleged in the new interim complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. And defense.
I would be released Mr. Willingham to pretrial services supervision given his age and he has absolutely no prior felony criminal history. Given that, we would ask that he give an opportunity to deal with his case out of custody.
Thank you.
Hey, David, thank you for the follow. So a federal case will be like something like, let's say you kidnap somebody in like California and then you drive to Arizona, then you would cross state lines. That might turn into a federal case because you're transporting one person from one state to another state, if that makes any sense. Or let's say you're selling some yayo. What are you doing? Let's say you're selling some yayo, okay? But then you're like big, you're like a little El Chapo, if you will. Like you're distributing like all across like the West Coast. And if you get big enough, the federalos might pick up that case. Once you get popped, or once somebody tells on you, then the state might not prosecute it, but the feds will prosecute that case.
I am going to order that the defendant be held on a bond of
medicine sales.
$25,000, cash or secured. If released, he'll be released to pretrial services. Ordered to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If there are any firearms in your possession, you must surrender them to law enforcement. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location.
25 years? Sheesh. That's a long time. Man, sorry.
Your next court date for the felony matter will be April 21st at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing.
Right now they're on break.
If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest.
The TK right now
And then
it's
on
playing
the Tucson City Court matters.
on YT. Well, my ex was a small street pharmacist, and he got the feds 2 deliveries. Yeah. Rachel, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so the TK is actually we're waiting for them to come back from recess or from lunch, but it's streaming on YT at CollectCallFrom. Okay, I gotta watch that. Laughing out loud or ha ha ha. Let me see. Yeah, if you could end up in the feds if you're unlucky. What's 2 deliveries? 2 transportation of illicit rugs, if you will. Can you tell us when they come back? Yeah, I'm looking at it. So yeah, if it comes back, I'll let you guys know. What's crazy is the movement inside, orchestrated by the outside. Yep.
On those matters, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for future court dates. Your next court date will be June 6th at 9 a.m.
My husband is in TDCJ, Texas Department of Criminal Justice. That car chase last night was funny. Damn, man. Too bad it was buffering. I got to double check.
The additional conditions in that case are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass or disorderly conduct charges. Do not return to those incident locations. I will appoint the City of Tucson public defender to represent you.
I think that they said tomorrow's the last day.
And if you remain in custody on your other charges, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you were to be released on your other charges, it would be your responsibility to appear at Tucson City Court on June 6th. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. On the new misdemeanor charges, I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf, and you are presumed to be innocent.
Kayla,
do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
He ain't used no Wizinator.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused.
You will.
I think that was our last hearing, Your Honor.
Did somebody tell me to be quiet?
Everything I have. Thank you.
I missed it.
Yep. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Damn it. Court is over, guys. Court is over. Let me see. So, hey, like I said, if you guys go ahead and do me that favor, if you guys are watching and you guys enjoy sitting in on these streams and whatnot, please hit that follow button. It's free 99. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Hey, unfortunately, today I'm not going to be able to run it like yesterday. I do have some prior commitments. Real life problems are getting in my way of, fulfilling my dream right here with you guys. Let me see. I'm not to work yet. I need more laughing out loud. Let me see. Now, what am I gonna do? No sé. Kurt, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it. Check out some of my other videos. I've been posting up. I've been cutting up those videos. I've been cutting up other videos we've been watching. So if you just started watching me yesterday or the day before, you gotta watch the videos I've been posting up. I've been posting up, cutting up the videos into hour-long segments. You see, we are so needy. If you see, if I was an undercover rugs cop, I would be doing it. No sé. Let me see. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, check out some of my videos. Drop some comments, repost them. What's up? Hook me up. If you guys want me here more, help me out. Hey, a favor for a favor, like Snoop Dogg says. A favor for a favor. Hey, if you guys help me, get catapulted to that level where I don't have to go to work anymore. There it is. I could be here 24/7 all day, every day. Lock myself in the room and just nonstop. I'll be all prendido. Like, damn, what happened to James? This fool's on 24/7. Like, oh, look at it. Look in his eye. He looks different. I don't know what happened to him, but he's on there 24/7 all day, every day now. Let me see. Go run and then post like. That's right. Hey, run then post and likes if you will. Highly appreciate it. Your wife will be like, ah. My wife's already telling me, she was like, hey, man, I hope you don't blow up, because if you blow up, I could already see you're going to get all big-headed and stuff. I'm like, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see if I stay humble. If not, I don't know. You see, James, you are my TV. You see, get that money. Hey, I'm trying. Thank you, sir. Hey, I appreciate you guys. like mad. his wife and daughter have to eat. You know what I'm saying? You see, I've not seen your holiday form, so no time off for you, if you will. Actually, I got a holiday coming up, as you Britons would say, holiday. I'll be going on holiday soon, so I'm gonna bring you guys along though. Don't even trip. Just joking. Let me see. See you later, bro. Thanks for the sharing. Sharing is caring. Reasons, greetings. So don't trip. I'm gonna be taking you guys to El Salvador, Central America. Are we gonna be able to get into Setco? I don't know. I'm gonna send out some emails. Hopefully, I could get in and do a tour for myself of Setco. That's my dream right there. You know, hopefully they may leave, because if they make me stay there, I don't think I want all of that. What time you coming back? For today, this will probably be it for it, because like I said, I'm gonna be gone all day today. Let me see. Did you get them headphones from jail? Nah, I actually got them on Amazon, but these are prison headphones. If you enjoy the daily crash outs and jokes, if you get too big for your boots, we will soon bring you back down. I'm sure you will. Nah, you know what? I'm not like that. That's not me. Like I'm not that individual. I'll stay humble, if you will. Have a great day, brother. Hey, alo. Let me see. Let me see. Aloha, man. I love Hawaii. Let me see. I could go for pupusas. Take me with you. Shit, man. Those pupusas. I'm about to mess it up. Camarones, the jalapeno, man. The pollo, man. I'm about to mess it up. Get some plátanos. I'm going to go with that pollo campero. If you guys never tried that pollo campero, and I don't talk about the pollo campero here in the U.S. The pollo campero here in the pollo campero in the U.S. is trash. You gotta try pollo campero in Central America, whether it's Panama, El Salvador, Guatemala. Pollo campero there is fire. I don't know what they feed their chickens. Woo! It's a little piece of heaven melting in your mouth when you just. I mean, hopefully if you're vegan, just close your eyes and cover your ears. Man, that chicken. Oh, man, I'm going to bring back like 2 boxes of that thing. Man, I'm going to be eating pollo campero every single day. Let me see. Oh, sí, pollo campero rico. Yup. Oh, yeah. Hey, telling you guys, I'm going to make a video of me eating pollo campero. James, are you keeping white tea? Yeah, white tea always stays on. That's guaranteed. So white tea right now, we got Dade County. If you guys want to continue watching. And I also got Maricopa going on. And then we're going to have the TK video. So if you guys want to continue watching, like I said, I always keep those streams running all day long until about 11 p.m. My husband, the Guate, he brings it back when he goes to visit. Shh. Man, that thing, when they bring it, when that pollo campero, when they gave it to you in the box and it's piping hot. Damn. Man, guys, for you guys that don't know what I'm talking about, you guys are missing out. Especially if you love chicken. My husband, let me see. Yes, I'm going to go in September, 10-day cruise. My daughter-in-law's mother and grandmother is from Ecuador. Her granddad is, I don't see the courts on YT. Yeah, so look, if you go to YT, make sure you go to the live. Go to live, hit the live button, and then it'll have everything that I have live going on. And just make sure it says live on the lower left. Let me see. Is that a fast food place? Pollo Campero? Yeah. Let me show you. I'll put it up on the screen so you guys know what I'm talking about. But I'm telling you, if you guys find Pollo Campero in the U.S., don't eat it. You guys are definitely going to do yourself a disservice. And you guys are going to be sadly disappointed. But if you're international, hell yeah, check it out. Pollo Campero. Let me see here. Images, Pollo Campero. Okay, look. This is Pollo Campero right here. Look. If you see this spot here and you're international, stop by. You guys won't go wrong. So don't try it. I'm telling you, you're gonna be disappointed. You're gonna be like, James, damn, this is garbage ass chicken. Yeah, don't try in the United States. But if you're international, 110% try it, because you won't be disappointed. It's expensive here in Cali, yeah, and it's not good. It's because it's different chicken. The chicken is different. Like these ones here in the U.S., they're U.S. chicken. I don't know what they feed them. I don't know if it's like fake food or whatever the hell they're giving it. But over there, the chicken, I'm guessing is like organic, or the water. I don't know if it's something in the water or the food, or it might be a combination of both. But let me see. James, did you get my message about the stickers? Kimberly, let me double check. Give me one moment. Let me double check. Hold up. Damn, James, you got 2 phones? No, I got too many phones. Let me see here. I do not see your message. Would you mind sending me one more? Because it might get, what happens sometimes, I get a bunch of like spam messages and it gets pushed down and it gets lost in the shuffle. If you wouldn't mind sending me one more, I would highly appreciate it. Normally what I like to do is when I get a message, I'll take a picture of it. So like that, but sometimes it gets lost in the shuffle, if you will. Let me see. La apoyo aquí. Dale un flush, if you will. Ay. Maybe it got lost over here. Oh, sorry, Kimberly. I got you, Kimberly. I got it. You ended up on the. I got you. Send me your address, Kimberly. Or hold on, no. Oh yeah, I know you. I got it. United Kingdom. I got you. I won't be able to ship them out today. I'll probably most likely do it tomorrow, but for sure on Saturday. Anyways, hey guys, I do appreciate you guys, tuning in. Un chingo de gracias. Hey, I highly appreciate you all, you guys. Like, I know you guys could be watching anybody. You guys could just go like this, and I'm gone like the wind, like a candle in the wind, if you will. So I do appreciate you guys. Without you guys, there's no me. And without me, there's no you, if you will. If that makes any sense. Let me see. That's fine. Thank you so much. I got you. Hey, El, have a good day. Whitney, have a good day. Hey, I appreciate all the comments. And like I said, hey, drop some comments on the video. And check out that video I got on my other account with Jeremiah. And repost it and drop some comments. I want that one to go big, if you will. That one will definitely help me out. Going over to YT for TK. Okay, they're still on break. They still haven't gone back on. All right, you guys have a good one. Hey, like I said around here, hey, I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a Collect Call From. And like I said around here, life's like a candle. Will you do a nice video? Oh, yes, I will. Life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it slices out. And with that, I'm out. Rato.
Your hearing will be April 18th at 8:30. In between those, you are going to have a bail hearing, April 17th at 1:30. The reason you need a bail hearing is that you have an open felony case, and now you have come in with probable cause for a new felony. So by law, I cannot give you bail today. I must hold you for that bail hearing. What was your question?
Okay, so all of this is basically on the same incidents related. My first question is this. On the new charges, I really was wanting to take care of that with the other Maricopa, and I knew the probation was going to come, but that's like going to Pima County and then coming right back. I would rather take care of all of Maricopa, and then, because...
You're going to. And the way it functionally works, I have to give you the court date that Pima gave us. I must give you the 15th, but... You're being held no bond in Maricopa County, so they will not let Pima have you. They're going to tell Pima to wait. Pima basically has to get in line. Maricopa sheriffs are not going to let Pima take you for that hearing.
Okay.
So I still have to set it under our rules.
So I'm not going to get picked up by Pima.
They're going to, Maricopa will say not available, open Maricopa case.
So on the new charges, which are related to the same thing, what's the court date for that?
It's the 16th, so it's Tuesday. No, Wednesday, I apologize, Wednesday.
Because
so Wednesday, 6 days from now, is your court date in the brand new case.
Because I'm not trying to contest those. I want to get those expedited. But now...
Talk to your lawyer.
On the other one, I have a lawyer that's already on the Maricopa pending.
You should end up with the same lawyer.
What's his name?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't have time.
Really?
You have the same lawyer. You've had the same lawyer the whole time.
So the same lawyer that I have on the pending matter.
The public lawyer, right? Public defender?
Public defender, Thomas Chang.
Yeah. They like to assign them to the same person. Makes sense.
Perfect. So he will be notified then.
He's going to find out, yes.
Because I want to talk to him, but I can't get through and I can't call.
Yeah, no problem. We're going to give you a sheet to try to call from here, but if you can't reach him, you should be seeing him on the 16th.
The 16th?
Because he'll know.
And that's on the new matter?
Correct. So it's going to go to the public defender. The public defender will look it up and they'll go, oh, he's got a case, and they'll send it to that lawyer.
Okay, so I can consolidate everything with him?
Yeah. Yep. Good luck, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. All right. And then we have Mr. Little. Oh, really? Okay, 1 second, Mr. Little. I need to look at something. This has nothing to do with you. Cute. So it's the sheriffs that did this to us. Thank you so much. Will you make sure pre-trial moves investigate the criminal history? Okay. All right. Let me go back up here. All right. After Mr. Little, will be Mr. Truly. Sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Daniel Burl Little, 12/15/1978.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Little, you are here on 3 things. 1 is a new case. 2 are probation holds. In your new case, you were arrested with 3 allegations of aggravated assault as Class 3 felonies, 1 allegation of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor.
Aggravated assault?
It's because of the rocks. And so, as I note in my order, I do find probable cause, which is not a high standard. But I'm not setting nearly as high a bond as I would have if they had alleged, for example, they were river rocks or something considerably larger. So talk to your lawyer about this, but the aggravated assault allegation is supported by probable cause. But in terms of the actual thing you're alleged to have done, I don't find that it is as serious as, for example, gun cases or knife cases or something, or trying to smash someone's head with a river rock.
I was just throwing a rock out a window.
So FYI,
don't do that.
I did notice that. It meets the elements. It doesn't mean that the county attorney's office wants to go forward on it as aggravated assault, but the police booked you on that, and there is at least probable cause, which is not a high standard. So they've met it, not by all that much, but they did meet it.
Okay.
So I am appointing a lawyer for you. The lawyer will go over all of that with you, and you guys can look at what the county attorney might choose to charge. This is your booking charges. Your formal charges is what really matters. It's what the county attorney picks for your formal charges.
Okay.
So you're going to have a status conference in this new case April 16th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing April 18th at 8:30 in the same court. And so this also triggers probation violation holds. So you're going to go to probation violation court because of the new arrest. So you'll get a petition to revoke through your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court
sorry? Bond?
Yeah. And your revocation arraignment hearing for both of your probation cases is April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. Now, if this had been a gun or a knife or something more dangerous than what they allege are golf ball-sized rocks, I would have held you no bond in your probation case. But in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a $5,000 secured bond in your new case, $2,500 in each of your probation cases. That is $10,000 total. I understand you may not have it, but I will tell you the state recommended $50,000 in the new case, and I do not believe that's reasonable on the facts. And they, would recommend that you get held no bond in your probation case. But on these facts, I'm not willing to do that. If it had been a gun or a knife or a big rock or something, I might, but it's not. So
I'm held in until the end of the...
Leave till next week. Yeah, talk to your lawyer. You and your lawyer can go over what may be formally charged if you do bond out, Absolutely no contact with these alleged victims. Don't go to the scene of the alleged crimes and call your PO within 72 hours. So everything's going to be on your paperwork. We're going to get you your copies if you step to your left. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Truly. And then Christopher Woodman, go to the chair. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Isabel, yours truly. It's June 6, 1978.
All right, thank you. You are here on a new case. You were booked in for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That's a Class 3 felony. 2 allegations of disorderly conduct with a weapon. Those are Class 6 felonies. 2 allegations of disorderly conduct as Class 1 misdemeanors. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 18th at 8:30. Both of those are next week. And in your case, this is because of the gun. The state recommended a $50,000 cash bail. In this case, I note that you do not appear to have any criminal history, and you are pushing 50 years old. So 50 years of no arrests. I believe it was no arrest. It was minimal. It was nothing. Yeah, we did not find any arrests. So I'm setting $25,000 secured with an ankle monitor to ensure that you do not go there while the case is pending. You can do a civil standby to collect belongings, but you may not live there. You may not have any contact with either of the alleged victims. And importantly, because this might be the one where at least one of them was not wanting to participate in the prosecution, it's actually not up to him. It's up to the state of Arizona. And so he can't give you permission to violate this court order. I've made it very clear you may not respond to contact from either of them as well. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. If you get served with an order of protection, you have to comply with that as well. Everything is on your paperwork. They'll put the ankle monitor on you if and when you post a bail, which is again $25,000. It is secured, which means you can go through a bail bondsman.
Yeah, okay.
Everything is on your paperwork. If you, and absolutely no weapons, of course. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork. Thank you. And Mr. Wooden? And then Tracy Sattler, we go to the chair. All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Christopher Robert Wooden.
What's your date of birth, sir?
August 8th, 1987.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for disorderly conduct with a dangerous instrument, i.e. a sledgehammer. That is a Class 6 felony. Aggravated harassment in violation of an order of protection. That is a Class 6 felony. 3 allegations of interfering with judicial proceedings by disobeying a court order. Those are all 3 Class 1 misdemeanors, and criminal damage as a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference this Wednesday, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 18th at 8:30. The court address is on your paperwork. The current allegations indicate a significant likelihood of violation of release conditions. And in this case, the state recommended a $15,000 secured appearance bond. This court believes that $10,000 secured is more appropriate with an ankle monitor. The ankle monitor is to keep you honest about not going there. Absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, and that will override any permission to text with her about the common child. This order does not apply to your children, but you may not violate it in order to see your children. So if it means you don't see your children while these felony cases are pending against you, that is what it means. But I will tell you, Mr. Wooden, if you violate this order even once while the case is pending in any way, that could be booked as harassment. You risk being held no bond, because violating the no contact order in a way that harasses is a felony. And if you come in on a new felony, you get held no bond today. It just happened to 3 or 4 people. So one text that says, I love you, you could end up no bond. And I'm telling you that because I want you to respect the release conditions. If you post the bond and you come out on that ankle monitor, you do not violate release conditions. Don't call them from jail. Don't accept calls from them. If she contacts you first, you do not respond. She does not have permission to tell you to violate court orders. Absolutely no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any and every order of protection that has been served on you. And if you've not already done a civil standby under that order of protection, you may do one with a law enforcement officer to collect belongings from that location. But if you've already done one, because that was served back in December, If you have already done one, then you can't. But if you've not, you just call your local police department, which it looks like it is county sheriff's.
So if I
Tell them
don't,
you need your civil standby.
how am I gonna be able to, so I have to come up with 10 grand to post bail?
Correct, and you can use a bail bondsman. All right, we take these domestic violence cases very, very seriously, Mr. Wooden, very seriously, because the rate at which they get violated is high, and the rate at which it results in violence against the victims is very, very high. So everything is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that. Thank you. Ms. Sattler, Tracy Sattler, and then Zachary Cooper, we go to the chair. Right here, ma'am, to the podium. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Tracy Elizabeth Sattler, August 4th, 1960.
All right, thank you. You're here on a probation violation warrant. You're on probation for aggravated DUI, a class 4 felony, and the petition to revoke your probation was filed on April 2nd. It alleges that you violated terms 11, 12, 14, and 16. You'll get a copy of that petition from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in probation court. Your next court date is a revocation arraignment hearing and possible disposition hearing in 1 week. Pardon me, that is April 17th at 8:30 in the morning, 1 week from today. Your bond is $2,500. It is secured. If you bond out, you must comply with all of your written release conditions, which include calling your probation officer within 72 hours of hitting the street if you bond out. If you don't bond out, you don't have to call your PO. Your PO will be at the next hearing. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork.
And I guess I'm kind of confused. What did I miss with my probation? Because I violated.
That's what you'll get from your lawyer in the petition, but basically, ma'am, they allege that you are not in any way participating in substance abuse treatment and that you have just been continuously drinking since you went on probation. Literally, that was alleged against you from yesterday, is that you have not in any way attempted to engage in substance abuse treatment, plus some other allegations. So talk to your lawyer. The state has to prove that you failed to do those things in order for you to be found to have violated. If they do find that you violated probation, you could be sentenced to more prison. Everything is on your paperwork. If you bond out, you must comply with your written conditions. Call your PO within 72 hours and start doing everything that they tell you to do.
Right, and let me ask you this real quick. I did have an appointment with my PO today. Was she notified I was here, I hope?
They get automated notices when their probationers are arrested. Yes, she will know, absolutely.
Okay, so the lawyer, am I getting all that information? They're going to give me everything I need here?
Everything you need is right there. If you bond out, do not miss your court date. Do not violate your release conditions. Start being as compliant as you can with your probation. That will help you and the community. All right, if you step to the left, you get a copy of that paperwork.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Cooper? And then Hector Martinez, we go to the chair.
Good morning.
Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Zachary Cooper.
What, 9388?
Oh, you said my birthday first?
No, it doesn't matter.
9388.
All right.
Zachary Cooper.
Yes, you're here on one case, a new case and a probation hold in the new case. You were arrested for aggravated domestic violence, a class 5 felony, criminal damage, a class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. You are on probation for those types of offenses. One is aggravated domestic violence, and the other count you're on probation for was, I believe, it's a resisting arrest, actually. Alrighty, so I am appointing a lawyer for you in both cases. Your next court date in the new case is this Wednesday, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning. That's your status conference, new case only.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
the preliminary hearing in the new case only will be April 18th at 8:30 in the morning. In the probation matter, your court date will be in between those, which is April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bond in each case is $2,500 secured plus ankle monitoring to guarantee that you stay away from the alleged victim in the new case. Victims, while the case is pending, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Call your PO within 72 hours. You can't stay there while the case is pending, but you can do a civil standby to collect belongings. What's your question?
I won't be released today.
You have to bond out in order to do it, and then you go on an ankle monitor.
What is the bond?
It is a total of $5,000 secured, which means you can use a bail bondsman.
So that would be like what, 2,500?
No, they typically charge 10%. So if it's $5,000, it'd be 500 plus collateral. But you have to call them and ask them. They can charge what they want. So just call a few and ask them.
Cause see, I mean, I haven't been in trouble within for 3 years, you know, and I work now. You know, and I need to
I've taken into account these specific allegations against you, Mr. Cooper. If they were worse, I would not give you bond at all in your probation case. If you're on probation for aggravated domestic violence with a history of domestic violence, and you come in on aggravated domestic violence, 9.5 out of 10 people get held no bond. I am giving you bond because I considered specifically what was alleged, and on the continuum of terrible, it was at the lower end. But that does not mean you get out of here without a bond, that we trust you in the community without a bond. You're on probation for violent offenses against people you have a domestic relationship with. There's probable cause to believe you have done it again. So the probation grant is a grant of probation. It is a stay of your prison sentence. So when 9.5 out of 10 people that I see who are on probation for AgDV, and they come in on AgDV, we hold them no bond. So this is the very best that you're going to get out of this court. Talk to your lawyer about it. In this case, the court is very concerned that you pose a risk to the people in your life. There is ample evidence to support that concern. If you bond out, sir, you already have risked it. So if you bond out, comply with your conditions, you're going to wear an ankle monitor to prove that you're complying. If you don't bond out, you'll see your lawyer next week. You can work on trying to stay out of prison in these cases. If you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork. Mr. Martinez, then Eddie Castro, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Hector Martinez, 03-2507.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for possession or use of a weapon during the commission of a drug offense. That's a Class 4 felony. Carrying a weapon on school grounds. That's a Class 6 felony. Selling drugs. Hold on a second. I don't remember that there was a sale. Let me see. No, I think this is possession. I don't even think they meant to allege sales. Just give me a second. No. Okay, so for purpose, I think they probably meant to allege possession in a drug-free school zone, but they picked the wrong subsection, so I do need to reprint this one. So for purposes of this hearing only, I don't find probable cause on the allegation that you were selling drugs in a drug-free school zone. They didn't provide any information to support sales. They provide information to support possession, but that's not what they booked you for. So talk to your lawyer about that. Doesn't mean this isn't still pending against you. Doesn't mean they can't charge you with possession formally. It just means I'm not setting release conditions for this because there's no evidence of sales. Also, carrying a deadly weapon under 21 years of age, that's a Class 3 misdemeanor. So there's probable cause for those other 3 offenses, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference April 16th at 8:30 in the morning. That is next Wednesday with a preliminary hearing April 18th at 8:30 in the morning. I believe the state's recommendation in your case is appropriate. That is a $2,500 secured appearance bond. You have to post that to be released. You can call a bail bondsman, collect from the phones back in the jail. And if you want instructions to tell family or friends about how to post bail, talk to the DOs. They'll tell you what to tell your family about posting bail for you. If you do bond out, comply with all of your conditions. You can't go to any part of Camelback High School grounds unless you get the advance permission of school administration. So you're able to call them and talk to them and ask to come back and deal with them remotely, but you can't come to the campus, not parking lots, not sidewalks, no part of it, unless they tell you that you're allowed. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, obviously. You are under 21. Everything is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, the officer's going to give you a copy of that. Thank you. Thank you.
We have to reprint that one.
Oh, yeah, we had to reprint that one. Sorry. And then Mr. Castro, you can go ahead and come in. Where's Eddie Castro? All right, thank you, sir. After that, Matthew Navarrete, will you please go to the chair? Right here, Mr. Castro, you can go ahead and come in. And then Mr. Navarrete, you can go to the chair. Where's Matthew? Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Hello.
What's your name, sir?
Eddie Castro,
What's your date of birth?
5/17/1975.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for trafficking and stolen property in the first degree. That's a Class 2 felony. Burglary in the third degree. That's a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your status conference will be this Wednesday, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 18th at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $2,500 and it is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. Those include do not go to the scene of the alleged crimes, no contact with any alleged victim, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription.
Okay, OR, right? Because
No, sir. You have a $2,500 bond that is based on the evidence against you and your lengthy criminal history.
I thought you said it was a new case. You did
It
OR.
is a new case. No. Why do you think that?
Huh?
That's not a thing.
I want to
Getting OR'd because it's a new case? No.
No. These
Not
are
when you
new
have 4 priors and the alleged
charges,
video.
right? New
Okay.
charges are non-probation or nothing. New charge, right?
Right. You're on video, sir, and you have 4 priors. One
No,
of which
but
is
me, I want to fight this.
This
I got a hernia. I want to take care of my hernia outside
They'll see
too.
you in medical. Good luck, sir.
Okay. So I'm not going home, right?
After you post the bond. Mr. Navarrete, go ahead and come in.
I don't got money.
Then you stay in custody until it resolves. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Matthew Angel Navarrete, 12489.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a probation warrant. You're on felony probation, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed back on March 20th. It alleges that you violated terms 3, 7, and 15. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on April 17th, which is 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond that the probation judge gave you. That is $1,200 secured. If you post it, comply with your conditions, call your PO within 72 hours. He's got your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Martinez, Isabel Martinez. And then Aisha Gaines, will you go to the chair, please? Right here. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
5692, Isabel Martinez.
Okay, thanks. You're here on one new case and a probation warrant. In your new case, you were arrested for dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm also appointing a lawyer in your probation case. There was already a warrant out for you in that case because a petition to revoke was filed back on January 13th of this year, alleging that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. So you'll have the same lawyer for both cases. I'm giving you 3 upcoming court dates. They're all next week. The first one is a status conference in the new case only on April 16th at 8:30 in the morning. The next day, April 17th at 8:30, you'll go to probation court for your revocation arraignment. Then on Friday, April 18th at 8:30 in the morning, you'll have your preliminary hearing in the new case only. All of that is on your paperwork along with the court addresses. In the probation case, your bond is $750 secured. In the new case, it is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. So your total bond is $800. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. He has your paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gaines? And then Donovan Glasscock, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Aisha Kiana Gaines, October 17th, 1983.
Okay, thanks. You are here on, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong case. Just a second. Oops, there's 2 Aishas on my calendar. That's why I got that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're here on a warrant in a pending case, and that was from December 24th of 2024. After you failed to appear at a status conference, you've been charged with dangerous and narcotic drug possession. Those are Class 4 felonies, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. You already have a lawyer in the case. Your status conference is now going to be April 16th. That's this Wednesday at 8:30, with a preliminary hearing April 18th at 8:30. Your bond is $500 secured, and the written conditions if you do post it. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, he'll give you that copy. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Glasscock, and then Michael Molina, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Donovan Glasscock, 72484.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant in a pending case. You've been charged in this case with dangerous drug possession, narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. This warrant issued April 3rd of this year if you failed to appear at a status conference. You already have a lawyer. Your next court date will be a status conference this Wednesday, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing April 18th at 8:30. The court address in Phoenix will be on your paperwork, and I'm affirming the bond in your case, which is $500 secured. If you post it, comply with all of your written conditions, don't miss your court date. If you step to your left, that gentleman has your paperwork for you. Mr. Molina, and then Jessica Conant, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Michael Arturo Molina, 8194.
All right, thank you. You're here on a probation warrant. You're on probation for a Class 5 felony, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed back on January 28th. It alleges that you violated terms 3, 5, and 13. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer at your next court date, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a revocation arraignment hearing and possible disposition hearing in 1 week, which is April 17th, 8:30 in the morning. The probation court address is on your paperwork. I'm affirming the bond in your case. It's $500 secured. You've stepped to your left to get your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Conant, Ms. Conant, sorry. And then Sergio Martinez, will you please go to the chair? All right. Hi. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Jessica Nicole Conant, 2785.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant in a pending case. You have been charged with shoplifting as a Class 4 felony, possession of both dangerous and narcotic drugs, which are both Class 4 felonies, and drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. This warrant issued March 19th of this year after you failed to appear at a status conference. Your next court date is going to be a status conference, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. It looks like you have already had or waived a preliminary hearing, so I'm only setting a status conference in your case. That'll be 6 days from now. I'm affirming the bond in your case, which is $500 secured.
Can I please be allowed with pretrial services?
No, ma'am. Sorry. If you post it, comply with all of your written conditions, and if you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork. Thanks. Mr. Martinez? And then Aisha Pacheco, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Sergio Martinez, 62083.
Okay, thank you. You're here on 2 probation violation warrants. You're on felony probation in 2 separate cases, and there were petitions to revoke your probation filed back on December 24th of last year. Those petitions allege that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you in probation court. Your next court date in probation court will be 1 week from today, which is April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. That hearing will be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. The court address is on your paperwork. Your bond in each case is $250 secured for $500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, call your PL within 72 hours. The number is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get that copy. Thank you. And Ms. Pacheco, Aisha Pacheco, and then Richard Barraza, will you please go to the chair? Where is Aisha Pacheco? Is she the one laying down? She might be the one sleeping, officer. Might be her. She is sacked out. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Aisha Lynn Pacheco, 37-1990.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning. That's this Wednesday, followed by a preliminary hearing, April 18th at 8:30. Those are in the downtown Superior Court. Now, you have a DOC hold that's been placed on you here at the jail by your parole officer. So what we do in these cases is we set a nominal bond. We call it a placeholder bond. It's $50 secured. That's to make sure you're eligible for credit for time in custody and that DOC doesn't pull you, and then we have to get an order to pull you back over here. So you are allowed to post that bond and go into DOC custody if you want. Most people regret that because then they start popcorning back and forth between the 2 systems. I always recommend you talk to your lawyer before you think about doing that. So it's $50 secured with conditions. You do, if you're out of custody and for any reason DOC doesn't pick you up, you must call your parole officer within 24 hours. All right, everyone's on your
No, I'd rather just stay here and wait.
Okay, it is easier. It works better. I mean, I try to tell people don't do it. You're allowed to do it, but then the state's just going to pull you back out, and you just go back and forth between the systems. All right, if you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork.
All right, so.
Right. Mr. Barasa? And then Devontae Bryant, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Richard Barraza, 5394.
All right, Mr. Barraza, you are here on a new case, and you've been accused of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those. Can I have you take your hood down, please? Thank you. And I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 24th, which is 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, April 28th at 8:30. The court address is on your paperwork, and the reason your dates are so far out is that I am going to release you to pretrial services. You have 3 priors, but according to pretrial, they don't have information about you failing to appear, at least not enough times that it triggers our desire to give you a bond on a drug possession charge. So you do have Glendale holds, just warning you. So I'm releasing you to pretrial in this case. We're going to give you an envelope. It has a bus pass. It also has directions to call pretrial when you're on the street, but you're not going to hit the street yet. They're going to call Glendale, and Glendale's going to have 24 hours to pick you up. So I'm telling you this because I want you to keep track of the envelope and the paperwork we are giving you. If you lose it, there's no way you're making it to court. You're going to get a warrant and a bond. One more FTA. We have this risk assessment score based on prior FTAs and other things. One more, and your score turns red, we're all giving you a bond. So don't lose your paperwork. You're going to have to go all the way to Glendale City Jail. You're going to have to keep track of it. So if I were you, consider that paperwork very, very important, because that's what will keep you out of jail next time. All right? Good luck, sir. Take your paperwork. Mr. Bryant, Devontae Bryant. And then Jennifer Evans, we go to the chair, please. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Devontae Trayvon Bryant, 3/17/1999.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You were booked in on 5 total allegations of organized retail theft of merchandise. Those are Class 4 felonies. 1 allegation of removal of a theft detection device, which is a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for these, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is in 2 weeks. It's a status conference, April 24th, 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, April 28th at 8:30. Those are downtown. Okay. Now, you qualify for release on your own recognizance, which means no babysitter. I'm going to release you. I do want to caution you, because I think a lot of people don't fully understand what they're risking now when they face felony shoplift prosecution. They have you on multiple offense dates. Don't make any confessions, because I'm already releasing you. So
okay.
It will not improve the outcome today. I'm literally trying to give you what I think is valuable information that will help you not make a bad situation worse.
Yeah, I was just going to say what the dumb detectives told me.
Yeah, you're presumed innocent in this case. I'm giving you a lawyer. You can go defend your case.
Okay.
But talk to your lawyer. Your lawyer will talk to you about multiple offense sentencing. When you have offenses on different dates, if you go to trial and you lose on enough of them, you stop being probation eligible and it starts being prison mandatory.
Okay.
So I tell people in your situation this because the county attorney here is aggressively prosecuting this type of offense. You should Google it. Just Google Maricopa County Attorney. They're aggressively prosecuting it. And so if you were to commit this type of offense while the case is pending, you are running a very serious risk of going from no felonies straight to prison in one go. A very serious risk.
I'm already knowing.
And so I'm trying to get you to comply with release conditions and not pick up any new cases while this case is pending. Because you could literally end up in prison for this already, but you have no felony priors. These are property crimes. There's also a realistic possibility you could get and take a probation offer. That's not up to me. That's up to the county attorney.
Okay.
But I don't want to lock you up if you can understand how very much you're risking if you were to commit new offenses while the case is pending.
Oh, I'm already knowing.
And so I'm trying to give you a clue that will help you down the road. Also protect the community, because if you comply with my release conditions, it protects the community.
Right.
And so I'm releasing you on your own recognizance because even if you did this, I don't think you're a danger to society.
No.
Not at this point in time. I also think there is a very realistic outcome. I've been in this business a long time. You could just end up on probation for this if you don't screw up while the case is pending. So don't.
I'm not.
And again, you're allowed to go to court and fight it. You are presumed innocent. But if you want to get a good offer from the county attorney, you will not violate release conditions.
Right.
So, especially when I release people on their own recognizance, I don't want them to think like, woohoo, like, hey, I'm good, I'm in the clear. You are not in the clear.
I already know.
I just believe that you should have a strong motive to comply with conditions and show up for court. I don't decide if you did it, I only decide if there's probable cause. I have to decide, are you going to show up for court, and are you likely to comply? And I think both of those things are true as long as you still have a brain.
Oh, yeah.
Go to court. You're in a bad situation. You will make it truly life-changing if you come in on a new felony while this is pending.
Yeah.
And so, the world is not ended today, but you come in on this, and if they send you to prison, your life just went completely sideways. So I hope that is not you, and this helps in some way to keep that from happening. So good luck, sir. If you step to your left, you get your paperwork.
So I'm good to
You're going.
collect all this?
You're going home. That's why, did you notice I didn't give anybody an encouraging lecture?
Yeah.
If I give you a $10,000 bond, I don't tell you to be good when you're out.
But that's why
I'm actually trying to help you. You're young. You're young and you don't have any priors.
Yeah.
And your life could either be okay or it could go sideways. I don't want to see you go to prison, even if you did everything that they accuse you of doing. I don't believe you need to go to prison to straighten out.
Right.
So I don't want to lock you up unless you make us. If you don't show up for court, if you commit new crimes, you're going to make us lock you up.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that's necessary. That even if you did exactly what they said, I don't think that's necessary to get you to straighten up and participate in society more successfully.
Yeah.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Ms. Evans, and then Teresa Boyle. We go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Evans, April 1st, 1990.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for theft as a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for that. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you, though, because this is a misdemeanor, and when it is a misdemeanor, you have to hire your own or represent yourself. So you need to go to the Goodyear City Court. Your court date is April 30th, so that's 3 weeks from now. April 30th, 1 in the afternoon. I am releasing you on your own recognizance because it's a property crime. You haven't missed any court dates. I'm going to order you not to go back to Target while the case is pending, and the police don't list any prior offenses for you. So I think you're likely to comply with conditions and come to court. That's all you need to do. Just don't go to that Target, okay? You're going to be out in a few hours. Try to be patient. You should be at home in your own bed tonight. Just don't miss your court date. Don't violate release conditions, okay? Or if you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, then I think we're at our house calls? No. Teresa Boyle, where did I leave off? Yeah, I still need Ms. Boyle. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
It's Teresa Boyle, and October 8, 2002.
Okay, thanks. You are here on an older case that has now been formally charged. So the charges are narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. And looks like this is alleged to have occurred on October 29th of last year, and it comes out of the Salt River Police Department. So you'll get a copy of the charges and police reports from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you, except I messed that up. I got to reprint. I'm sorry. I didn't check the lawyer box. I am giving you a lawyer. That was just an oopsie. All right. So you have a lawyer when you get there, and your court dates are in 2 weeks. First, a status conference, April 24th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, April 28th at 8:30. The address downtown is on your paperwork, and you qualify for release on your own recognizance. You have not missed any court dates in this case. The county attorney just didn't file it right away, and then when they did, they asked for a summons, but the court didn't have a working address. We sent you a summons, and it came back returned. So you've not missed any court dates. Just don't, okay? Everything's on your paperwork. We need to reprint it and give you the sheet for the public defender's office, and then you'll be all done for today. If you'll step that way, they'll send it out to you. All right, thank you. All right, then I've got the FOJ. Okay. I still don't have a criminal history on there. Do you mind reaching out to pretrial? Or maybe it's, wait, don't yet, because it might be probation, it might be parole. Oh, they say PV, okay. Yeah, they don't run a criminal history on those, let me see. I wanted to make sure it was a felony. Let me check who did it.
number dated 3 days ago.
Really?
But I don't know if it's the same warrant, because on the hit, it doesn't list the same number.
All right, and that's going to be the CR right here? Okay, let me look at it.
CR 347.
Oh, thank you. That helps, so that's easier to read.
But the hit she's seen on today doesn't have that number. The difference, and then that's the only number.
Right, this issued March 17. Classic. And, you know, what annoys me about pretrial is I wanted them to run it. Will you call them? And I understand it's out. I was worried this was a misdemeanor. That I thought this would show up as a misdemeanor, or she has more than one case. So will you tell them that I actually do want the criminal history? Because I've got this York guy to deal with, the county attorney was messing with, and so I'm going to be around a while. So I just want him to run it and attach it. All right, so let me keep looking at this whole one. Because we see this, right, the page 2 came in as a proper page 2, and then somebody ran the hit. Let me look here.
This.
Yeah, tell me, yes, I know it's PV, and yes, I want the criminal history anyway. You know what I think? Let's look at the. Okay, here's an OCA number. Okay, and this one. Because I smell that is exactly what's happening. Yep, same OCA number. Yep. This is an MCSO special. Same. If you look at the OCA is the warrant here, right? You can match those. Or is OCA the person?
The OCA is usually the warrant, right?
So at the top on mine, there's a hit confirmation response listing the OCA, and if you look at the other one, the second page of the one from a couple days ago, same OCA. And when I look at mine, date of warrant, same date, 3/17. Yeah, this is a repeat. Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah. I'll let them run it, and I'll just see if I can see 2 cases on her criminal history, but I believe it's the same one. Are you sure, Hall? Oh, don't come in yet. We're just trying to figure out if this is the same case. How many cases are you on probation for out of Gila River? That's what we think, too. I need you to sit tight, though, because what they're trying to do is just page 2 you for the same warrant that I think you were seen on a couple of days ago. But I'm just trying to be careful. So sit tight. I'm going to do a few other things. We're waiting. I'm just waiting to check on a couple things, okay? All right, thanks. All right, so let me check my email and see if I have still no update. Okay. Whoops. Okay. I'm going to note, let's see. Please do we have Mr. York? Is he back there?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead, because I'm going to do one of his cases, and I'm going to explain why I'm not doing the other yet.
Yo.
So York, we're just gonna, I just told Garcia, call IASAP, ASAP if you have supplemental PC on that. We'll hold that one to 1:30. I'll cut a no action order at 1:30 if we haven't started by then. But he's also hearing the warrant, so I'm just gonna see him on the warrant right now. That way he doesn't have to come in court if they don't make it. Okay. All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
2/21/89.
Are you Stephen York?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks. Sir, you're here on two things. I'm going to see you right now on one of them, and I'll tell you about the other one in a second. So, the one I'm going to do your initial appearance for right now is your bench warrant. And you were out on release pending sentencing in a case in which you've been charged with 2 counts of narcotic drug possession, 2 counts of dangerous drug possession. Those are Class 4 felonies, also criminal trespass as a Class 6 felony. This warrant issued when you failed to appear at your sentencing hearing on January 8th. And so, you already have a lawyer. I'm going to give you a status conference in front of your sentencing judge on April 16th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. And I am affirming the $2,500 secured bond that that judge set. That's in that pending drug case only. Now, in the new case, you did get arrested for some new sales allegations, and the county attorney has requested time to try to reach out to the arresting agency to supplement the probable cause, because right now the police did not provide very much. And the state is allowed to try to supplement that, their lawyers, it's a prosecutor, anytime up to the 24-hour mark. Your 24-hour mark is coming, but it's not here yet. So what the court has agreed to do is wait until 1:30. They list your arrest time as 2 o'clock yesterday. So if we have not brought you back here by 1:30 to do that hearing for you, I'm going to order that you be released in that case with a court date and a lawyer. No, not if I know action. No, I just order that you be released for lack of a hearing within 24 hours, because you have to have this hearing within 24 hours of arrest. So you still have time on the clock on the other one. The sentencing case, I was going to do that either way, so you're done on that case. Now, if there is probable cause in the new sales case, you will be held non-bondable for at least a week, because you have an open case, and then there would be probable cause for new felonies. So the DOs will let you know, and so officers, we're going to leave it on my 11. I will handle it anytime up to 1:30. But I told the county attorney, if they don't tell us they have supplemental probable cause by 1:30, I'm going to order him released in the new case. He still has the $2,500 bond in the sentencing case. So just don't let anybody take it, is what I'm trying to say. Like we want him to not leave the building, please, before 1:30, because we also would need to give him a copy of the release order in the new case if we didn't come back in on it. All right. Okay, so Mr. York, you're done right now. We're going to give you paperwork for your sentencing case, and so officers, that's the 2024 case. He can have his paperwork on the 2024 case. It's the 2025 that we're just going to let ride the calendar until 1:30. Okay. All right. So give us a second to sort that out, Mr. York, and then you can go up probably just to have a seat back out in general population.
Okay.
All right. Let me see if they have the criminal history from this hall. Here it is. Okay. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, but we'll let you know, because this is the week we have to. Oh, we can do 1:30.
Okay. Okay, let me, and you know, our source, our stupid thing says she's to be released, which I tried to get them to change years ago, and they don't. I told them, you know, to take out the to be released on a no action because more than half the time we're not actually ordering them released, and but it was like too much. They just wouldn't handle it. Okay, so let me see how it looks. So I just put 2 giant notes in there. Okay, one more tweak. Ms. Hall, I'm confident that it's the same case, so I'm just cutting an order saying I'm not taking any action on this page 2 by MCSO, but you're not to be released in the case because I show you already waived extradition 3 days ago. So you're still on that clock. You waived extradition 3 days ago. In this case, your 30 days started the day after you waived. So in this case, you can have a copy of it. I'm just cutting an order saying I'm not doing anything about this because this is a mistake by MCSO. And I'm 98% sure that I'm right. If somebody is like, no, you're wrong, they can show me paperwork, you could be brought back here. That's why I wanted to ask you, are you sure that you don't have 2 cases? Because you're the one who'll get woken up and hauled back over here, and it's very annoying.
I'm sure, I'm positive.
Okay, good. Because I'm okay doing it this way because even if it is a different case, you're the one who will suffer because you're already being held.
Yeah.
So MCSO knows exactly where you are. They can bring you back here if I'm wrong. But based on everything I can see, I've seen this mistake before by MCSO.
Yeah. That happened to me in Pinal County as well. I got held for 30 days. They didn't come get me, and I got released. And then I went to go see my probation officer. They rearrested me, and they held me for another 30 days. It's frustrating. After they didn't come and get me. So I was like, and they never counted the 30 days that I spent sitting there. And I'm confident enough that I'm not going to mess around with trying to figure it out because we know where you'll be if I'm wrong. But I did want to check with you because you're the one who'll pay the annoying price if you actually have 2 cases. So good luck, ma'am. And wait. So what happened? So my 30 days started.
This is just a non-occurrence. Like sorry that we hauled you over here. This is for nothing. Somebody at the sheriff found the teletype in the national system. 3 days ago, they had a paper warrant. The cops gave us a paper warrant. You were seen on it. But a hit popped up. People at MCSO run you for hits. They thought it was a different case, or they didn't check, or they didn't know. And so they put in a thing saying, oh, we got to see her on this hit. But they didn't connect the dots that we'd already been seen on this hit. Okay. And I have seen this happen before. It doesn't happen that often, but I have seen it.
Okay, so everything's just back to normal.
Exactly. Okay. It's like, oops, never mind. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay. So. Okay, thank you. Good luck, ma'am. It's better than having a new case, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no problem. All right, so I've got 2 house calls, Cheyenne Davis and Asia Venerable. The information I got before court was that Ms. Davis was isolated for being combative in general population, and Ms. Venerable was a non-acute suicide watch. Is that correct, officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I will conduct these initial appearances in-house immediately after this recording, and I will advise Cheyenne Davis, born 2/19 of 95. She's here on an arrest warrant for an older case. She's been charged with aggravated assault as a Class 6 felony and criminal trespass a Class 6 felony with an offense date back on February 7th of 2023. I'll let her know that she'll get a copy of the charges and police reports from her lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for her. Her next court date is going to be a status conference, April 24th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing April 28th at 8:30 in the morning. Now, this is not a new case, and this was an unserved summons. So I'm hopeful that I can follow the recommendation to release her on her own recognizance in this case. I am, of course, concerned about her being isolated for being allegedly combative. So I'm going to go talk to her and hope that it appears reasonably likely that she will come to court and comply with release conditions. So I am planning to release her on her own recognizance with orders not to go to the scene of the alleged crimes and no contact with the alleged victim, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If, when I talk to her, it appears that she is a poor candidate for own recognizance release, I may make a different decision. And my final decision will be reflected in my final order. Asia Venerable, born 5/9 of 03, is here in a new case. She got arrested for resisting arrest, a class 6 felony, disorderly conduct, assault, criminal damage. Those are all class 1 misdemeanors, and there is probable cause for them. I'm appointing a lawyer for her, giving her a status conference date of April 24th at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing date of April 28th at 8:30. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court. And I'm currently planning to release her to supervised release. She does qualify for it, but I want her to wear an ankle monitor and drug and alcohol test because I am very concerned about these allegations and her lengthy juvenile history of assault-type offenses. So I'm going to go talk to her as well. And the orders will also include no going to the scene of the alleged crimes. That's the purpose of the ankle monitor. No weapons, drugs, or alcohol. She has to find new residents and bring proof within 24 hours. She can do a civil standby. All right. Again, if anything changes after I conduct these initial appearances in-house, I will update my final written order. It is not the court's intention to update this recording. So the final order will reflect the court's ultimate decision in these two matters once I've conducted those appearances. And again, Mr. York will be brought back for the initial appearance on his new booking if the county attorney has supplemental PC to offer by 1:30 p.m. If they do not, then at 1:30 p.m. I will cut a release order for failure to meet the 24-hour rule. Or, let me think. No, you know what? I'm thinking procedurally. No, procedurally, I should have him brought back and no PC it. I should not no action it. Right. Okay. So, sorry, we can communicate that to the DOs, but I definitely do need to come back. I was not procedurally thinking about it correctly. So I will bring him back and make a no PC finding. And so people can check the record between now and the start of the 2 p.m. calendar because Mr. York will definitely be on it. So with that, we're going to stand in recess until we finish Mr. York's case, which will be before 2 p.m. All right, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, you can go ahead and come in.
You ready?
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay.
Ready?
All right, you go ahead and come back in, sir. All right, so we're going to go back on the record for the 11 a.m. calendar, and this is Mr. York. I remember you don't have to say your name again. So, Mr. York, the county attorney did not double check my email. Right? Yeah. So they were unable to secure any additional information. So what I'm going to do is find no probable cause in your new case, but I am going to give you a lawyer and a court date. So the allegations are still pending against you. Your lawyer will explain what that means, but you don't have any additional bond or restrictions in this case. And Katrina, I'm just going to delete the hearing. Okay. If you'll take them off the email or whatever you guys do. Okay. So I'm not finding probable cause, and I forget, was he public defender? I think he was. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, sir, so your court dates, Mr. York, are going to be different for this new case because you're technically released in the new case. It's April 24th at 8:30. That's a status conference, a preliminary hearing, April 28th at 8:30. And certainly keep this paperwork and show it to your lawyer in the other case and just let them know this case is floating around out there. And then they can try to, bring it all together and try to resolve everything together for you. All right, we're going to go ahead and print that. You've got your court dates, and just keep them with your other paperwork, and you go to court in the older case next week. If you do bond out, don't miss any of these court dates, okay, Mr. York? Because remember, you have a bond in your older case. Okay. All right, we are done for today, and we're going to stand in recess until 2 p.m. Thank you, officer.
Bye. All right.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Thursday, April 10th. Do I have a court interpreter on the line?
Comisionada Hughes, este es el calendario de la comparecencia del día de hoy, 2 de la tarde, 10 de abril. Yes, Your Honor, Maria Court Interpreter's Office.
Good morning, Ms. Korb. Thank you very much for being here.
Of course.
Okay, the court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of April will apply to the hearings on this calendar.
Las órdenes emitidas con respecto a la toma de muestras de huellas dactilares y muestras de ADN aplican en todos estos casos.
Okay, as we get started in here this afternoon, I will call each of you into the courtroom one at a time.
Voy a llamarlos a todos y cada uno de ustedes uno a la vez.
I will ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom. I'll ask the next two people I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the two chairs right inside this door.
Voy a pedir a uno que pase al podium gris que está aquí en la sala y a la siguiente persona que se siente en las sillas afuera de la puerta.
Once you work your way into the courtroom, I will start by asking you to state your full name and date of birth, and then I will explain to you why you're here this afternoon.
Una vez que pasen a la sala, les voy a pedir que me digan su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento y luego les explicaré por qué están aquí.
After that, I will tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, sometimes called a public defender, to represent you.
Después de eso, les indicaré si califican para un abogado asignado por el juzgado, es un defensor público.
Whether or not you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, you all have the right to hire private counsel to represent you in criminal proceedings if you choose to.
Ya sea o no que les asigne un defensor público, todos ustedes tienen el derecho de contratar un abogado privado en casos penales si eso es lo que desean.
After we talk about lawyers, I will give you the next court hearing dates and times that you'll be required to attend. And the last thing we'll do is talk about whether you are eligible for release and on what conditions if you are.
Después de hablar de los abogados, hablaremos de las fechas de sus próximas audiencias a las que tendrán que asistir y luego hablaremos de si quedarán en libertad o no y con qué condiciones.
In addition to the right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent.
Además del derecho de tener un abogado, todos ustedes también tienen el derecho de permanecer en silencio.
Anything that you do choose to say while you're in the courtroom will be preserved on the recording and can be used against you at any point down the line in these proceedings.
Cualquier cosa que ustedes digan aquí en la sala se está grabando y se guardará y se podría usar en su contra en estas diligencias.
Unless you have made arrangements with private counsel, there will not be a lawyer in the courtroom this afternoon for purposes of your defense.
A menos de que hayan contratado un abogado privado por ustedes, no habrá un abogado presente para su defensa el día de hoy.
Because a large majority of you will not have a lawyer in here and because anything you say could be used against you, I will strongly caution all of you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here.
Debido a que la mayoría de ustedes no califica para un abogado y a que cualquier cosa que digan se podría usar en su contra, les aliento a que ampliamente a que no presenten ninguna declaración con respecto a los hechos en su caso.
Last thing before we get started, all of the information that I give you while you're in the courtroom will be contained in a written document that you will get a copy of when you step back into the room that you're in right now.
Finalmente, toda la información que yo les dé estará contenida en un documento que recibirán cuando salgan de la sala.
So please don't feel like you need to memorize the information we go through while you're in the courtroom, but please keep that paperwork with you wherever you go from here this afternoon.
No piensen que tienen que memorizarse toda esa información, guarden ese documento.
Okay, can I please have Jocelyn Ariana all the way into the courtroom behind the gray podium?
Jocelyn Ariana, pase al podio.
Can Can I have your full name and date of birth, please, after the translation?
Nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Jocelyn Ariana Iriarte, 4 de septiembre del 98.
Jocelyn Ariana Iriarte, September 4, 1998, Maria Court, Court Interpreter's Office.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ariana. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations are 2 counts of shoplifting, both Class 1 misdemeanors.
Usted está aquí por acusaciones nuevas que son 2 puntos acusatorios de robo en una tienda, son falta categoría número 1.
Because these are both misdemeanor allegations, the nature of those allegations does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer, but you do still have the right to hire a lawyer if you wish to be represented.
Debido a que estas son faltas, no tiene el derecho de un defensor público, pero usted siempre tiene el derecho de contratar un abogado privado si así lo desea.
Your next court hearing on these allegations will be an arraignment hearing April 30th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the Goodyear Municipal Court.
Su próxima audiencia será una vista en coactoria el 30 de abril a la 1 de la tarde en el Tribunal Municipal de la ciudad de Goodyear.
I am releasing you on your own recognizance on these allegations, so you will be released from custody and you will be responsible for getting yourself to that court hearing.
La dejará en libertad bajo caución juratoria, lo que significa que usted quedará en libertad y es responsable por asistir a su próxima audiencia.
Once you are released from custody, you cannot go back to the location where the alleged shoplifting offenses occurred, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
Una vez que quede en libertad, no puede regresar al lugar donde ocurrió el supuesto delito, ni tampoco puede tener posesión de drogas si no tiene receta.
Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
¿Entiende usted esas condiciones?
Yes.
She said yes in English. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ariana. You can wait for your paperwork here and then step back to your left.
Thank you.
Madam Interpreter, before you disconnect, would you mind please making an inquiry of the gallery for me?
Not at all, Your Honor. I can do that, of course. ¿Hay alguien más que necesite intérprete en español? Si es así, levanten la mano. Any hands?
Could you ask him to state their name? There's not an officer in the gallery right now.
O si hay alguien que necesite intérprete en español, díganos su nombre.
Anybody? Okay, I'm hearing nothing. I'm told now there's no hands. So thank you very much for your assistance. You're free to disconnect.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, can I please have Tanisha Harina all the way into the courtroom behind the gray podium? Jason Harris, if I could ask you to work your way to that first chair inside the door. Michael Hyland, if I could please have you in that second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Tanisha Ann Harina, date of birth 5/29/02.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harina. You are here on a probation violation warrant issued by the Navajo County Superior Court. If you don't already have a lawyer assigned to you in that Navajo County probation case, you will get one at your next court hearing. The next judge you see will appoint you a lawyer. That next hearing will be an arraignment hearing. It's going to take place April 16th at 8:30 in the Navajo County Superior Court. And the Navajo County judge issuing that warrant has indicated you are not eligible for release on bond. So you will be held in custody without bail at least until your hearing on the 16th in Navajo County. Do you understand that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harina. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jason Harris, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Mr. Hyland, if you'd shift over to the first chair, please, and then if I could get Anthony Hayatala in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jason Lee Harris,
And what's your date of birth?
August 9th, 1977.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. You are here on 3 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of dangerous drug possession. It is a class 4 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I have appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings in that new allegation will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that new drug allegation, you have a $50 secured appearance bond. The other 2 matters you're here on are both probation violation warrants. In both of those cases, petitions to revoke your probation have been filed. One of the two alleges violations of terms 2 and 5. The other alleges violations of terms 5 and 15. I have appointed a lawyer for you in both of those probation matters. Your next court hearing in the two probation cases will be a revocation arraignment April 17th at 8:30 downtown. On the two probation matters, the issuing judge has indicated you are not eligible for release on bond. That means you will be held in custody without bail at least until you see the probation judge on the 17th. Because of that, I would encourage you to wait until after that probation hearing before attempting to post the $50 bond on the new allegation. Do you understand that information?
Quick question.
Sure.
There's no eligibility for release. Why?
It's pursuant to Rule 7.2C of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. That rule says that if a violation of probation results in a substantial likelihood of a term of incarceration, you are not eligible for release on bond. So the probation judge that issued that warrant made that finding and has determined that based on that, you're not eligible for release. Any other questions, Mr. Harris?
No, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
So after the 50, so when can I post the $50?
Well, you could post it at any time, but if you posted it any time between now and the 17th, you would still be held in custody on the probation case. So my suggestion would be that you wait until the 17th, go to the probation hearing. If at that hearing on the 17th, the probation court determines that you're entitled to release either outright or on bond at that point, then you could post the $50 to be eligible for release on that new allegation.
Okay, so then this new case here that I have going on right here, this possession case right here, that has nothing to do with the violations that are arising out of these other cases? Correct,
at least as of right now.
Wow, so I don't even know why they even, so the revocation of probation of whatever these other cases, whatever the court has determined there, is not in direct concern with this new allegation and charge that they put?
Correct. Those probation violation warrants were already pending. The petitions to revoke had already been filed.
Wow. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that at all. All right.
All right, thanks, Mr. Harris. You can step back and get your paperwork. Be careful because the door is closing. Okay, Michael Hyland, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Officer, would you get that door, please? Mr. Hayatullah, if you'd shift over. Marcus Batson, if you'd work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
It's Michael Hyland, 9/17/1977.
Thank you, Mr. Hyland. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, that's a Class 3 felony. 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, that's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of discharging a firearm in the city limits. 1 count of disorderly conduct involving weapons. Those 2 are Class 6 felonies. And last is 1 count of obstructing government operations. That's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support these allegations, and I have also determined that based on your reported financial situation, you don't financially qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. You still have the right to hire a lawyer. You do still have the right to be represented. Your next court hearings will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I have imposed a $50,000 secured appearance bond. Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that bond if you choose to. If you do post that bond prior to your release from custody, you will be affixed with an ankle monitor for electronic monitoring. If you post that bond and you're released on that ankle monitor, you cannot go back to the scene where these alleged offenses took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses. You cannot possess any weapons. You cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. And whether or not you are released from custody, you must comply with the terms of any orders of protection or orders against harassment if any have been or are later served upon you. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Most of it. So next court date's 16th, you said?
It is the 16th, yes, 16th at 8:30.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyland. You can step back and get your paperwork. Anthony Hayatullah to the podium in the courtroom, please. Umberto Trujillo, if you please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Anthony Noel Hayatullah, 02/27/2003.
Thank you very much, Mr. Did you just say Hayatullah?
Yeah, Hayatullah.
So the A is an E?
It's Hietala.
Okay, so the first A is pronounced like an E. It's Hietala?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm saying it right and that we have it spelled correctly. So thank you very much, Mr. Hietala. Okay, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 2 counts of dangerous drug possession for sale, 2 counts of narcotic drug possession for sale. Those 4 are class 2 felonies. 3 counts of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, 1 count of, 2 counts. 4 counts total of sales, class 2 felonies. It looks like 4 counts total of possession, 2 dangerous drug possession, 2 narcotic drug possession, 3 counts of use of an electronic device in a drug transaction. All of those last 7 counts are class 4 felonies. So 4 counts total of sales as class 2 felonies. It looks like 4 counts total of possession, class 4 felonies, 3 counts total of using an electronic device, class 4 felonies. I have found probable cause to support those allegations. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I have imposed a $25,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hietala. You can step back and get your paperwork. Marcus Batson to the podium in the courtroom, please. Christopher Jimenez, if you would please work your way to the second chair next to Mr. Trujillo. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Marcus Batson, 10/13/93.
Thank you very much, Mr. Batson. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, 3 counts of aggravated driving under the influence. All of those are class 4 felonies. 1 count of endangerment, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, both class 6 felonies, and 1 count of a prescription drug violation, a class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support the aggravated driving under the influence and the endangerment allegations. I have not found probable cause to support any of the drug-related allegations. I have determined that you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, and I've appointed one to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th. Both of those will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On the new allegations supported by probable cause, I have imposed a $10,000 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is an allegation that the new offenses supported by probable cause constitute Term 1 violations of your probation. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you in that probation case. Your next court hearing in the probation matter will be a revocation arraignment April 17th. It'll be at 8:30, also in the Superior Court downtown. On the probation matter, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. So your total bond will be $10,500. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you cannot operate a motor vehicle under any circumstances unless and until you receive a new order from a court allowing you to operate a motor vehicle. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I do plan on making bonds, so, like, what would my first step be?
Well, your first step would be to get yourself to your court hearing on April 16th if you post that bond.
Okay, and do I just leave the car where it's at, or just take it out?
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I don't know where it is, but you can't operate it. So
yeah, I know
if the vehicle is somewhere and it needs to be moved, you'll have to contact a friend, a family member, a tow company to have somebody remove it from wherever it is to take it wherever it needs to be, but you personally cannot get behind the wheel and operate it.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Like,
okay.
I just want it somewhere safe.
Yeah, I don't know where it is. I don't know if law enforcement has it or if it's left where it was, but if it is left where it was and you have access to it, have a friend, family member move it for you, call a tow company, have them tow it to wherever you want it to be.
All right.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Batson?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
And this is all, like, just the whole 10,000, the whole 10,000 up front, 500?
It's secured appearance, so you can use a bonding company. A bonding company might work with you to pay less up front, but that's an agreement you would make with the bonding company, not the court. Okay. Humberto Trujillo, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Thomas Green, if I could ask you to please join Mr. Jimenez in the second chair.
Morning, Your Honor.
It's afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, yeah.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Humberto Trujillo. I was born on March 30th, 1983.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trujillo. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on, well, actually both. Both matters that you're here on are allegations of new charges, just in different ways. So the first one is an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. That direct complaint is a written document that alleges new allegations against you. The allegations in that direct complaint are 2 counts of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, both Class 4 felonies, 1 count of misdemeanor driving under the influence, and 1 count of misdemeanor criminal damage. It looks like those allegations are alleged to have been committed March 21st of 2024. The second matter is an allegation of a new offense based on a new arrest. That allegation is one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, also a Class 4 felony, alleged to have been committed yesterday, April 9th. In both of these cases, I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings in both matters will be a status conference, April 16th, and then a preliminary hearing, April 18th, both of those hearings at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these 2 matters combined, you have a total secured appearance bond of $5,050. It is $50 on the direct complaint warrant, $5,000 on the new allegation. $5,050 all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you cannot possess any weapons. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But the court, I didn't go to the court the first time because the post office, they sent the letter to the wrong address, ma'am.
I'm not seeing you on anything that alleges you didn't appear in court. I'm seeing you wholly on new allegations.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Trujillo. You can step back and get your paperwork. Christopher Jimenez, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Alexander Amaya, if I could ask you to work your way to that second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Christopher Jimenez,
And what's your date of birth?
5/22/84.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. You are here on 2 different matters. The first one is a probation violation warrant. In that case, a petition to revoke your probation was filed. It alleges that you have violated term 1. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in that probation case. Your next court hearing in that matter will be a revocation arraignment, April 17th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that case, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is a failure to appear warrant issued by the Navajo County Superior Court. It looks like on an existing felony drug case pending in Navajo County. I don't know whether the Navajo County Court has already appointed you a court-appointed lawyer in that case or not. If they have, that lawyer will continue to represent you. If you don't yet have a court-appointed lawyer in the Navajo County case, you'll get one at your next court hearing. That hearing will be an arraignment hearing April 16th. It'll be at 8:30 in the Navajo County Superior Court. And on that Navajo County warrant, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. So your total bond will be $5,250. If you post that and you're released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Okay, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have a question?
Yeah, would that be a Zoom?
I don't know. You mean for the Navajo County hearing? I don't know. If you don't post that bond and you stay in custody, once you're transferred to a more permanent facility, ask the jail staff there if they know how that will work.
Okay.
And they can let you know whether Navajo County is going to come get you or whether arrangements could be made for you to appear virtually. All right. Thanks, Mr. Jimenez. Thomas Green to the podium in the courtroom, please. Rosa Sanchez, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Thomas Ryan Green, 214-85.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of felony shoplifting, it's a Class 4 felony, 1 count of dangerous drug possession, also a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those new allegations, and I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing the 18th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. And on these allegations, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot go back to the scene where you were arrested, and you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Green. You can step back and get your paperwork. Alexander Amaya to the podium in the courtroom, please. Anthony Elbrecht, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Alexander Amaya, 1686.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amaya. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is one count of dangerous drug possession. It is a Class 4 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings on that allegation will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th, both of them at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that new allegation, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is a bench warrant issued by the probation court when you fail to appear at a probation revocation arraignment hearing. There's already been a lawyer assigned to appoint you in that probation case. That assigned lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearing in that probation case will be a new revocation arraignment April 17th at 8:30. On the probation warrant, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. So your total bond will be $1,500. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Amaya. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Rosa Sanchez to the podium in the courtroom, please. Mark Batoni, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Rosa Sanchez, 101402.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sanchez. You are here on 3 probation violation warrants. In all 3 cases, petitions to revoke your probation have been filed. All 3 of them allege that you have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I've appointed a lawyer for you in all 3 cases. Your next court hearing in these matters will be a revocation arraignment hearing April 17th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On these 3 warrants, you have a total secured appearance bond of $1,300, $1,300. It is $750 on one of the warrants, $500 on the second, $50 on the third. So again, total is $1,300, all secured appearance. If you post that and you're released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Ms. Sanchez. You can step back and get your paperwork. Anthony Elbrecht to the podium in the courtroom, please. Karen Pryor, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Anthony Elbrecht, May 21st, 1982.
Did you say May 21st? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Elbrecht. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of shoplifting, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of taking the identity of another. Those 2 are also Class 4 felonies. 1 count of possessing a theft detection device, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession. Those last 2 are Class 6 felonies. I have found probable cause to support all of these allegations with the exception of the dangerous drug possession allegation. I did not find probable cause to support that one. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those new allegations supported by probable cause, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. The second of the 2 matters you're here on is a probation violation warrant. In that case, the petition to revoke your probation was filed. It alleges violations of terms 3 and 5. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in that probation case also. Your next court hearing in that matter will be a revocation arraignment April 17th at 8:30 downtown. On the probation warrant, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. So your total bond will be $5,500. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, you cannot return to the scene where the alleged shoplifting offense took place, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Albrecht. You can step back and get your paperwork. Mark Batoni, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jeremy Antone, if you would work your way to the second chair, please. Can I ask you to pull your hood down and then give me your name and date of birth?
Mark Batoni, September 19, 1990.
Thank you, Mr. Batoni. You are here on 3 different matters. The first is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those new allegations and appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings on the new allegations will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those 2 new allegations, you have a $50 secured appearance bond. The other 2 matters you're here on are both allegations that the new charges violate Term 1 of your probation. In both of those probation cases, I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing in the 2 probation matters will be a revocation arraignment April 17th at 8:30. On the 2 probation matters, you have a $250 secured appearance bond each. So your total bond for all 3 cases will be $550, all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription.
Ma'am,
Yes.
I have not missed a court hearing or nothing like that. Is there any way you can get me on pretrial services?
No, not right now, because the alleged new offenses are substantially similar to the 2 cases that you're already on probation for. So you will have to post that bond in order to be eligible for release.
I don't have that bond.
What's that?
I don't have that bond money.
Then you'll stay in custody at least until your probation hearing on the 17th. What will happen after that will be up to the next judge you see. Okay, you can go ahead and step back and get your paperwork. Thank you, Mr. Batoni. Karen Cryer to the podium in the courtroom, please. Nicole Rankin, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Karen McCryer, 4/30/1980.
Thank you, Ms. Cryer. You are here on 3 different matters. The first 2 are cases that involve new allegations against you. The first of those is an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. The allegations in that direct complaint are 1 count of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Those are alleged to have occurred back in November 29th of 2022. The second case involving new allegations is allegations of new charges based on a new arrest. Those allegations are 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of false reporting to law enforcement, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those new arrest allegations. I've appointed a lawyer for you in both cases involving new allegations.
Okay.
Your next court hearings in both of those cases will be a status conference April 24th and then a preliminary hearing April 28th at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. The third matter that you're here on is a failure to appear warrant issued by the Buckeye Municipal Court. That looks like it's on misdemeanor drug paraphernalia possession allegation.
Yeah.
Because the underlying allegation on that Buckeye warrant is a misdemeanor, the nature of that charge does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer. So on the Buckeye misdemeanor warrant, or Buckeye misdemeanor case, I should say, if you want to be represented, you will have to hire a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing in the Buckeye case will be an arraignment hearing April 29th at 2 o'clock. It'll be in the Buckeye Municipal Court. On all of these allegations, I am releasing you from custody. On the 2 felony cases, you're going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. That means that you will be released from custody. It's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to all of these next court hearings. Also, once you're out of custody, you will have to make contact with pretrial. Their information will be in a packet you get with your paperwork, so please keep that. Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of that information? Okay, thank you, Ms. Cryer. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jeremy Antone to the podium in the courtroom, please. Isaac Acosta, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Jeremy Axel, February 21st, 1994.
Thank you, Mr. Antone. You are here on a failure to comply with court terms warrant issued by the Ironwood Justice Court. The underlying allegation in that case is a misdemeanor driving on a suspended license allegation. Because that is a misdemeanor allegation, the nature of that charge does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer. So if you don't already have a lawyer working with you in that case, but you want one, you will have to hire a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing April 24th. It'll be at 9 o'clock in the Ironwood Justice Court, and I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so it's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to that court hearing.
Okay.
Once you're out of custody, you cannot operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license.
Okay.
Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Antone. You can step back and get your paperwork. Nicole Rankin to the podium in the courtroom, please. Jose Flores Castro, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Nicole Rankin, August 21st, 1982.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin. You are here on a failure to comply with court terms warrant issued by the Peoria Municipal Court on a misdemeanor driving under the influence case. I am not making any orders regarding your entitlement to counsel in that case. I'm not saying you're not entitled to a lawyer. I just don't have enough information to determine at what stage of the proceedings this case is in. So if you have been given a court-appointed lawyer by the Peoria judge, that lawyer is still working with you. I'm not removing that lawyer. If you don't currently have a court-appointed lawyer in this case, but you think that you might be entitled to one, you'll want to take that up with the Peoria judge at your next hearing. Your next hearing on this warrant will be an arraignment hearing April 29th. It will be at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Peoria Municipal Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you are eligible for release on this warrant. You are entitled to be released from custody. If you're not being held for anything else, you are going to get out, and then you're going to be responsible for getting yourself to that hearing. Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Without a valid prescription. You also cannot operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rankin. You can step back and get your paperwork. Isaac Acosta to the podium in the courtroom, please. Damian Rosales, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Isaac Acosta. My birthday is November 27, 2006.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acosta. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is one count of carrying a concealed weapon while being under the age of 21. It is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Because it is a misdemeanor offense, the nature of that charge does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer. If you wish to have a lawyer defend you, you will have to hire a lawyer at your own expense. Your next court hearing on this allegation will be an arraignment hearing April 24th. It'll be at 8:30 in the Country Meadows Justice Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will be released from custody. Once you are out of custody, it will be your responsibility to get yourself to that next court hearing. You also cannot possess any weapons once you're released. You cannot have contact with any alleged witnesses or co-defendants of this allegation, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, one more time. Can you please tell me where my court hearing will be at again?
Sure. It's going to be in the Country Meadows Justice Court on April 24th at 8:30 in the morning. In your release paperwork, you're going to have that date, time. You'll also have the address and phone number to that court. So if you can't figure out where it is or you need directions, please keep that paperwork so you'll have their phone number so you can give them a call.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Acosta. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jose Flores Castro, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Joseph Hernandez, if I could ask you to work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jose Flores Castro, 10-10-89.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flores Castro. You are here on two different matters. The first one is an allegation of a new offense. That allegation is one count of criminal trespassing. It is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Because that is a misdemeanor offense, the nature of that charge does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer. You do have the right to hire a lawyer to defend you if you wish to. Your next court hearing on that new trespassing allegation will be an arraignment hearing April 29th at 8 o'clock in the morning in the El Mirage Municipal Court. The second matter that you're here on is a failure to appear warrant, also issued by the El Mirage Court, that one on a misdemeanor assault and disorderly conduct case. If you don't already have a lawyer in that case, in the existing assault disorderly conduct case, you might be eligible for one. So if you already have one, that lawyer is going to continue to work with you. If you don't have a court-appointed lawyer, but you think that you're entitled to one, please talk to the El Mirage judge about that at your next court hearing. Your hearing on that existing case is going to be the same as your hearing on the new case. So it will be an arraignment hearing April 29th at 8 o'clock. Both of your cases will be on that calendar. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will be released from custody, and it's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to that hearing on the 29th at 8 a.m. Once you are out of custody, you are ordered not to return to the scene where the alleged new trespassing offense took place, and you cannot have any contact with the alleged victims of the assault and disorderly conduct allegations if you know who those people are. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes. Quick question. The assault and disorderly conduct, when was that from?
It looks like the underlying allegation or the underlying conduct occurred February 17th of 2021. The warrant was issued May 26th of 2021. So it looks like it's a case that's been pending for probably about 4 years, and there's been a warrant out for you for equally about the same amount of time.
Okay, this is the first time hearing about that, to be honest, but that's fine. Okay.
Talk to the El Mirage judge. They'll have all the underlying facts about that. So if you don't know anything about that, just make sure you're in court on April 29th, and you'll figure out what that's all about and maybe even get rid of that case.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay, I do need to reprint one set of your paperwork, so I'm going to ask my clerk to do that. We'll bring it out to you if you'll take a step back to your left.
No problem.
Thank you. We reprint 22. Okay, Damian Rosales to the podium in the courtroom, please. Demetrius Haskins, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Damon Rosales, date of birth 6804.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosales. You are here on two different matters. The first one is an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is one count of having a dog at large. It is a Class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support that allegation. The second matter that you're here on is a failure to appear warrant issued by the El Mirage Court on a misdemeanor theft case. In both of these cases, because the allegations are misdemeanors, the nature of those charges doesn't entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer. So if you don't have a lawyer on the existing case and you want one on one or both of these cases, you will have to hire a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing for both of these matters will be the same. It will be April 29th at 8:30 in the morning in the El Mirage Municipal Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance in both cases, so you're going to be released from custody. That means it's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to that next court hearing. Okay. Once you are out of custody, you cannot have contact with the underlying victim of the alleged theft allegation. You also cannot possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rosales. You can step back and get your paperwork. Joseph Hernandez to the podium in the courtroom, please. Daniel Sierra, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Joseph Hernandez, 0915-2003.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and one count of criminal speeding, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations. Because they are misdemeanor allegations, the nature of those charges does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer. If you want to be represented in that case, you will have to hire a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing, it's just one, will be an arraignment hearing April 22nd. It'll be at 8:30 in the West Mesa Justice Court, and I am releasing you on your own recognizance.
And through that, I would have to figure out everything going forward from there?
Yes, that's correct. So when you go to court on the 22nd, that will be the judge that will preside over the rest of the proceedings.
Okay, and also with their, that's when I would be able to have a chance to explain myself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you don't want to do that here at this hearing because you don't have a lawyer present.
Yeah.
So on the 22nd, if you want a lawyer, hire a lawyer, take a lawyer with you to that hearing, or you always, between now and the 22nd, could consult a lawyer, and that lawyer could tell you what to say, what not to say at your next hearing.
And I would be able to request the dash cam of the officer who pulled me over?
I would say talk to a lawyer about how to get that if you're entitled to it.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Go ahead and step back and get your paperwork. Demetrius Haskins to the podium in the courtroom, please. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Demetrius Haskins, October 20th, 1986.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haskins. You are here on 2 warrants, both issued by the Moon Valley Justice Court. One of them is a failure to comply with court terms warrant issued on a misdemeanor driving on a suspended license case. The other is a failure to appear warrant on what appears to be a different driving on a suspended license case. Because the driving on a suspended license allegations are misdemeanor allegations, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. You do still have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you if you don't already have one, if you want one. Your next court hearing in both of these cases will be the same. It will be an arraignment hearing April 25th. It will be at 10 o'clock in the morning in the Moon Valley Justice Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you're going to get out of custody. It's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to that next hearing on April 25th. Once you are out of custody, you are ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if you, in fact, do not have a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Haskins. You can step back and get your paperwork. Daniel Sierra, if you would please work your way to the courtroom. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Daniel Sierra, 1/11/65.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sierra. Okay, you are here on an out-of-state warrant issued by the state of Texas. Did you get a big laminated card to review? Okay.
Did you want me to bring it?
No, you don't have to bring it. I just wanted to make sure you were given it. Did you read through that big card?
Several times.
Okay. So here's the deal. You are here on a warrant issued by a state that is not Arizona. Before you were brought into the courtroom, Arizona confirmed with Texas that is a valid warrant. Texas has indicated they are willing to extradite you. That means Texas wants to come to Arizona and take you back to Texas.
Okay.
Because you're here on an out-of-state warrant, your hearing's going to look a little bit different than everybody that has already gone. So you will have an option between 2 different choices. I will go over what those 2 options are. Hopefully it matches what's on that card. I will give you an opportunity to ask any questions you have about either option, and then we'll end by me asking you which option you pick. Okay, let's talk first about the 2 different options. Option number 1 is you can elect to waive your right to an extradition hearing here in Arizona and agree to go back to Texas. If you pick that first option, you are not waiving any rights or defenses that you have to the underlying criminal case in Texas. You are only waiving your right to an extradition hearing here in Arizona. If you pick option 1, you will be held in custody here in Maricopa County without bond for up to 30 days to allow Texas to come get you. That 30-day time period will start ticking tomorrow unless you have local criminal charges pending anywhere in Arizona. If you have Arizona criminal charges pending, that 30 days will not start until the Arizona criminal charges are resolved. So option 1 is waive your right to an extradition hearing here in Arizona, agree to go back to Texas, stay in custody for up to 30 days without bond. If you don't pick that, the second choice that you can make is you can not waive your right to an extradition hearing. If you demand an extradition hearing, I will set that hearing for April 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon. Extradition proceedings in Arizona are civil proceedings, not criminal proceedings. That means if you pick option 2 and I set that extradition hearing, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. You, like everybody else, though, do still have the right to hire a lawyer to be present and represent you if you pick option 2 and go to an extradition hearing. If you pick option 2 and I set that extradition hearing, governor's warrants are sought by both the governors of Arizona and the governor of Texas. Once both governors sign extradition warrants, then Arizona is legally obligated to release you to Texas, who then has the legal authority to come get you and take you back. The process from the original extradition hearing to getting a governor's warrant signed could take up to 90 days. If you pick option 2 and have an extradition hearing, you are bond eligible on that Texas warrant. If you pick option 2 and we set the extradition hearing, your bond would be a $100,000 cash-only bond. If you posted that bond, you would be entitled to release while the extradition proceedings are taking place. You would be required to stay in Arizona. If you did not or could not post that bond and you picked option 2, you would stay in custody while the extradition proceedings are taking place. Do you have questions about the 2 different options?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how this fits in with, I'm under a cardiologist's care right now till the end of May.
Okay.
And she's doing tests on me because I had a heart episode in December.
So what, I don't know that this is helpful to your decision, but I will tell you that so long as you are incarcerated in Maricopa County, your medical care remains the responsibility of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. I don't know how that looks in terms of elective care or testing or something like that, but so I can't give you a bright line answer. Here's what would happen with your medical situation. If you picked option 2 and you posted your bond, you would be out and free to go to whatever medical appointments you have. If you pick option 1 or if you pick option 2 and you don't post that bond, then what I would encourage you to do is communicate with jail staff wherever you end up, whatever your medical needs and concerns are, so that they have an opportunity to address that.
So the bond on option 2 is absolutely 100% cash?
It is, yes.
Okay. And that's not in any way eligible for the other bond?
It is not based on the nature of the underlying charge in Texas.
Will I get a copy of this? This is the first I've even heard of this warrant.
So I can tell you, I can't give you a copy of the warrant. I can tell you what the underlying allegation is. And then if and when you get back to Texas, they'll provide you hopefully a lawyer, or you'll have a Texas lawyer hired, and then you can get all the paperwork. It looks like the underlying allegation is a charge of sex abuse of a child, continuous nature, victim under 14. Okay, any questions about the 2 options?
Yeah, I haven't talked to my Texas lawyer. I'm going through a divorce right now.
Okay.
And do I have to make that decision right now? Or?
So you have to pick an option right now, but if you are not yet ready to make an affirmative election, here's what I'll tell you. So if you elected to waive your right to an extradition proceeding, if you picked option 1 right here, right now, and then you talked to a lawyer or woke up tomorrow and said, I probably shouldn't have done that, there is no opportunity for you to undo that. If you pick option 2 and you elect to have an extradition hearing, and then you talk to a lawyer or wake up tomorrow and say, you know, I probably should have just waived my right, I should have picked option 1, you can always elect to waive later. So you can, if you pick option 2, any point down the line, you can reverse that and pick option 1. If you pick option 1 here today, you cannot undo that. So if you are thinking, I don't know if I should waive or not, I would say let's pick option 2, let's set that hearing, give you an opportunity to talk to a Texas lawyer, an Arizona lawyer if you want to.
I don't have $100,000, I mean, but I guess I could ask a relative or somebody. But.
Sure, and I'll tell you too, Mr. Sierra, I don't know that bonding companies absolutely do not work with cash bonds. I shouldn't have said that in the negative. It is possible that a bonding company will work with a cash bond. I don't know one way or the other. So you have every right to find a list of bonding companies back in the facility if you pick option 2 and make some phone calls. You could call every single bonding company on that list if you want to see if any of them will work with the cash bond and on what conditions if they will.
But that wouldn't keep me out of jail tonight.
Well, if you found a company that could get that posted for you on terms that you could comply with, they could get it posted and you could get out.
Okay.
But I don't want you to think you can't use a bonding company. It may be the case that you cannot, but it may be the case that you can. I don't know one way or the other. But if you pick option 1, you have absolutely no option of getting out. You stay in custody without any bond.
Up to 30 days.
It could be 2 days, could be 4, could be up to 30.
Okay. I better go with option 2 for now and see what I can figure out. The thing is, in the facility, there's no working telephones.
So this is a temporary facility for purpose of getting people processed. So you will likely be transferred to a more permanent facility that does have phones. There are phones back there though. So when you get right now, when you walk out of here and you go back into this facility, just ask any jail staff officer, say, hey, I'd like to use a phone. I want a list of bonding companies if you want one.
Yeah.
They can give you whatever directions. I know there are phones back there, so wherever you were,
They won't
have
just say, no, we got to go.
Yeah, so just tell them you'd like to use a phone, and hopefully they can get you to one and let you start making phone calls.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to set an extradition hearing for April 21st at 1:30. You will have a $100,000 cash bond. As I indicated, when you go to that hearing on the 21st or any time thereafter, you do still have the right to change your mind and waive if you want to.
At what point would I do that? I'm sorry.
It can be at any point between your next hearing on. So your next hearing is going to be the 21st at 1:30.
So I can even do it on that day?
You could do it on that day, yes.
Okay.
So yeah, you'll have between now and the 21st to talk to friends, family, hire a lawyer, talk to a lawyer if you want to. The 21st, you'll go to that court hearing and either start the extradition proceedings, or if you have changed your mind at that point, you can elect to waive then.
And it would be an Arizona lawyer, obviously, right?
Well...
Or could I use my Texas lawyer?
I would say if you have a Texas lawyer, I would say maybe start with that lawyer and say, hey, I've got this criminal warrant. I'm being held in Arizona pending extradition. Worst case scenario, that Texas lawyer says, sorry, I can't help you. Talk to somebody in Arizona, but they might be able to at least get you started, or they might have a connection to a lawyer in Arizona that could help you.
And what would a representative do for me during an extradition hearing?
You'd have to talk to your lawyer to get that information. Okay, anything else, Mr. Sierra?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're printing your paperwork now. You can go ahead and step back to your left. Okay, counsel and Mr. Modesto, I am ready for you if you are ready. Would you prefer to be at the very, very end? We're all similarly situated right now.
Sure, that's fine.
You want to be at the end or you want to go now?
I'll prefer to be at the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Modesto. Just want to get your steps in. All right, Vincent Lechuga, if you would work your way into the courtroom. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Vincent Michael Lechuga, 9/13/91.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lechuga. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is one count of child sex trafficking. It is a Class 2 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On this allegation, based in part on the nature of your criminal history, I have imposed a $150,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond, Arizona law requires that you be affixed with an ankle monitor prior to release from custody. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot have contact with any minors upon release. You cannot possess any weapons, and you cannot possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription or any alcohol. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lechuga. You can work your way back to your left. I think your paperwork is probably right here. Officer, will you take the two of them, please? Thank you so much. Okay, counsel, now we are down to just you and your client in the courtroom.
Judge, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, can I start by asking you, Mr. Modesto, to please, I'm sorry, is your last name Noriz?
Noriz III.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had your name reversed. I apologize. Can I ask you to state your full name, please, and tell me your date of birth?
My name is Modesto Noriz III, and I was born April 8th, 1998.
Thank you, Mr. Noriz. And I have lawyers for both sides in this case. Looks like state's lawyer is appearing virtually. Appearance of counsel for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Stephen Garcia on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia. Thank you for being here. And appearance of counsel for the defendant.
Judge, good afternoon. Faisal Ullah with defendant in custody to my right.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, Mr. Ula. Okay, Mr. Norris, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of child sex trafficking, a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of attempted sexual conduct with a minor, a Class 3 felony. I have reviewed the factual allegations in this case in a document provided to me by law enforcement called a Form 4. Based on my review of the information in the Form 4, I am inclined to find probable cause to support these allegations. Before I do that, though, I will give each side an opportunity to be heard on probable cause. I'd like to start with you, if I could, please, Mr. Ula. Anything in addition to what's in the Form 4 or that you'd like the court to consider or argument limited only at this point to probable cause?
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. With respect to, I'll take the second count first, the sexual conduct with a minor. Obviously, it's a luring case. Fictitious person, police were pretending to be a 16-year-old adolescent, not prepubescent. So my concern there is that the elements require for there to be an actual person. At least that's my reading of it. And that actual person element should not be met here because we are dealing with a fictitious person as to the attempted sexual conduct with a minor. I noticeably absent now, I understand and respect the fact that state's discretion, how they charge it and so forth, but noticeably absent here is what we typically see in these cases, which is luring of a minor, and that's 13-3554. That seems to fit more than the way this has currently been charged. Perhaps that wasn't charged because that's a slightly lower level felony, maybe, but I'll leave it to them to decide how they wish to proceed. But my concern here is that because we're dealing with a fictitious person, the requirement that we're dealing with an actual person perhaps may not be met. As to the other count, Judge, I observed that the Form 4 indicates that it's a felony too. That didn't strike me as accurate, and I think I am correct in that, but I'll defer to the court's understanding, of course. But it should be a 5. If Your Honor looks at the statute 3212B3, of course, is what the charge is. But if Your Honor looks at 3212, should be under J, I believe. My reading of that indicates that this should be a Class 5 instead of a 2.
I'm not ignoring you. Apologies for the awkward pause. I'm looking at the statute.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Subsection J is talking about subsection B, and this, it looks like it, oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. It is booked under subsection B. I think you're probably right. Mr. Garcia, I'll give you an opportunity to respond, but I think that Mr. Ula is correct. The sex trafficking charge should be a Class 5 felony. Okay, anything else, Mr. Ula, on probable cause?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Mr. Garcia, response, counter argument, anything you'd like me to consider in terms of probable cause?
Your Honor, we'd leave it to your discretion. With regard to the classification of felony, at least at this point for what has been submitted, the state would agree it does appear to be a Class 5. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to change the sex trafficking offense level to a Class 5 felony based on argument of counsel and my reading of the statute and hearing no objection from the state. So I am finding probable cause for the sex trafficking as a Class 5 felony. Mr. Ula, I hear and respect your argument as it relates to no actual person, to a fictitious 16-year-old existing in this case. As I read the statute, I think, so it says a person commits sexual conduct with a minor by intentionally or knowingly engaging in sexual intercourse or oral sexual contact with any person under 18. Like I said, I hear and respect your argument. I think at this point, though, because it's booked under attempt, I am not convinced that the fictitious person nature of this bypasses probable cause, at least today. Not discounting your argument, not providing you every opportunity to explore that and prepare it as a defense as this case progresses, but on the account of attempted sexual conduct with a minor, I will find probable cause. Okay. Mr. Norris, I understand you have Mr. Ula in here defending you for purposes of this hearing. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer going forward after this hearing. You have every right to continue with Mr. Ula representing you. You have every right to hire a different private lawyer if you wish to. After this hearing, however, if no agreement is made with Mr. Ula or a different private lawyer, you will be represented by the Public Defender's Office. Okay, next hearings in this case before I get to release conditions will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 31st. Oh, excuse me, April 18th. Status conference April 16th, preliminary hearing April 18th. They will both be at 8:30 downtown. Okay, before I get to imposing or ordering any release conditions, can I please have recommendation and argument on behalf of the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, given the serious nature of the offense, no matter what the classification, obviously a very serious offense. So with that in mind, we're asking for a higher bond, specifically $150,000 cash bond. It's worth noting we're particularly disturbed and concerned with the defendant's reported comments, not only to the undercover officer or detective through the text message, but when actually speaking with police after when he was arrested, talking about how he was there to help the girl or to rescue the girl. Obviously, that's a point of concern. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. And I apologize for making you repeat it. You said the state's recommendation is $150,000 cash?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Okay, counter argument, recommendation, information you'd like the court to consider in terms of release conditions, Mr. Ula.
Judge, I don't think $150,000 cash or anything even remotely approaching that figure is reasonable in this type of a case. This is, as I stated, a sting operation case. The reported age of the fictitious girl was 16. That bears repeating again because it is a reported person who is an adolescent person to be distinguished from a prepubescent person. Of course, still illegal, but that type of a distinction carries weight in these types of cases from a scientific and psychological perspective. Even in hands-on touching involving actual victims who are prepubescent, we rarely see bond amounts approaching what the state is recommending for the court to consider. I would urge the court to consider the fact that the court is going to have this gentleman on electronic monitoring just by nature of this charge. That's required by statute. Nothing anybody can do about that. But at the same time, the court is going to know where he is. The court is going to know that if there's any tampering that occurs with that electronic monitor, of course, that's an additional charge that he's going to be contending with. I don't think that's going to happen here because from all accounts, this gentleman is a law-abiding person. I recognize that the Form 4 states some indications that perhaps might be looked at askance in terms of helping people and so forth. But nevertheless, I recognize defense in these types of cases is if somebody who is licensed and a professional in that regard is actually going out of their way to assist victims who find themselves in that type of a conduct. Now, we're at the very beginning of this stage. I'm not here to argue the facts, and of course the court knows that if we get too far afield with that, we're going to be running into issues with my client's presumption of innocence. So I would request the court to give that information the limited weight that it deserves at this preliminary stage. What we do know, may I ask if the court has received a pretrial services report and what the scores are on failure to appear and new criminal activity, perhaps?
Sure. So the court has received a pretrial score that recommends supervision levels. The failure to appear score was 1. The new criminal activity score was 1. I will tell you, however, that based on the nature of the allegation, the overall score was an auto-max score.
Of course. And that, of course, is to be expected because of the type of case that we're in. But the point is, Judge, there's nothing in this person's life, in my client's life, to indicate that he is not going to be remaining law-abiding. He cannot be entrusted to keep coming back to court to follow the court's directions and orders and so forth. Had that been the case, then obviously those indices that the courts recognize in these situations would have given a much higher score. This is virtually 0 as non-existent. So we're dealing with a fictitious person. There is no guns that are involved. There is no drugs that are involved. Preliminary stages, sure. His statements that are attributed to him look strange, admittedly. However, that's why we have the discovery process. That's why we develop defenses. We'll be looking at all of those to see what our options are in that regard. But one thing is for sure, this gentleman is a lifelong resident of the state, born, raised here, gainfully employed ever since graduating high school. Also a lifelong resident of, if not the exact same residence, but very close to that neighborhood where he grew up. There is no indication that he's any type of a flight risk or criminally inclined in any way. And of course, the court knows that the court is required to impose a release on own recognizance unless there's very good reasons why that should not be done. And I would submit that because you have electronic monitoring as a requirement by statute in this type of a case, that additional clause can be met. And the court should consider placing him on pretrial services. I would even welcome an electronic monitoring with curfew restrictions if the court deems those appropriate. Because the concern simply is that we get imposed release conditions that are not the least onerous as required by the rules, and in turn we end up having issues that are unintended, such as loss of employment, such as loss of family contact, etc. So based on those reasons, Judge, the least onerous release conditions I would submit would be some type of a release to pretrial services with electronic monitoring. If to allay any concerns the state or the court might have, I'll welcome electronic monitoring with curfew restrictions as long as he can travel to, say, legal appointments or to work. That should be sufficient, and we'll let the case develop and see where it goes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ula. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I am hearing, considering, and processing all of these arguments and this information. I want to address, if I could, first the pretrial score. I will note I have reviewed Mr. Noriz's criminal history or lack thereof. I do note for purposes of the recording, I do not see that Mr. Noriz has any criminal history. Because of that, and it sounds like, Mr. Ula, you're familiar with this, because the pretrial tool is looking at patterns of criminal conduct, it makes sense that the original failure to appear scores and new criminal activity scores are very low because there is no criminal history. If you've never been charged with something criminal, you could not have failed to appear at a criminal hearing. So while I do acknowledge that the new criminal activity and failure to appear scores on the pretrial assessment tool are very low, I give that the weight that it is earned or that it is owed in this case. I don't elevate that particular fact or factor over any others. I do have substantial concerns, not necessarily with the allegations that Mr. Noriz says he was rescuing these girls. I have concerns based on the alleged comment that he acknowledged to law enforcement he's done this before. Or that he's, specifically, let me not paraphrase, specifically the Form 4 says, and I'm reading this verbatim, so Mr. Noriz, I apologize. I think the reason I had your name backwards is because I think law enforcement does, so I don't mean any disrespect by calling you by your first name. I'm just going to read out of the Form 4. It says, Modesto stated no one knew he was coming to meet the girl, including his wife. Modesto acknowledged he has met with underage girls before to, quote, rescue them, end quote. Completely understand these are factual allegations. I completely understand and acknowledge that The defendant has every right to challenge and counteract and defend against this information, but I think those statements give the court some concern that specifically minor girls in the community are at risk. Their safety is at risk. I think that the argument that based on the lack of criminal history, there's no criminal inclination in this case is not statistically supported by research on these types of offenses. I think the acknowledgement that something similar to this has happened before, although it is an allegation at this point, combined with what I know about the research into types of offenses like this, I have some concerns about releasing the defendant without a bond. Mr. Ula, I do agree with you that $150,000 cash is not the least onerous condition that I could impose in this case, but I am inclined to impose a bond. I'm going to set it at $50,000 secured appearance. So, Mr. Norris, you will have a $50,000 secured appearance bond. Mr. Ula, I'm sure will explain this to you, but secured appearance means you have the opportunity to use a bonding company to get that posted if you choose to. If that bond is posted, Arizona law does require that you be affixed with an ankle monitor prior to your physical release. If you post that bond and you are released on that ankle monitor, you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. You cannot possess or consume any alcohol. I am inclined to order no minor contact. Mr. Ula, any concerns in regards to minor children of the defendant?
Oh, yes.
Okay, then I will order no contact with minors if released.
May I, sorry to interject.
Yes, please.
I'd request leave to address it if that becomes an issue down the road.
Leave to address no minor contact?
Correct.
Understood. I will make that order then without prejudice with leave to re-argue whether that is an appropriate and enforceable release condition at a later date if necessary. Anything else I need to address before I excuse this matter, Mr. Garcia?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Anything else I need to address before I excuse this matter, Mr. Ula?
To the extent pleas need to be entered, not guilty, obviously.
Okay, yeah, we don't actually take pleas, but to the extent you are entering a not guilty plea, it's not officially entered here, but we'll note that that was your stance at the initial appearance hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I will, to the extent I haven't already, get this release order signed. We will get it printed. Mr. Ula, would you like your client to take a copy back with him, or would you like the copies to only be provided to you?
I'll take them, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Norris, we will not give you a copy of your paperwork. We'll give it to your lawyer. He will review it. Any communications that you need to know about that paperwork, you can contact him or through your family once you're back in the facility. Okay, I do have one house call to read onto the record. It'll take a couple minutes, but if you want a second or two, a minute or two back in the room with him for final preliminary comments, feel free to take that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, you're free to be excused if you wish to be.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Number 4 on the calendar, Deontay Napoleon White, date of birth 12/24/2000, is not in the courtroom because he was unable to function in general population due to potentially combative behavior. He is here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when he failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug case. He already has a lawyer assigned to him in that case. That lawyer will continue to defend him. His next court hearing will be a status conference April 16th and then a preliminary hearing April 18th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, he has a $500 secured appearance bond. If anything changes after I visit him cell side, the court's final orders regarding his release conditions will be contained in his final written release order. That concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 5 p.m.